And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Root and the Flower, was written by Virginia Mesa and will be narrated by Arnold Moss. It is the sixth in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on The Eternal Light, recreated now to mark The Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting.
Yankee Doodle went to town a-riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni.
Some folks say that way back before the Revolution, British soldiers made up Yankee Doodle to poke fun at the Americans. Now, this is the way they tell it. A certain Thomas Fitch of Norwalk, Connecticut, a captain in the American Army, was leading his troops out to fight the Indians. His daughter, Elizabeth, was scandalized at the outlandish assortment of rags and tags they were wearing and calling uniforms. Just like a woman, she ran into the barnyard and grabbed up a handful of chicken feathers. Soldiers have to have plumes, she said.
Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the steppin' with the gals be handy.
Now, I can't prove it to you, but that's what they say. Anyway, the name stuck. And today, whatever we call ourselves, Yankee Doodle is part of our heritage. Maybe our folks landed at Plymouth Rock. Maybe it was Ellis Island. But New England is the way we came. Josh Billings could have been talking about any of us when he described a real live Yankee.
A real live Yankee is full of character and sizzling hot with enterprise. He looks at the pyramid, calculates its height and weight, and wonders how he can sell it for a profit in Boston.
He loves liberty with a red pepper enthusiasm and believes New England can whip the universe.
He's as chock full of opinions as a puddin' is raisins. He keeps his finger in every pie, even the workings of Providence.
Like Uncle Esri, who once prayed for rain. Oh, Lord, we need rain bad. Send us rain. But mind ye, what we want is a drizzling, drozzling, sozzling rain. We don't want any ripping, raring, tearing rain that'll harrow up the face of nature. We want rain, but not a flood. You hear?
Cocky, callow, wily, opinionated, lovable, the Yankee of song and story. This is our heritage, our national character. We are Yankee Doodle, Ethan Allen, Daniel Webster, P.T. Barnum, Uncle Sam, rolled into one. But if this is one side of our collective face, there is another, a soberer one. Deeper go our roots than Yankee Doodle.
What is man that thou art mindful of him, and the Son of Man that thou thinkest of him? Yet thou hast made him but little lower. Thou hast made him little lower than the angels.
This is our heritage, too. Our founding fathers brought it with them. The wisdom of another breed of men, another climate. They were a God-driven people. They lived by the Ten Commandments. God had made them in His image. They believed, and nothing could come between them and God. Like the Israelites of old, they defied a king, and with the Bible as a rudder, set sail to found a new world. 102 men and women. This is our beginning as Americans yours and mine. 102 men and women in a book that few of them could read. And when a settlement took shape, it was to this book that they turned for the law and order that kept them from anarchy that first howling winter.
The Lord's song, how sing shall we within a foreign people's land? Jerusalem, if I do thee forget, let my right hand cleave, let my tongue to my palate. If I do not in mind thee bear, if I, Jerusalem, do not above my chiefest joy prefer.
It's true. Few of our pilgrim fathers could read the Bible. But in the strangeness and the wildness all around them, it was the one familiar thing. It became the loom upon which they spun out their daily lives. They even wove it into the nursery rhymes they sang their children.
Young Obadiah, David, Josiah, all were pious. God is great, God is good, so always do what he thinks you should.
Yes, into nursery rhymes, and into the laws that you and I are happy to live by today.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Chair recognizes the member from Massachusetts. Gentlemen, we have before us for ratification by members of this Congress that document entitled A Declaration of Independence. I would make but one suggestion as to a change in the document as it now stands. Will you please refer to the last sentence of the declaration beginning, "And for support of this declaration, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor." Gentlemen, in the light of our heritage and our habits, I would add to this sentence the single phrase, "with a firm reliance upon the protection of divine providence."
With a firm reliance upon the protection of divine providence, we pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Now, mind you, I'm not forgetting the bad things. The whipping post, the pillory, the hangings, all done in the name of God. But one thing saved us, our deep-rooted belief in the supreme right of the individual. The Puritans had talked back to the King of England when he abused this right. And in the same spirit, men like Roger Williams talked back to the Puritans.
Lord Brethren of the Court, you ask me whether I will renounce my beliefs. I will not. I go further. I say that any law you may pass which tells a man what to believe is against God's law. Man's conscience does not come under your law, but under heaven's.
Who today remembers the names of his judges? This is what we remember. We remember the Rhode Island colony that Roger Williams founded and the tough and stubborn roots of freedom he planted there. We remember that it was there at Newport that the Jews, living descendants of the ancient Israelites, escaping from persecution, found a home. It was there that they founded a synagogue, loved, married, bore children, died, and were buried. 200 years later, the poet Longfellow saw their gravestones and put into poetry what he felt.
The very names recorded here are strange, of foreign accent and of different clime. Alvarez and Rivera interchange with Abraham and Jacob of old time.
But long before Longfellow, a sweeter epitaph had been written for these Newport Jews. A man named Ezra Stiles, while serving as the president of Yale University, had written their language, Hebrew, into the curriculum. More than that, the earliest laws of the New Haven colony acknowledged its Hebraic legacy.
In the beginning of the foundation of this plantation, it was agreed, concluded, and settled as a fundamental law that the judicial laws of God, as they were delivered by Moses and expounded by the Scripture, shall be a constant direction for all proceedings here, and a general rule for all courts.
This is our heritage. We are Yankee Doodle, Roger Williams, John Alden, the Newport Jews, all in one. Whatever we call ourselves, Protestant, Catholic, Jewish, Irish, Polish, Negro, Yankee, we came this way. The habits, the values, the laws, the language, planted so long ago in one small corner of the globe, New England, were to infect a nation. Some folks say it was the Yankee peddler that carried New England to the rest of the country. Anyway, as soon as there were roads to walk along, there was the peddler, pack on his back, hawking the handiwork of his spinning, weaving, whittling, contriving, swapping kinsmen.
How much you want for that bay mare, Silas?
Well, now, I figure $15.
Well, say, that's mighty cheap. Anything wrong with the mare?
I won't lie to you. That mare, she's got a good mouth. Legs is all right. Nice color, clever as a heap. But she's got two faults, and I don't like her.
What are the faults, Silas?
I'll be fair with you. I'll tell you one fault before we trade and the other after.
Sounds fair enough. What's the first fault?
Well, she's a little hard to catch.
Well, that don't make no matter to me. What's the second fault?
No, I said after we trade. Let me see your money.
Here it is. Now, what's the second fault?
It's a deal now. You're sure?
I'm sure.
Well, I'll tell you. She's hard to catch, and she ain't good for nothing when you catch her.
There was a frog lived in a spring. Sing song, Patty, won't you cry me, oh? Had such a cold he couldn't sing. Sing song, Patty, won't you cry me, oh?
No one was ever like him, the fabulous Yankee peddler. He was made for all situations and places. He sold salmon from the Kennebec to the people of Charleston, ice from Walden's Pond to the West Indies. Ready to start for Timbuktu tomorrow morning, he was missionary to his country and factotum to the world.
Kaimo, Caro, Delta, Caro, Kaimo, Caro, Kaimo, Strim, Strum, Papa-Diddle, there by the rigadum, bottom in the Kaimio.
But if the Yankee peddler palming off his wooden nutmegs brought New England to the country also caught the New England conscience. Out of our Puritan pioneers has come our ceaseless search for a moral meaning to life, our relentless grappling with good and evil. Melville symbolized it in his white whale, Moby Dick, Hawthorne in the Scarlet Letter. But there were others, too, for in New England, in the middle of the 19th century, there burst forth such a flowering as the world has seldom seen. There was Emerson, plunging like a diver into his own soul to sound its depths.
I see not any road of perfect peace a man can walk, but after the counsel of his own bosom. Our faith comes in moments. Our vice is habitual. Yet there is a depth in those brief moments which constrains us to ascribe more reality to them than to all other experiences. A man is the facade of a temple wherein all wisdom and all good abide. When the soul breathes through our intellect, it is genius. When it breathes through our will, it is virtue. When it flows through our affection, it is love. Men of character are the conscience of the society to which they belong. The life of man is the true romance. All around us, what powers are wrapped up under the coarse mattings of custom. It is so wonderful to our neurologists that a man can see without his eyes that it does not occur to them that it is just as wonderful that he should see with them. And that is ever the difference between the wise and the unwise. The latter wonders at what is unusual. The wise man wonders at the usual.
Preacher, teacher, poet, scholar, sage, Emerson was the yeast in the ferment of his time. And his mark was upon all the others. Alcott, Margaret Fuller, Channing, Holmes, Dana, Lowell, Beecher. Most of all, his mark was upon his cranky, self-sufficient neighbor, Henry David Thoreau. One windy March, Thoreau borrowed Bronson Alcott's axe and chopped down some pine trees. He returned the axe, making sure it was sharper than he'd found it. And then he built himself a hut on Walden Pond in Concord and sat down to write a book. No fancy title, just plain Walden, he called it.
I would rather sit on a pumpkin and have it to myself than be crowded on a velvet cushion. The masses of men lead lives of quiet desperation. What is called resignation is confirmed desperation. From the desperate city, you go into the desperate country and have to console yourself with the bravery of minks and muskrats. I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately. I wanted to live deep and suck out all the marrow of life, to drive life into a corner and reduce it to its lowest terms. And if it proved mean, why then to get the whole and genuine meanness of it. Or if it was sublime, to know it by my experience and be able to give a true account of it in my next excursion. This I have learned by my experiment. If a man advances confidently in the direction of his dreams, to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with a success unexpected in his common hours. If a man does not keep pace with his companions, perhaps it is because he hears a different drummer. Let him step to the music which he hears, however measured or far away.
Thoreau stepped to the music that he heard. And so doing, he left his imprint on us and on the world. On one occasion, he refused to pay his taxes to a government that tolerated slavery. They came to get him.
I'm sorry, Henry, but you'll have to come along. You better get your hat.
You know, I haven't got a hat, John.
Well, then come along like you are. That's a nice bean field you got there.
What you going to do with me, John?
Lock you up, I reckon.
Then I'd better put out the fire. My dinner's cooking.
Take your time. They told me to bring you in. They didn't say when.
Then I'll fetch my notebook and a pencil.
Thoreau spent one night in Concord jail, and that was the night he began his famous essay on civil disobedience. They say John Brown read it before he left for Harper's Ferry. A century later, it was read, too, by a wizened little man across the world, Mahatma Gandhi. Maybe it helped to set India free. Up this way, they tell another story about Thoreau. Maybe it's true, maybe not, but it sounds like him. When he lay dying, his friends and relatives crowded round his bedside. One of the good brethren of Concord was worried about his soul.
Henry, I don't mean to be impertinent, but have you made your peace with God?
I wasn't aware, Joshua, that he and I had ever quarreled.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He guideth me in straight paths for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
Out of the flowering of New England, out of the knotty roots of our beginnings, came poetry, too. Longfellow, Whittier, Lowell, Holmes, and Emily Dickinson, the Amherst spinster, weaving her songs out of her loneliness and her inward visions.
I never saw more, I never saw the sea, yet know I now how heather looks and what a wave must be. I never spoke with God, nor visited in heaven, yet certain am I of the spot, as if a chart were given.
Today, in our time of trial and search, the tradition lives on in other voices. It lives on in a New England schoolteacher, farmer, poet, Robert Frost.
They cannot scare with their empty spaces between stars, or stars void of human races. I have it in me so much nearer home to scare myself with my own desert places.
What is man that thou art mindful of him?
The tradition lives on, too, in our language and in our laws, our habits, and our values. And in our consciences, too, whatever we call ourselves. Here in New England is both the root and the flower. Whether our ancestors landed at Plymouth Rock or Ellis Island, here is our spiritual homeland, the way we came.
For thou hast made him but little lower, thou hast made him little lower than the angels.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Irving Engel of New York, President of the American Jewish Committee and a prominent civic leader. Mr. Engel.
We have just heard an interpretation of the ideals in which our free society is rooted. This reminds us anew how closely intertwined are the teachings of the Old Testament and the aspirations of American democracy. The Root and the Flower has restated freshly this truth, that our most cherished principles of individual freedom and human dignity are grounded in those teachings. The flower, it seems to me, is a particularly fitting symbol of democracy. For democracy blooms in the soil of freedom, in a climate of warm understanding among citizens of all races, creeds, and national origins. However, democracy needs diligent protection from the destructive winds of ignorance, superstition, and bigotry. When some Americans suffer injustice or discrimination because of color, religion, or ancestry, we are striking down our country's most vital concept, that all men are endowed by their Creator with equal rights. The past 50 years have seen accelerated efforts to eliminate bigotry from the American scene. Working with men of all faiths, our goal has been to help translate the ideal of human equality, with its origins deep in the Bible, into modern life and democratic practices. The American Jewish Committee is glad to salute the Jewish Theological Seminary of America on the happy occasion of the 15th anniversary of its Eternal Light program. The Root and the Flower is but one of a long series of distinguished programs linking the ancient verities of the Bible with the realities of today's world. It is our hope that these inspiring interpretations of the traditions and precepts of Judaism will long continue to advance throughout the land among Americans of all faiths, better understanding of one another,
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Song of Berditchev, was written by Morton Wishengrad. It is the seventh in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on The Eternal Light and recreated now to mark The Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting.
Guten Morgen, die Boynoi Sheloilon. Ich lebe Yitzchok ben Sore, mi Berditchev. Bin gekommen zu dir mit adin Teure von dein Volk Israel. Was hast du zu dein Volk Israel? Und was hast du sich angesetzt?
It is a song that has been sung for nearly 165 years. It has been sung in the home, in the synagogue, in the ghettos of Poland, in the death camps of Germany, in the outermost colonies of Palestine, in the concert halls of America. And no man or woman can sing it without emotion, for it is the song of an entire folk. It was not written, it happened. It was emotion overflowing, and it is now part of the bloodstream of Israel.
Unser Malchus is a Malchus, die Italiener besuchen sie, unser König ist ein König, und ich lebe Yitzhak ben Sore, mi Berditchev sag, Amen.
He was called Reb Levi Yitzchak, surnamed the Compassionate. This is his song. In the year 1789, in the Ukrainian city of Berditchev, perhaps there were scholars more learned than he. Perhaps there were sages more profound. Perhaps there were saints more holy. But no scholar and no sage was more gentle than Reb Levi Yitzchak. No saint was more beloved. For he was the people, its pleader, its defender, its melody, its soul. And this same Reb Levi Yitzchak, on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, stood in the synagogue before the congregation of Berditchev and refused to magnify and sanctify the name of the Lord.
I will not recite the Kaddish.
The day of fasting and penance has weakened our rabbi. Sit down, Reb Levi Yitzchak. I will recite the prayers for you.
I have not been weakened by the fast. I'm as fresh and as strong as any man here. I refuse to recite the prayer.
Are you ill, Reb Levi Yitzchak?
I'm not ill, Benjamin.
Do you wish us to have a short recess?
There is no necessity for recess, Beadle. I will not recite the Kaddish.
Was this a sinner who refused to say Yis Gadal ve'Yis Kadash, Shmei Rabbo? Was this a scoffer or a fool or an idolater who refused to sanctify and glorify God's name? No, this was Levi Yitzchak of Berditchev. This was he who had come to Berditchev and welcomed the ignorant, the poor, the sick, and the deformed to his house.
Reb Levi Yitzchak, you are new in Berditchev?
Yes, Anshel.
Perhaps you do not know our ways.
You have a complaint?
Not only I, Rabbi. It would be better if you were seen more often in the company of scholars.
Anshel, does the Lord welcome only scholars?
No. But you must think of your reputation.
Anshel, when the Lord prepares a banquet for the righteous, do you think I will be invited?
There is no question, Reb Levi Yitzchak.
But I'm not a man of great culture. There will be some who ask, how did this uncultured person find an entrance among us? And my reply will be, I deserve to be here because I gave hospitality at my banquet to men who were more ignorant than myself.
His name was Levi Yitzchak. There were scholars more learned than he. There were sages more profound, men more holy and more pious, but none more beloved and none more gentle. And if he refused to recite the Kaddish on Yom Kippur, it was not because he was an idolater and not because he was a fool, for he was not an idolater. He was so passionate a worshiper of God that he had sufficient passion to absent himself from the Kol Nidre service on Yom Kippur Eve.
Beadle, did you send a messenger to his house?
There was no one there. A peasant said he left for the synagogue more than an hour ago. It's getting dark. Beadle, I think we'll have to begin without him.
Is that what you want, Anshel?
What else can we do? The time for Kol Nidre is past.
Yet, what is Kol Nidre without Reb Levi Yitzchak?
You're right. Both of you. Something must have happened to him. Some misfortune. We'll have to look for him.
On Yom Kippur evening, the direction is always toward the altar of the synagogue, from outward inward. But on this evening, the direction was from inward outward, and no person thought of himself but only of the missing rabbi, missing from the synagogue on the holiest evening of the year. They formed searching parties, and the peasants of Berditchev provided clues.
He came this way. His lips were moving in prayer.
They followed the path he showed them.
I saw him. He passed me by. He was singing. Just singing. There weren't any words.
Near a peasant hovel, a voice said,
There was a baby crying in there. The baby's mother went to synagogue to hear the Kol Nidre.
They crept up to the windows. They looked within. There was the rabbi of Berditchev, rocking the cradle of a baby no longer crying, the cradle of a baby whose mother had gone to the synagogue from which Levi Yitzchak was absent. They regarded one another, the guileless man and the guileless child. And from somewhere within himself, a melody came to the man, which he gave to the child. And then the words came to him, spilling out of him, the simple, uncontrived words of Levi Yitzchak's song of innocence and God. Master of the universe, I will sing you a song. Where will I find thee? And where will I not find thee? Wherever I go, there art thou. And where I stay, there art thou. Only thou, thou alone, thou again, and only thou. When things go well, thou. When things go ill, thou. Thou art, thou wast, thou wilt be, thou art ever. Thou art, thou reignest, thou didst reign, thou wilt reign. In heaven art thou, on earth art thou, above art thou, below art thou. Where I turn, and where I stir, thou, And it was on the day after this song of oneness with God burst forth from him that Levi Yitzchak of Berditchev refused to recite the sanctification of God's name.
I will not recite the Kaddish.
The day of fasting and penance has weakened our rabbi. I will say it for you, Reb Levi Yitzchak.
I am not weakened by the fast. I refuse to recite the Kaddish.
Reb Levi, are you ill?
I'm not ill, Benjamin.
Do you wish to call a short recess?
There is no necessity, Beadle.
Perhaps you would like some fresh air.
Until I refuse to recite the sanctification.
Reb Levi Yitzchak.
Yes, Kalman?
You are challenging God.
Yes.
Let us have order in the synagogue on Yom Kippur.
I request that you all be seated. I read to you from the 6th chapter of the prophet Micah, the 3rd verse. O my people, what have I done unto thee, and wherein have I wearied thee? Testify against me. I, Levi Yitzchok, son of Sora of Berditchev, I testify against the Lord. Shall not the judge of the universe himself do justice?
Rabbi Yitzchok, even you may not blaspheme God.
Testify against me, saith the Lord. I testify against the Lord. It is no blasphemy.
Do you come with a legal complaint?
I do, Anshel. I come with a din Torah.
What is your complaint?
The Lord hath dealt harshly with us. I stand before the Lord and plead in behalf of the people of Israel.
Levi Yitzchok of Berditchev, what is your plea?
Father in heaven, thou art unlimited, thou art infinite, there is no boundary to thy mercies. How then art thou able to limit thy mercies to us?
Levi Yitzchok, we have only your word that there is cause for legal complaint. Do you have witnesses to testify with you against the Lord?
Yes, Anshel. I call Nathan, the son of Simcha.
Nathan, the son of Simcha, come to the altar.
Nathan, what do you wear? Nathan, what do you wear on your hand and on your arm and on your forehead at your morning prayers? Tell the Lord.
I wear my phylacteries, my tefillin. Shouldn't I, Reb Levi Yitzchok?
Nathan, why do you wear your tefillin?
Answer, Nathan.
Yes, Anshul, I wear the tefillin because it is commanded.
Who commands?
The Almighty, blessed be his name. And these words which I command thee this day shall be upon thine heart, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be for frontlets between thine eyes. May I go now?
Not yet, Nathan. The commandment also is that thou shalt teach these words diligently to thy children. Nathan, where are your children?
Answer Reb Levi Yitzchok's question.
It isn't fair.
Nathan, answer. The Lord is waiting. Where are your sons?
The Lord only knows. 3 sons. They were conscripted for the Tsar's army when they were 9 years old, each in turn. I have never heard from them.
Nathan, where is your wife, your daughter, your daughter's children?
Dead.
Nathan, when you came to prayer yesterday, what did you do?
I said, how goodly are thy tents, O Israel.
And afterward?
I put my hand in the tefillin bag to take out my tefillin.
And they fell from your hand, didn't they?
I didn't know anyone saw. I picked up the tefillin right away. I was quick. I wiped them against my shirt. I kissed them. It will never happen again.
Reb Levi Yitzchok?
Yes, Sancho?
Are you finished with your witness?
I am. But first I wish to say to the Lord, Lord of the universe, the people are the tefillin of thy head. Even Nathan here, when we drop our tefillin, we lift them up with loving care. We cleanse them of every stain, and then with a kiss we make amends for their abasement. Lord of the world, thy tefillin are fallen to the ground. Nathan, thy tefillin, lift him up with loving care. Cleanse him of his stain. With a kiss make amends for his abasement.
Nathan, you may go. Reb Levi Yitzchok, are you done now?
Not nearly, Anshul. I call a second witness. Moshe, the son of Meir.
Come to the altar. Moshe.
Moshe, you prayed this morning?
Yes.
And for what did you pray?
For the remission of my sins.
Namely, Moshe, what sins?
I have trespassed, I have been faithless, I have robbed, I have spoken basely, I have committed iniquity, I have been presumptuous, I have done violence, I have forged lies, I have counseled evil, I have spoken falsely, I have acted perversely, I have persecuted, I have been stiff-necked.
Moshe, the son of Meir, you are a liar.
Yes, Reb Levi Yitzchak.
You have neither trespassed, nor been faithless, nor robbed, nor spoken basely.
Yes, Levi Yitzchak.
Moshe, son of Meir, what is your occupation?
I am a teamster.
You observe God's commandments?
No.
And why not?
Reb Levi Yitzchak, a man has children who are always hungry. A man must work.
Moshe, do you take the poor on your wagon?
I do, Levi Yitzchak.
Don't answer me. Speak up and address the Lord.
I carry the poor on my wagon.
How much do you charge the poor?
Nothing.
But each day you violate the law, don't you?
I cannot attend worship. Each day I violate the law.
Lord, answer back. Lord, your teamster speaks to you, your teamster who worships you regularly on his wagon by carrying your poor.
Reb Levi Yitzchak, will you sanctify the name of the Lord?
I'm not ready, Anshel. The Lord will have to wait a moment longer. Look at us, penitent, contrite, fasting, pleading for the remission of sins. Lord, by to fill in our fallen and abased. Tell me, O Lord, what hast thou against Israel? Thou hast written in thy Torah, speak. Unto whom? Unto Israel. Thou hast written, say, unto whom? Unto Israel. Thou hast written, command whom? Israel. Lord, if you love Israel, have mercy upon Israel.
Levi Yitzchak, you have not said the words as they are written down and prescribed, but I testify to God that you have sanctified his name.
And standing there in the synagogue of Berditchev in the year 1789, a man called Levi Yitzchak, surnamed the Compassionate, raised his hands in the pure gesture toward heaven, and out of yearning and exaltation, he sang the song that men call now the Kaddish of Levi Yitzchak of Berditchev. This is not a song that was written. This happened. Unpremeditated, uncontrived, artless. It was the overflowing of his soul 165 years ago, across time and space, and the pain of unutterable love.
Good morning, Lord, Master of the universe. I, Levi Yitzchak, son of Sarah, of Berditchev. I come to you with aid in Torah from your people Israel. What do you want of your people Israel? What have you demanded of your people Israel? For everywhere I look it says, say unto the children of Israel. And every other verse says, speak unto the children of Israel. And over, command the children of Israel. Father in heaven, How many nations are there in the world? Persians, Babylonians, Edomites. The Russians, what do they say? That their Tsar is the only ruler. The Prussians, what do they say? That their Kaiser is supreme. And the English, what do they say? That George III is the sovereign. And I, Levi Yitzchok, son of Sorah, of Berditchev, say, Iskadol, Iskadosh, Shemei Rabo, magnified and sanctified is only thy name. And I, Levi Yitzchok, son of Sorah Berditchev, say, from I stand will I not waver. Let them put an end to idolatry. Let them call a halt to their blasphemies. Kadosh Shemei
If you would like a copy of today's anniversary script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Oscar Dane of New York City, President of the Conservative Synagogue of Riverdale and Chairman of the Universal Brotherhood Committee of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mr. Dane.
The script we have just heard challenges all of us because it affirms in dramatic terms the universal truth that piety is not simply a matter of following one or another set of rituals, but rather requires us to seek ways of fulfilling the spirit of the law. Sometimes, as in the case of the Rabbi Berditchev, what appears to be transgression of the letter of the law is actually adherence to its spirit. The decision to absent himself from services on the most solemn holiday in the Jewish year in order to bring comfort to a lonely child would not have been an easy one, even for the Rabbi Berditchev. For him, as for us, it would doubtless have been easier to dismiss the weeping child as no concern of his and to join the congregation in chanting the Kol Nidre prayer. It takes courage to question a bit of accustomed behavior and to ask oneself whether something else might come closer to the spirit of the law. Similarly, it requires great personal integrity to question God, as the rabbi did. Prayers that come from the lips alone are of little value to the supplicant, to the congregation, or to our Creator. But the Kaddish of Rabbi Levi Yitzchak is a great prayer, the symbol of a great religious experience, because it comes from the heart. The rabbi testifies against the Lord, questioning the justice which is meted out to his townsmen. He struggles aloud to understand the riddles of human existence, and then, with his question yet unanswered, he magnifies and sanctifies the name of the Lord. So, each of us, in the course of his daily experience, is distressed by the suffering he sees around him, and perhaps asks himself where justice can be found. But do we really ask? Don't we find it easier to close our eyes than to protest injustice? Who of us has the courage of true piety, the personal integrity of the Rabbi Berditchev? If the story we have heard today has affected you of the listening audience as it has me, Perhaps we will behave a little differently because we have heard its message. As the script has told us, of such small acts, great changes are made.
Thank you, Mr. Dane. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Song of Berditchev, was written by Morton Wishengrad. It was the 7th in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on the Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. Cantor David Putterman sang the solos. The organist was Jack Ward. Featured was Roger de Koven as Levi Yitzhak. The cast included Santos Ortega, Guy Rep, Daniel Acco, Sam Gray, and Joseph Boland. Your narrator was Bernard Lenrow. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Mrs. Steinberg's Partner in Heaven, was written by Sylvia Berger and features Lily Darvas as Mrs. Steinberg. It is the 8th in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on The Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting.
It was twilight in December on Orchard Street when a kick from a potato peddler's horse sent Kornstein, the candy store man, flying into the 7th sphere. Back on Earth, the horse had hardly put his foot down again when Kornstein heard the singing.
Rum-da-da-dum, rum-da-da-dum, rum-da-da-da, tururururu, rum-da-da-dum, rum-da-da-dum, rum-da-da-da, tururururu.
To Nathan Kornstein, it seemed there was something familiar in the ring of the last turururu.
Rum-da-da-dum, rum-da-da-dum, rum-da-da-da,
Hello? Nathan Kornstein, welcome, welcome.
Israel Yitzhak Steinberg?
Who else? How's the potato peddler?
Oh. When I left, he was still crying.
Ah, the unfortunate.
He fainted 3 times.
Kornstein, please.
I should have told the potato peddler not to aggravate himself, but you know how it is, Yisraelchik.
If the angel of death were to wait till everybody finished all his business on earth...
But such an innocent man, Yisrael Yitzchak. Such a harmless man. He wasn't even near the horse. I was nearer the horse than he was.
Otherwise, why should it kick you?
Now he's down there fainting and crying. Yisraelchik, what if we were to send a message and say something like, don't be aggravated. It wasn't your fault. Signed, Kornstein.
Don't be aggravated. It wasn't your fault, son. There's precedent for a message.
Uh-huh. By special messenger?
The messenger I have in mind is very special.
But with experience.
Kornstein, did you ever count the stars in the sky?
Not since I was 4, Yisraelchik. There are too many.
That's how you can't count the messages my wife has carried from here.
Mrs. Steinberg?
Mrs. Steinberg.
Oh, a fine woman. Yisraelchik, when I went to get my first job, the boss asked me a question. He said, Kornstein, that you are willing, I know, but Kornstein, what are your references?
You want my wife to produce references?
Well, I mean, it's such an important message to deliver, Yisraelchik.
You're right. Right? You want some references. Aha! You remember our old apartment on Canal Street, Kornstein?
Above the butcher shop.
Well, it's early evening. In the apartment above the butcher shop. The children are all home from school. Moschele, Gittele, Berdele, Friedele. I am home from work. We're hungry. We want our supper. Where is Mama? Where is Mama, Moschele?
She went to Siegel's, Pa, to buy a pair of shoes.
So late? How long does it take to fit a pair of shoes?
There's Mama now. Ma?
Good evening, Moschele. Good evening, Yisraelchik. Give me my apron, Moschele. Please, darling. Supper will be on the table in a minute and a half. Was I lucky today? Did I have a lucky day?
Were you lucky, Ma?
Just hand me the egg beater from the hook there, Michele. Please, darling. Supper will be on the table in 10. You know the $5 you gave me for my shoes today, Yisraelchik?
I know the $5.
I pinned it into my pocketbook, nice and safe with a safety pin. A little salt, Moschele, please, darling. Supper will be on the table in 2, 3... And I'm on my way to catch the trolley car for Siegel's. Then what do I see?
What do you see, Ma?
The trolley car is starting. What do? I start running. What happens? Mr. McGuire, the trolley man, sees me and holds the trolley car till I get on. Isn't that a lovely thing to do? I told him myself. I said, Mr. McGuire, you are loveliness personified.
That was lucky, Ma.
Wait. That was just the appetizer to my luck today. The big luck. You haven't heard yet. I put the nickel into the box. For such luck to come to me, it flew right into my hand. Like this.
What was the luck, Itke?
I put my nickel into the box. I look around for a place to sit. When whom do I see? The grocer's youngest boy, the night student.
The one who was studying to be a doctor?
The one who is studying to be a doctor. What do I find out? He's lost his job at the factory. We thought the job, he hasn't got the money for books. We thought the books, he can't get through school. We thought the school...
So you gave him the $5 I gave you for a pair of shoes.
Oh, what do I need new shoes for? My old shoes fit me like stockings. Look, Yisraelchik, see how they have taken the shape of my toes?
But, Ma, what was the lucky thing that happened to you today?
What was the lucky thing that happened to me today? Moschele, darling, imagine if I had not caught the trolley car.
A nice little reference, Yisraelchik. A deed of charity is always a nice little reference.
A nice little reference. What better reference can you want for a messenger from heaven to tell the potato peddler that it wasn't his fault that his horse kicked you and killed you?
Well, charity is good, Yisraelchik, but better than charity is charity done in secret.
If that's what's worrying you, Kornstein, relax. You found your messenger. One day, Itke was coming home with a bundle of old clothes she had collected from the neighbors.
Be careful, Berdele. Don't drag that shirt in the snow.
I won't, Mama.
Wasn't it lovely of Mrs. Rosen to give us all these nice clothes? You know, there are a lot of important people who can use them. Let's just stop and rest a minute against the stoop here, darling.
Papa will be mad when he finds out you carried such a heavy bundle again, Ma.
Will he, darling? And how do you know it's heavy? Did you weigh it?
I know what's in it.
So what's in it? A few baby dresses. How heavy is a baby dress if a baby can wear it?
There's a big heavy coat in it.
With empty pockets. How much does an empty pocket weigh? And what is lighter on a man's back on a cold winter day than a good warm coat? On a cold winter day... Just a minute, darling.
Do you know that man, Mama?
I'll be back in a minute, darling.
Mama, wait for me!
Gentlemen, just a minute, gentlemen. Gentlemen, please.
Were you calling me?
Yes, sir. Please excuse me for bothering you, but... someplace?
I don't think so.
Now, isn't it funny? I would have sworn... Weren't you at Cousin Essie's Sweet 16 party last April?
I don't know a Cousin Essie.
Now, how do you like that? And I would have sworn the gentleman even resembles Cousin Essie. Doesn't he, Birdie? Especially around the eyebrows.
I don't know, Mama.
Well, I'm sorry for the mistake, gentlemen.
Oh, you did no harm.
Then maybe you could do me a favor? Birdie, dear, open the bundle for me. Quick, darling. I hate to ask this, but if you could see your way clear to taking this coat off my hands...
Coat? I don't understand.
And now, Birdie, maybe you will stop threatening me with Papa. Please. You hear? Not a single threat more. I was supposed to give this coat to somebody who doesn't want it, and when my husband finds out I was carrying such heavy bundles for nothing... You heard what my child said. He'll be very mad. Now, help the gentleman on with the left sleeve, Birdie. There. Now. Oh, I don't know how to thank you. You see, Birdie, darling, didn't I tell you? When you are frightened or in trouble, don't ever lose hope. Sooner or later, a kind soul will come along and help you. Well... Now we'll have to hurry along, Birdie. Papa will be wondering. Goodbye, gentlemen, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Mama?
Yes, darling?
How did you know he wanted a coat, Mama?
Because I could see, dear. On a day like this, an intelligent-looking gentleman like that would have enough sense to wear one, if he had one.
Mama?
Yes, dear?
Who's Cousin Essie?
Cousin Essie? Did I say Cousin Essie? I must have made a mistake, darling. We have no Cousin Essie.
Well, Kornstein, what do you say? Will you let her take the message?
Not bad. Delicately handled. But I don't know.
What don't you know?
I don't know, Yisrael. A case like the potato peddler, you've got to know how to talk in a case like that.
How to talk? If it comes to helping someone who needs help, my wife, Kornstein, can talk teeth into a man's mouth.
Is there anyone else in the waiting room, Miss Gross?
Just Mrs. Steinberg, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Well, ask her to come in, please, Miss Gross.
I am in, Dr. Miller. Don't trouble yourself, Miss Gross. I'm in already. How are you this morning, Dr. Miller? You are looking wonderful.
Thank you, Mrs. Steinberg. And what can I do for you? Trouble with a tooth?
Trouble with a tooth? With a dentist like you? I was telling my Gittela. I said, Gittela, if you are sewing a button on a coat, sew it on the way Dr. Miller puts in a filling. So even when the whole coat goes, the button is still there.
Well, it's a very fine recommendation, Mrs. Steinberg.
Thank you. I told my Gittela, I said, Gittela, Did you ever stop to think why a man has given 32 teeth? So he could eat like a man. If the Lord had wanted to give a man 2 teeth, he would have made him into a chicken.
How true.
That's why Mr. Proshansky came to you.
Mr. Prochansky?
I told him, I said, all right, Mr. Proshansky, so you need a new plate. But why do you have to bring your lack of business to a cool stranger? Can't you help an old friend like Dr. Miller?
Mrs. Steinberg.
I said Dr. Miller can make a plate for money any time. But how many times can he make a plate for someone who can't afford it? I said, are you going to rob him of his partnership?
My partnership?
I told him, I said, when a dentist gives a man a set of teeth for money, he's running a business. But when he does it for nothing, he's running a partnership with the Lord. Do you want me to call in Mr. Proshansky now?
Sure. Bring him in.
The dentist will see you now, Mr. Proshansky. Dr. Miller, you should be the president. Why? Do you know what this country would be like if you were president?
Nothing, Mrs. Steinberg, compared to what it would be like if you were president.
A thoroughly enjoyable woman, Israel. A lovely character. Your wife is not only a doer of good deeds, she is a teacher of good deeds.
Yeah, a lovely character, Kornstein.
What's the matter?
I was thinking of the beaded dress and the linen tablecloth.
What linen tablecloth and what beaded dress?
Sophie Silberstone's beaded dress.
Sophie Silberstone? The millionaire's wife?
The wheel turns, Kornstein. And the poor become rich, and the rich become poor.
You helped Sophie Silberstone?
Well, in a manner of speaking.
In a manner of speaking, Friedela, this is an old tablecloth. But look at it. Feel how fine it is.
Mama, please. I know Sophie Silberstone is too proud to accept charity, but you've already sold her tea set for $10 and given her $20. You sold her old squirrel muff for $8 and told her it brought $28. You sold
Your husband is making a living, Friedela.
Yes, Mama, he is.
You have got your health.
I have, Mama.
Your children are healthy and happy, bless them.
Yes, Mama, they are.
So how are you going to show your gratitude? Not by helping someone, one, whose husband is not making a living, two, who's lost her own health worrying over the health and happiness of her children.
How much you going to tell her you got paid for the tablecloth?
$35.
Oh!
I can give her just $35 for the tablecloth. Friedela, you see, because I got $50 for the beaded dress.
Mama!
Yes, Friedela?
You didn't sell that old beaded dress for $50.
The beads would make a lovely lampshade.
Mama, what poor unfortunate did you sell that old beaded dress to for $50?
To Papa.
Oh, I like her, Yzelchik. I like her. A lovely woman.
A lovely woman, Kornstein. She bought cherries in the wintertime. Oh, not for us, Kornstein. Not for us. For those who couldn't afford it.
And why?
Why, Berditchev? I'll tell you why. These people once had money, yes?
Yes.
And they have to go to others for food, yes?
Yes, Mama.
So, should we add to the misery of their poverty the shame of worrying how they look in other people's eyes? I bought them cherries in the wintertime, Berditchev, because I want them to know that in my eyes they will always be rich. Lovely, Berditchev. Darling, lovely. Positively lovely. Play a little louder, darling, so we can all enjoy it.
Ma.
La 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 la. Practice, practice. Someday, who knows?
Mom?
Oh, hello, Moshele. You are back from school already. Go in the kitchen and get a glass of milk.
Ma, there were 2 strangers in my room.
I know, dear. I put them there. They are very important people, darling. They haven't any money.
But, Ma, where am I going to sleep?
You'll sleep in Papa's room, dear. Louder, Birdie, please. How do you like your sister's playing, Moshele? Doesn't she have golden fingers?
But, Ma...
What is it, dear?
I can't sleep in Papa's room, Ma. Don't you remember? That old man is in there. The one who was put out of his house.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I was out all day, so I lost track of the arrangements. He's a very important person, darling. He's homeless. Now, let me see. Berditchev, how many people are staying in your room this week, darling?
4, Mama. Me and Gertrude and Frieda and Miss Thorgensen.
Oh, a very important person, darling. She's studying to become a citizen. Oh, Miss Thorgensen. Good evening, Miss Thorgensen. Get Miss Thorgensen a chair, Moshele.
No, thank you very much. Don't bother, Moshele. I can't stay. I just came to find out. It says here, Mrs. Steinberg, who was the first president of the United States.
The first president? Christopher Columbus, Miss Thorgensen. Oh. He came on the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mrs. Steinberg. You know, you can't make a mistake at these citizenship hearings. Christopher Columbus, Christopher Columbus.
You certainly can't, Miss Thorgensen. You see how much you have to know to become a citizen, children? You have to know...
The first president of the United States was George Washington, Mom.
Oh, my goodness. Miss Thorgensen, a correction, Miss Thorgensen.
What is it, Mrs. Steinberg?
The first president was George Washington, Miss Thorgensen. George Washington. Moshele just told me.
Thank you, Mrs. Steinberg. And thank you, Moshele. George Washington, George Washington, George Washington.
You see, children? You see how the Lord helps us at every step? If Miss Thorgensen hadn't needed a place to live, I wouldn't have found out the name of the first president of the United States. It's a lovely world, children. Oh, beautiful world.
My teacher says the world is round as a ball.
Round as a ball. You see? You see how the work of the Lord is perfect. Round as a ball. What can be more perfect than round?
It's all cut up with lines running up and down, and on all sides. Longitudes, they call them, Ma, and latitudes.
Longitudes and latitudes. Better and better. You see how it is, children? You see how it is? How much can man see of the big perfectness that is the world? Less than the eyes of a fly can see of an apple. So what has been done for us? The big world has been divided for us into little sections, and each section is held in a latitude and longitude, and between each latitude and longitude are blue waters winking, and green earth greening, and people studying, and playing piano, and whose hand holds the latitude and longitudes like a beautiful golden net spread around us for our safety. A hand too wonderful to pass my lips. So, play, Berditchev. Play nice and loud, darling, so he can hear how happy we are in his wonderful world. Ta-ra-la, ta-ra-la.
Kornstein. Yes, Yisraelchik.
You sound happy, Kornstein.
I am happy, Yisraelchik.
You have found your messenger, Kornstein?
I have found my messenger, Yisraelchik. Yum taradi, yum taradi, ram taradi, da di da da, ram taradi, ram taradi, ram taradi, da di da da, ram taradi,
ram taradi, ram taradi.
Mama, Ma.
Yes, Moshele?
There's a strange man and woman in the parlor, Ma.
Yes, darling, I know. Moshele,
Yes, Ma.
I would like to ask your opinion on something, darling.
Sure, Ma.
Let us say, Moshele, that there is a father of many sons. You are listening, Moshele?
I'm listening, Ma.
And he gave one of his sons a ball to play with. And one day, as he was playing ball base...
Baseball, Ma.
Baseball. The son slipped and fell. And as he fell, the ball flew out of his hand and hit one of his brothers. And the little boy became so scared, so unhappy and scared at what had happened, that he became sick. Now, what would you do, Moshele, to make the little boy well again?
Did the boy's brother know he didn't mean to hit him with the ball, Ma?
What the brother knew?
Did the father know he didn't mean to hit him with the ball?
The father knew, yes.
Did the boy know they knew? Why did you just kiss me, Mother?
Because you are wise, darling. And I was foolish. We are our Father's children. And our Father, blessed be his name, knows our thought and our deeds. And Moshele, will a father stop loving a child simply because he slipped and fell?
Where are you going, Ma?
I'm going to have a little talk with our guests, Moshele.
Are they very important people, Ma?
Yes, Moshele, very important people. They are a potato peddler and his wife. Ram tarara, ram tarara, ram tarara, dee da 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 da, ram tarara, ram tarara, ram tarara.
If you would like a copy of today's anniversary script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Joseph Wool of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America and a prominent civic and community leader. Mr. Wool.
In a time when our daily conversation is about contacting other worlds and the news of the day sweeps across oceans and continents, it is easy for man to become irresponsible. We reason as follows. What difference does it make what I, as an individual, say or do? The dramatization that we just heard gives direct challenge to any such notion. It teaches us that society is the sum total of the actions of individual men and women. The world is a better place to live in because of the Mrs. Steinbergs who make service to fellow man their individual responsibility. The unique quality about Mrs. Steinberg's activity is that she considers no service too menial. Any occasion to do good is a cherished opportunity, not to be postponed or delegated to others. Entirely too many of us are very good at giving advice and ready with the address of the government agency or welfare organization. What we really must give to our fellow man is personal interest, love, and involvement. When people are better, the world will be better. The best way to make people better is to begin with ourselves. And the best way to begin is with acts of kindness. There are enough of good plans, good intentions, and good promises all around us. What we need is action, good action. Today's story inspires us to come to grips with ourselves and, like Mrs. Steinberg, involve ourselves in helping our fellow man.
You have just heard Mr. Joseph Wool of New York City, president of the Universal Brotherhood Movement of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America and prominent civic leader. Thank you, Mr. Wool. Our Eternal Light drama today, Mrs. Steinberg's Partner in Heaven, was written by Sylvia Berger. It was the 8th in a series of 15 outstanding programs, originally presented on the Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast, Lily Davas as Mrs. Steinberg, Leon Janney, Norman Rose, Guy Rep, Lynn Loring, Peter Laser, Marianne Goodson, and Nina Hansen. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Children of Liberty, was written by Mark Siegel. It is presented in observance of the 10th anniversary of Child's Day, or Youth Aliyah. It is the 9th in a series of 15 outstanding programs, originally presented on The Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting.
By the waters of the Nile, a basket of bulrushes coated with pitch and lined with clay floated among the reeds, and a child, the child Moses, cried. And it is said that at that moment the angels surrounded the throne of the divine justice and asked,
Lord of the world, shall this wonderful child perish?
And the Almighty answered,
This child shall not perish, for he is destined at the head of my people to chant the great song of deliverance. The history of this child shall be a witness to my almighty power.
This is the history not of one child, but of close to 90,000, and it is a witness to the power of the Almighty. It is the story of 90,000 children who stand at the head of their people, destined to chant the great song of deliverance. It is the history of a movement only 25 years old, and yet within the movement are the seeds of 25 centuries of progress for all mankind.
Youth Aliyah.
Say the words again.
Youth Aliyah.
Youth we know, but Aliyah. Can you spell it, little girl?
Aliyah. Aliyah. Aliyah.
Good for you. It's an ancient Hebrew word meaning going upward. Today it means also immigration.
Youth Aliyah.
The immigration of youth to Israel. A prosaic phrase suggesting passports and visas and the musty smell of law books. And yet, behind the simple phrase is a modern miracle.
I come from Yemen. I from Poland.
I from Iraq.
I from Egypt. From Morocco. From Hungary.
Turkey.
Latvia. Brazil. Bulgaria.
It has been no simple immigration, for these 90,000 children have been gathered up from every corner of the earth. They are brands plucked from the burning fire of war and persecution.
they have wandered through the wilderness and been lifted up to a promised land. In the early months of 1932, a year of restless foreboding in Germany, a dozen members of Zionist youth groups visited Frau Recha Freier, the wife of a Berlin rabbi.
Frau Freier, can you help us find employment? We have lost our jobs.
Recha Freier listened patiently. In the months that followed, she heard the same request in many forms. The problem turned over and over in her mind.
They are all losing their jobs. All of them.
She concerned herself with specifics.
Can an unemployed Jewish youth in Berlin find work perhaps in Essen? In Dusseldorf? What is to become of them?
Recha Freier slept less and worried more. And out of the tumble of concern, out of conflicting thoughts and imaginings, by what divine process we do not know, a conviction came to Recha Freier.
So, gentlemen, we must send our youth to Palestine.
Palestine?
Now.
But they're not prepared for that kind of life.
Why must they be prepared here? Why can't they be prepared in Eretz Israel itself?
Frau Freier, let me make sure I understand you. You want to send boys of 15 or 16 away from their homes and train them for life on the land in Palestine?
That's what I am proposing.
Ridiculous, Frau Freier. Impossible.
It was an unheard-of suggestion. Everyone was against it. That is, almost everyone. The youth were for it. For more than a year, Recha Freier sought support for her plan. And her most important conquest was another woman, a woman from Baltimore, then in her 73rd year, Henrietta Sold, the acknowledged leader of social service work in Palestine. When Henrietta Sold undertook a task, there were few who could say no.
No, Miss Sold. Finally, absolutely no.
Herr Falkenberg, it is the only solution.
Well, there's no reason for my son to leave.
No reason? With what's happening in Germany.
Unimportant lunatics. The man is playing politics. You're an American, Miss Sold. You should understand that.
I think I do.
Then no one will listen.
I think you are wrong. But even if you are right, and I hope you're right, I ask you to send your son to Palestine.
Why? Why should I break up my family?
Herr Falkenberg, what does a parent owe his child?
Oh? Care, I suppose? Education? Love?
More. Much more. A parent owes his child the chance to contribute to the world, to be a builder. Herr Falkenberg, send your son to Eretz Yisrael. Do not deny him his birthright.
On the morning of February 19, 1934, the SS Martha Washington steamed into Haifa Bay. Aboard the vanguard of Youth Aliyah, 43 German Jewish boys and girls between the ages of 15 and 17. In the following 5 months,
50 girls bound for a horticultural school at Talpiot, near Jerusalem.
30 boys to be part of a workers' village in Haifa.
40 youths settling at Rodges.
Youth bound for a kibbutz in the Emek.
Girls attending a vocational high school in Jerusalem.
Youth Aliyah, which had begun slowly, had taken on a certain tempo. There was just one little problem.
I regret to inform you, Miss Sold, that you have exhausted the allocation of 350 certificates of entry granted by His Majesty's government.
Nevertheless, between 1934 and 1938, some 3,000 German youths were brought to Palestine on the precious certificates of entry reluctantly doled out to Youth Aliyah. The German youth studied and worked, grew suntanned and fit, preparing in small groups for life on the land. In the hills of Galilee and on the plains of Sharon, they rediscovered their ancient heritage. They found a new life. When their work in the fields was done, they danced the hora and sang an old, new song.
Behold how good it is when brothers dwell in unity.
On the continent of Europe, a different kind of unity was being forged.
Anschluss in Austria.
Sudetenland for the Sudeten Germans.
Munich.
We have won peace in our time.
On November 8th, 1938, a grief-crazed boy assassinated the German ambassador to France. On November 9th, in Germany,
Out into the streets! Open!
What is it? What's happening?
This is happening.
Oh, please!
Get away from him.
Oh, please, he's bleeding!
Here, help him bleed.
Mama?
in Germany alone, there were 75,000 Jewish children under the age of 16. In swallowed Austria and dismembered Czechoslovakia, nearly the same number again. And out of the night of persecution, there came a cry.
Our children. Save our children.
For us there is no hope. But please.
While there's still time.
Save our children. Save our children.
The gates of Palestine were closed to the multitude, but the hearts of many nations of the world were open.
In Denmark, Sweden, Holland, France, Belgium, Youth Aliyah readied temporary homes.
And in England, there was an announcement.
England will permit 10,000 Jewish children to enter. That is, if 10,000 can be rescued.
State your business.
Yes, Commissioner Eichmann. London has granted permission for 10,000 Jewish children.
Stop. You are Jewish?
No, I am not, but...
Why do you interest yourself in this matter?
In Holland, sir, we do not ask if children in need are Jews or non-Jews.
In Holland, you are sadly unenlightened.
Commissioner, these are children I plead for.
Jewish children.
Commissioner Eichmann, in 1918, we took thousands of starving German and Austrian children into our homes. We nursed them back to health. We didn't ask questions, we fed them.
Yes, that is true.
Yes, Commissioner Eichmann.
There's a crazy woman here who wants to take Jewish children to England.
Yes, Commissioner.
Deliver 600 to her with exit visas at the railroad station next Saturday.
Thank you, Herr Commissioner.
Don't thank me. I do it for the state. 600 fewer of these little monsters to deal with. Heil Hitler.
Some got out legally. Other thousands were smuggled across borders in the stealth of the night.
I understand. I get onto the train and hang on to the rods until the first stop where people speak French.
Yes, Papa, I will be quiet. But what if I sneeze?
Why? Why should I get into the trunk?
These were the ones who escaped. There were also those left behind.
Mama?
Sha, mein Kind.
Mama, I'm hungry.
Child, don't talk. Be still.
Mama, where's Papa?
Please, child, be quiet.
Mama, I don't like this place. I don't like this number on my arm.
Please, child, please. At least we are together.
The war years came. The generals and strategists studied the maps and shifting boundary lines. But for the Jewish children of Europe, those who were still alive, the continent was a single, unmarked wilderness, a desert of fear and suffering to be crossed. In hiding, in terror, and in flight, they moved in crazy patterns through the woods and thickets of Central and Eastern Europe, across the snow-covered steppes of Russia and Siberia, northward, eastward, southward, but with one goal. It was as if the children knew something their elders could not conceive, as if some pillar of cloud by day and pillar of fire by night guided them toward an unveiled future, a new freedom of the youth and for the youth and by the youth.
Tanya, where are we?
In the woods, Moshe.
But where? We're lost.
No, Moshe, we're not lost.
You know where we are, Tanya?
Of course I know, Moshe. We're on our way to Palestine.
Of all the children who found their way by devious routes to the land of Israel, none tapped the well springs of the world's compassion more than the Tehran children.
I was a Tehran child.
The Tehran children, the first large group of youth Aliyah children to reach the Holy Land during the war. 933 Polish Jewish children who wandered through the wilderness for more than 3 years.
When the war broke out, we were moved from Poland to detention camps in Siberia. My parents died in Siberia.
4 out of every 5 of the Tehran children were orphans.
I was 7 when we started southward. We went any way we could, sometimes by wagon, sometimes by boat. Mostly we walked. We crossed into Iran from Tashkent.
Outside Tehran, they squatted in a tent city provided by the Polish Red Cross. What was left of the trip to Palestine was relatively short, only to be transported across Iraq.
Iraq would not let us through.
The 933 children were ferried by air to Karachi, India, put on board ship, and brought around Arabia.
We came by an old route, across the Red Sea and up from Egypt. Of course, we came by train. Still, even then, it seemed the right way to be getting to Palestine, the right way to be getting home.
Work came to a stop in Palestine the day the Tehran children arrived, and one woman spoke for a people's heart.
For these we will sacrifice and work as if they were our own. They are our own. They are no one else's.
What had begun as a movement to settle adolescent pioneers on the land had been converted by the necessities of war into a life-saving movement for refugee children of all ages. In Palestine and elsewhere, the problems were considered.
These children cannot be settled in tents. They need homes.
Almost overnight, a network of children's villages, children's homes and centers were built by willing hands.
Most of them have never even been to school.
Teachers were found and the ancient problems of 2 + 2 considered.
The children of Germany came prepared in health and spirit. These have been sleeping in the woods, half naked, exposed to disease, eaten by vermin, starved, guiltless, innocent.
The supplies were found, and the places made in the slow process of restoring shattered children to physical and spiritual health was undertaken by warm and understanding hearts.
What's your name, son?
Jacob.
Your last name?
I don't know. They never called me anything but Jacob.
For the time being, we'll give you a name then. Suppose we call you Ben-Ami.
Ben-Ami?
Yes. It means son of my people. Here in this village, there are many Ben-Amis.
The number of Ben-Amis grew in the children's villages and centers, augmented by the remnants of Europe's Jewry at the war's end. Out of the bunkers and the concentration camps, out of the sanctuary of the monasteries, and the hiding places in the homes of friendly Christians, those who had survived stumbled into the sunlight, and the urge to live in their emaciated bodies propelled them forward
to the land of Israel.
From liberated Buchenwald and Dachau, from Bergen-Belsen, out of the ashes of devastated Europe, they began a new march.
Southward through Austria and Italy.
Southward through Austria and Yugoslavia.
The illegals.
The illegals who would not be illegal.
Illegals marching to Palestine, the sun slanting down on a motto on tattered flags.
Banaich, Bonai.
Thy children shall be thy builders.
On to the ships of the Mediterranean.
Across the blue water to Haifa.
You will not be permitted to land. Proceed to Cyprus.
The children refused to understand. They would not be contained, not by the fences of the DP camps, not by national boundaries, not even by the parched desolation of Cyprus. In the Cyprian youth village they prepared, and as they queued up for the long wait before the shut door of Palestine, They were one with the youth already in the land, one with those already productive graduates and students of Youth Aliyah, the Ben Amis, who in the warm sun of compassion and love had flourished and learned to smile again. By 1948, Youth Aliyah could report,
"We have brought 29,000 children to Israel. We have established 65 Youth Aliyah boarding schools and children's villages. More than 10,000 Youth Aliyah graduates have settled on the land." That is my report, and I apologize for it.
Apologize?
I apologize because it is statistical. Children are not statistics.
They have not been treated as statistics. They have been treated for what they are, individual, striving human beings. The children of Youth Aliyah have been gathered preciously, one by one, caressed by the loving hands of mothers in a dozen countries of the world, guided slowly toward individual fulfillment, protected for a destiny beyond their comprehension, beyond the comprehension even of those who aid them. 11 years ago, in the 14th year of Youth Aliyah, the State of Israel was born. In the words of David Ben-Gurion,
"The State of Israel will be open to the immigration of Jews from all countries of their dispersion."
After 2,000 years of exile, the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy.
"I will bring thy seed from the east and gather thee west. Bring my sons from afar and my daughters from the ends of the earth."
The gates at last swung open.
From Yemen alone came 50,000 flying from feudal bondage towards the light of a new life of freedom.
Among them, a whole generation requiring the care of Youth Aliyah.
From the disease-ridden melas of Morocco, the ghettos of Tunisia, thousands more.
From Iraq, Iran, Egypt, Syria, Transjordan, where persecution flared anew.
1,000 children a month, a new kind of children for Israel. Children from backward lands.
This is soap, Avram. You clean yourself with it.
This bed for me? In Morocco, I had no bed.
One can choose? One can choose a trade to learn?
What a strange land Israel is. Here, we children are allowed to play.
Today, the citizens of Israel look back across the span of 25 years. Those who came first as youth are now parents themselves, settlers in 50 villages on the land. Hundreds of graduates now guide others on the road to rehabilitation. In the past 5 years, the children have come mainly from Nasser's Egypt, or from the crossfire of revolution and counter-revolution in Hungary. Today, they come in a new exodus from Romania. The areas of persecution shift, the countries of origin change, and yet the inner meaning is the same. In a time of violence and destruction, the children of Youth Aliyah have been taught the arts of peace and productivity. In a time of growing barriers between nations, 90,000 children have reaffirmed the right of human beings to live where they will. In a time of fear, the children of Youth Aliyah have shown us courage. Of the 90,000 who have come, 14,000 are, as of today, still wards of Youth Aliyah.
A bridge between the past and the future.
A bridge between the crowded cities and the land itself.
An integrating force.
As of this day, the gifts that flow, mainly from America, to the children of Aliyah are these:
food, clothing, medical care,
agricultural training in farm schools and villages,
vocational training in industrial schools,
Special training for the handicapped.
special care for the maladjusted.
These are the specifics. Yet for all the 90,000 who have come beneath the wing of Youth Aliyah, the gifts have also been
education for democracy,
faith and the tradition of Israel,
brotherhood and hope.
What have they been given?
A future which is also our own.
Today, in the land of Israel, the land of ancient miracles, the land of spirit, the people of Israel look back across the span of 25 years. Years of grim tragedy and glorious redemption. Yet of all the modern miracles that shape that reborn land, none stands greater than the miracle of youth Aliyah, born in anguish, yet an instrument for life. In this season of our freedom, the sound of voices rises in the villages and settlements of Aliyah, and it is a song of deliverance chanted by the children of liberty. From 72 lands they have found their way out of the wilderness. They stand, united in brotherhood, at the head of their people. Once, long centuries ago, the children of Israel, in another wandering through the desert of their times, climbed upward toward a new morality, not for themselves alone, but for all mankind. In our century, let us repeat the words with reverence. Youth Aliyah, for its brotherhood is a light unto the nations, a prophetic vision of a new and noble world to come.
If you would like a copy of today's anniversary script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Isaac Klein, President of the Rabbinical Assembly of America and spiritual leader of Temple Emmanuel, Buffalo, New York. Rabbi Klein.
The theme for the next White House Conference on Children and Youth, which will take place in 1960, will be Opportunities for Children and Youth to Realize Their Full Potential for Creative Life in Freedom and Dignity. If the realization of the full potential for a creative life is a problem of youth under conditions that prevail in a country like ours, it is easy to visualize what an ordeal it was under conditions that prevailed under the Nazi regime, so well described in the program you have just heard. It was Youth Aliyah that snatched these children from the very jaws of death and destruction, and indeed gave them the opportunity to realize their full potential for creative life in freedom and dignity in Israel. The significance of Youth Aliyah, however, was not only in the salvation that it brought to victims of the cruelty and depravity of iniquitous powers, and in the heroism and self-sacrifice of the people who implemented the project. That alone would inscribe it in the annals of the great deeds of our age. It was, however, also that this heroic act of mercy was and is an act of faith for posterity. Saving these children meant also saving the future of the people of Israel. It gave new meaning to the old promise the people of Israel gave at the foot of Sinai, that their children would be the guarantors of the endurance of the moral law among the people of Israel. The significance of Youth Aliyah, therefore, transcends our age and the lives saved. It becomes the symbol of the Jewish people, its continuation not only in terms of physical survival, but as a creative factor in the onward march of humanity, in the eternal struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness. Blessed be the hands that stand at the helm, for we shall be eternally beholden unto them.
Thank you, Rabbi Klein. Our Eternal Light drama today, Children of Liberty, was written by Mark Siegel. It was presented in observance of the 10th anniversary of Child's Day for Youth Aliyah, a joint project of Hadassah, Mizrahi Women's Organization, and Pioneer Women's Organization. It was the 9th in a series of 15 outstanding programs, originally presented on the Eternal Light and recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. Cantor David Potterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in our cast were Virginia Payne, Ida Reese Merrin, Ruth Last, Louis Van Rooten, Santos Ortega, Roger DeKoven, Guy Rep, Bill Mason, Sarah Fussell, Pauline Hahn, Ronnie Gates, and Kerry Mark Joles. Your narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, part of the Eternal Light's 15th anniversary series, is The Battle of the Warsaw Ghetto, written by Morton Wishengrad. It is presented in observance of the Passover holidays and the 16th anniversary of the Battle of the Warsaw Ghetto.
It is a prayer for the dead. El Molei Rachamim. Hear him with reverence, for it is no ordinary prayer, and they are not the ordinary dead. They are the dead of the Warsaw Ghetto, the scapegoats of the centuries. Once the priest robed himself in linen and stood on Sinai in a convocation of Israel, and they brought unto him a live goat chosen by Lot. And he laid his hands on the goat's head and confessed over it the iniquities of the people. And he released the goat, and its name was Azazel, scapegoat, and it fled into the wilderness. But for them in the ghetto of Warsaw there was no release. There was only the abyss. In the ghetto, 35,000 stood their ground against an army of the Third Reich, and 25,000 fell. They sleep in their common graves, but they have vindicated their birthright. Therefore let him sing, and hear him with reverence. For they have made an offering by fire, and an atonement unto the Lord, and they have earned their sleep.
My name was Isaac Davidson, and I lived in the Polish city of Lublin with my wife Deborah and Samuel, our son. When Poland fell, they herded us into a cattle car and transported us to the ghetto of Warsaw. It was a place in purgatory, and around that purgatory they had built a brick wall and another wall of barbed wire. And beyond the wire stood a third wall of soldiers armed with bayonets.
All right, now move on. Next. Next. Lively.
Your name?
Isaac Davidson.
Who are they?
Deborah Davidson, Samuel Davidson, my wife, my son.
3 blue cards. Get along.
Next. Move on. Pick up your feet. There's no funeral.
Three blue cards stamped with the letter J. Bread cards. Each card a pound of bread a week. As precious as life. Deborah held the cards in her hand, and we went to the tenement in the Tabata district, to the place where we were to live. We went up the stairs of the tenement, and Samuel and I waited in the hall while Deborah spoke to the woman who lived there.
They said you would know where we're supposed to stay.
Come in. This is where you stay, in this room.
But you live here.
In this corner. The other corner is yours.
But I thought...
You don't know how lucky you are. This room has a window.
Perhaps we shouldn't trouble you. Maybe some other place.
You'll find out. Before they walled the ghetto, 50,000 people lived in these slums.
Yes,
Do
but...
you know how many are here now? 500,000. 500,000. I know a man who sleeps in a vault in the cemetery. Don't be a fool. Come in. It's still better than the cemetery.
That was our room. And because Devorah lived in it, it was also our home. There was no soap, but she cleaned it. There were no needles, but she made a cloth for the table. There was no lamp in it, yet she filled it with light. And then when she found a box, our son Samuel scrabbled up some earth and a few pathetic blades of grass. And Devorah put the box on the sill of the window.
There. Now our house has a garden.
Yes, Devorah, our house has a garden.
You say it as though it is not true. Look, Isaac, look at the sun. There is no land where the sun doesn't shine. Now let it shine here on something green in the ghetto.
Green grass in the Warsaw Ghetto. Few pathetic blades of green in the scrabbled earth. But a sign of living spirit. And a proof that where the spirit lives, there can be no degradation. There in this place of death, shut off, walled in, foredoomed, there were things of the spirit, done by men and women like Devorah. In the ghetto of Warsaw, there was beauty and comradeship and learning.
There are 7 marks of an uncultured man and 7 marks of a wise man. Do you know what they are, Samuel?
The wise man does not speak before him who is greater in wisdom, and does not break in on the speech of his fellow. He is not hasty to answer. He questions according to the subject matter, and answers to the point. He speaks upon the first things first, and upon the last last. Regarding that which he has not understood, he says, I do not understand it, and he acknowledges the truth.
And the mark of an uncultured man?
The reverse of all these things.
Very good, Samuel. You're a good boy.
Wiseman's theory of germinal continuity. Teacher, I can't finish the recitation when they talk.
Please, all of you. This is a classroom in the ghetto. It is different from other classrooms. We must be an example. Thank you. Go on, Esther. The theory of germinal continuity.
The germ contains living material which has come down in unbroken continuity ever since the origin of life, and which is destined to persist in some form as long as life itself. While Wiseman's name is chiefly associated with
Well, I thought this was the class in sculpture. Apparently I'm wrong. Uh-huh. Well, what's this supposed to be?
I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to be one of those surrealists.
Well, don't give up. I'll make a sculptor out of you yet.
It's all right with me. If you're willing, I'm willing. But my father made me a plumber. Now, if I had my tools and a piece of brass pipe, then I'd show you some real sculpture.
Say, wider. A little more. There, that will do, my boy. Why didn't you bring him earlier?
It's my fault. I didn't know there was a clinic.
His tonsils are badly infected. They'll have to come out.
I don't have any money to pay you.
Oh, there's nothing to pay here. Money can't buy what no one will sell to us.
No?
No. We need drugs, instruments, anesthesia.
Then you operate without anesthesia?
Please, doctor. Will it hurt?
Yes, it will hurt. In the ghetto, everything hurts. Perhaps tomorrow it will be different.
The ghetto waited for tomorrow. It tried to do so with dignity and self-respect. Sometimes it was hard, but the ghetto tried. In the cellars of the tenements, the children went to classes. And wherever there was a patch of dirt, the older boys studied agriculture. Carpenters taught their trade to clerks with thin chests. The watchmaker and the leather workers opened trade schools. The artists taught their art. And all of this was free. Whoever wanted to learn was welcome. It was a somber, grim, melancholy place, heavy with the foreboding of death. But we encouraged each other to work and to study and to laugh. Yes, to laugh also, we organized 4 theaters. But our greatest pride, our finest symbol, was our orchestra, the Ghetto Symphony.
We'll try it again from the same place. Now watch me, please. Please, watch the stick. We are going to start together and finish together. All right, now. Watch the stick.
We sat and listened to the Ghetto Symphony, feeding our hunger on the clear, sweet sound. But since the Heron folk, the master race that erected the walls, since they intended that we should be hungry, they came and confiscated some of the instruments. First, they took only a few, then more. Our orchestra dwindled. It became an ensemble. And then the Heron folk came again and stole more instruments. The ensemble became a quartet. And then a single solo violin was left. Why did they do it? Perhaps it irritated them. Jews satisfying a hunger. We were left with hunger. Where there is hunger, the plague always follows. The plague came and 17,800 persons died of spotted typhus in Warsaw. And of these, 15,758 were Jews. Pestilence imprisoned behind a brick wall. Great achievement of medical science. I say it without irony. Yes, 15,758. And Deborah Davidson, my wife, 15,759. Samuel, leave her. You cannot help her anymore.
Mama! Mama!
Come here, Samuel. She cannot hear you. You are a big boy. You mustn't cry. Here, let me wash your face. She wouldn't like to see you with a dirty face. Stop crying now.
I'll try.
Will you do something for me, Samuel?
If I can.
I want you to go to your corner. I want you to try to go to sleep.
I couldn't sleep, Papa.
Then go to your corner and turn your face away. Mind me. Do as your father says. That's right. To the wall. You are a good boy, Samuel.
You will not hurt her, Papa.
No one can hurt her. I'm taking off her clothes. Her apron, her dress, Uncle Avram's shoes, everything. Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither.
We're going to carry her into the street?
Yes, after dark I am going to carry her into the street, and I will leave her there. Cold, naked, nameless. You know why I must do this, Samuel. They must not be able to identify her. They must not know who she is.
Is it because of the bread card, Papa?
Yes, it's because of the bread card. If they identify her as Deborah Davidson, they will take it away. They must not be able to identify her.
Please, Papa, please. Let him take it away. Not in the street.
It is her last wish, Samuel. The bread card is for you. Honor her last wish. The blue card with the letter J. A pound of bread a week for her son.
I won't take it. I can't.
You must, Samuel. Once you took her milk, now you must take her bread. She leaves you nothing else. You must take it, Samuel. It is your inheritance.
V'chayechon uvyomechon uv'chaye dechol beis Yisrael ba'golo uvizman koriv v'yemru Amen.
This was our degradation. In the ghetto of Warsaw, we divided dead men's bread. Have you tasted dead men's bread? Taste is bitter. It is dry in the mouth because the saliva will not flow. This is what we ate, and this is how we lived. The 500,000 at the Warsaw Ghetto. But not 500,000 for long. On June 22, 1942, armored cars escorted a convoy of black trucks into the ghetto. They seized men and women and children and packed them into the trucks, and these were the uncoffined dead who never returned. And each day thereafter, the black trucks came. And each day when they left, there was weeping in the ghetto. I have seen the faces of the men that did these things. They were men like other men. Some were old, some were young, with eyes, with skin and flesh and nails, and the requisite number of fingers. I looked into their faces and did not believe. The trucks continued to come. And it must be said that if the thing that they did was monstrous, it was a monstrous thing done with order and with method. For they take pride in order.
July 22nd, 1942.
6,289.
Destination Treblinka.
July 23rd.
7,815.
Destination Oświęcim.
July 24th.
7,444.
Destination Belgrade.
Done with method, precise, efficient, recorded. To Treblinka, Oświęcim, Belgrade, Sobibor, Magdeburg. A lethal gas chamber, an electric furnace, a poison pit, an execution field, a cemetery. And add also 10,000 brave, hopeless, tragic men who seized sticks and stones and knives and bare fists and charged the tanks and tried to halt the trucks. Add their bodies to the list for the 10 days of June 1942. Make your total, and then add 2 precise, methodical, documented months, August and September 1942. Reckon it, do it carefully. You cannot do it on your fingers, no. Let me give you the sum. Listen. 275,954 fewer bread cards in the ghetto. Swift, accurate, final. Quicker than typhus. Surer than hunger. They sent the black trucks because the hunger and the pestilence were too slow and too merciful. When we were starving, we beseeched the civilized world for food. And when the plague struck us, we appealed for simple things. For soap, medicine, for tools for our physicians. But when the black trucks came, we no longer asked for rescue and for mercy. We asked for weapons. Through the Polish underground which carried our appeals, we asked England, Russia, and the United States for weapons. And there was silence. You did not answer. And then through the Polish underground, there came your answer. Resolutions of sympathy, phrased with felicity. It was a greater injury than silence. I who know can say to you that the grave does not yield its tenant for such a coin. Nor will such coin inspire the enemy to lie down and crimson the gutter with his blood. They waited for weapons that did not come. 500,000 waited. 300,000 waited. 100,000 waited. And finally, 35,000 who did not know where to look. But the answer came from under their feet. From the sewer, under the Warsaw Ghetto.
Carry it gently, Punmeyer. Don't let it fall.
I'm carrying it as though it were a case of eggs.
More gently than that, Punmeyer.
What could be more fragile than a case of eggs?
A case of dynamite.
The rifles are already distributed. Our men want to know if there'll be any machine guns.
If we can get some through, there'll be machine guns. But don't count on it. You'll have to make out with rifles.
It won't be much against tanks and mortars.
It'll be better than bare hands.
Yes, better than bare hands. Much better.
The
Ghetto Council would like to know your name.
What difference does it make?
They want to thank you.
Tell them to thank the Polish underground. Take good care of those barrels. There are enough grenades in them to blow up every Jew in the ghetto.
And there must be enough grenades in them to blow up every German in Warsaw.
I'm glad you see it that way.
What do you think we've been waiting for?
April 19, 1943. 35,000 men, women, children stood ready. It was the day. Trenches were dug during the night. Every house, every room, every cellar, every roof was prepared. At 4 a.m., a detachment of stormtroopers and light tanks escorted the black trucks to the walls of the ghetto. They came as usual on their daily errand. We waited until the vehicles were within range.
Fire!
The entire detachment was wiped out. In a few hours, they came again. SS troops. Our snipers manned the ghetto wall itself. We were ready. They brought up a loudspeaker.
Jews, put down your guns. You haven't a chance in the world against us. Put down your guns, Jews. We will give you 15 minutes to make up your mind, and then we will come after you. Jews, put down your guns. It's your last chance.
That was the answer. That and the flags of the United Nations, which floated over the roofs of the ghetto. More answers. 800 answers. 800 factories producing material for Germany blown up by our engineers. They brought up the regular army. The ghetto had defeated the stormtroopers. Now it was the ghetto against the German army. We retreated slowly from our positions as they sent flamethrowers, mortars, cannons, tanks, and planes against us.
April 20th, April 25th, May 2nd, May 6th, May 10th, May 14th, May 18th, May 20th, May 22nd, May 25th.
They planted landmines under the tenements, blew them up one by one. The tenements crumbled, but from the rubble of the shattered cellar, the snipers kept up a continuous fire. The surviving men and women and children retreated slowly from house to house, erecting barricades in the streets, paying with their lives for every tenement, every room, every step of the way. When their ammunition ran out, they used broken furniture as clubs and hurled stones. On the 20th day, the enemy shut off the water supply and planes dropped incendiary bombs. The entire ghetto was in flames. Those who were not burned alive were slaughtered by the Nazis.
Isaac Davidson. Isaac. Here in the trench.
His right arm had been blown off at the elbow. I spoke to him. Let me tie a tourniquet around your arm.
No. Don't waste the bandage on me. Tell me how it's going.
We're still fighting.
After 37 days. A few Jews with guns fighting a Nazi army for 37 days.
The blood ran from the shattered stump and soaked the ground. But he smiled.
They're really very foolish. They should have known that the ghetto would explode.
They know now.
How many did we kill?
Some say 1,000, some say 1,200. The smile lingered on his lips, even as his eyes began to glaze, and he spoke an epitaph for the Warsaw Ghetto.
It is not for thee to complete the work, but neither art thou free to desist from it. Tell them to mark that on my grave.
Yes, tell them to mark it on our graves. It is not for thee to complete the work, but neither art thou free to desist from it.
El mole rachamim shochein bamromim
Hear him with reverence, for he sings a prayer for the dead. 25,000 dead. It is no ordinary prayer, and they are not ordinary dead, for they are the dead of the Warsaw Ghetto in the year 1943. Tonight they sleep in their last trench, their choirs dispersed in ashes, their holy books soddened in the 7th month rain, the rubble deep on the thresholds of their houses. They with Jews with guns understand that and hear him with reverence as he chants the prayer. For on the page of their agony they wrote a sentence that shall be an atonement, and it is this: give me grace and give me dignity, and teach me to die. And let my prison be a fortress, and my wailing wall a stockade. For I have been to Egypt, and I am not departed.
If you would like a copy of today's anniversary script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Joachim Prinz, President of the American Jewish Congress and spiritual leader of Congregation B'nai Abraham in Newark, New Jersey. Dr. Prinz.
Again, we were exposed to the great experience of witnessing the uprising in the Ghetto of Warsaw. What makes this event one of the great examples of human dignity is the motivation behind the revolt. The planners of the rebellion knew from the very beginning that all was lost. It was sheer lunacy to use fists and rifles against tanks and steel armor. Therefore, we must try to delve into the mystery that moved human beings to such an unreasonable yet magnificent undertaking. These human beings were Jews. They were part of a long tradition of many thousands of years that looked at chains with disdain. The days during which they expressed their contempt for slavery and the love for freedom are the days of Passover. From the first Passover to those of our own days, in which we assemble around festively set tables to speak of freedom, liberty is conceived as an indivisible concept. To live in freedom, and indeed to die in freedom, is made part of the concept of human dignity. Every human being, according to this Jewish concept of Passover, is entitled to undiminished life and freedom. In the description of the Warsaw Rebellion, it must not be forgotten that it has its beginning on the Seder night of a Passover, during which none of the beautiful delicacies or the charming ornaments which adorn our Seder table existed. They did not have to talk about the bread of affliction. They had eaten it every day. When they talked about what stirred them to the very depth of their Jewish and human existences was a yearning to be free. It was so uncontrollable, so deeply embedded in the tradition of thousands of years, that it simply could not bear living caged up like animals. In an interpretation of the Hebrew phrase, which is used when the writing of the Ten Commandments is described, it is said, "Do not read engraved upon the tablets. Read freedom is on the tablets of the law." The Hebrew words cherut, which means freedom, and charut, which means engraved, are here used to express an ever-living Jewish concept. Freedom is the voluntary moral submission to law. To the people in the Ghetto of Warsaw, the goose-stepping German soldiers symbolized order without law, discipline without morality, and therefore they became the symbol of slavery. It is against this symbol that the uprising in the Ghetto took place.
Thank you, Dr. Prinz. Our drama today, part of the Eternal Light's 15th anniversary series, was The Battle of the Warsaw Ghetto, written by Morton Wishengrad. It was presented in observance of the Passover holidays and the 16th anniversary of the Battle of the Warsaw Ghetto. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical music. Featured in our cast were Santos Ortega, Bert Collin, Peter Laser, Roger DeKoven, Mitzi Gould, Joy Anthony, Beatrice Pons, Alan Bergman, Iva Francis, and Maurice Tarplin. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Light from the Darkness, was written by Sylvia Berger. It is the 11th in a series of 15 outstanding programs, originally presented on The Eternal Light and recreated now to mark The Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was unformed and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. And God said, Let there be light. And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. Now, before we go into the story, before we start at the beginning and go wandering through the middle and bring you to the end that is not an end but a beginning, we want you to promise yourself that you're not going to cry. You're not going to cry. You're not going to put your face in your hands. Your throat isn't going to get bitter with tears. Because the light came of the darkness, sound of silence, and the void took form. In the state of Massachusetts, in the county Essex, lies the little hamlet of Tewkesbury. Now, the year 1876, when Tewkesbury came into this story, it was a sweet place to live, washed head and foot by 2 murmuring rivers, scented in the spring by blossoming fruit trees, comforted in the summer by ripening harvests. Gentle and quiet and peaceful it was. And many an evening when the stars wheeled and circled in the limpid Tewkesbury sky, Tewkesbury prayers by the 100 went winging over the Tewkesbury chimneys.
Help me, dear Lord, to learn patience, humility, and compassion for those who do not live in Tewkesbury.
But there was one set of gentry in Tewkesbury, too insignificant to mention, since they were neither householders, nor taxpayers, nor hewers of wood, who sent no prayers of praise winging into their small portion of the sky. And these could be found in the Tewkesbury State Hospital, more accurately known then as the Tewkesbury Poorhouse.
I only wish my mother had never set eyes on my father.
Now to this house of charity came 2 new guests, arriving on a winter afternoon in the big black hack lovingly called the Black Maria. These were hurried at once to have their names recorded in the Tewkesbury Book of Charities, the name of the first being
Annie Sullivan,
who was 10 years old and damaged like a bruised fruit is damaged, or a doll when a child has pulled out an arm or a blue china eye. For over Annie's young eyes there lay a gray film, so that of a man's face she saw only the circle of his head, none of his features, his nose, or his eyes, but only the circle of his head and the blur of his body. Now the second guest that afternoon was
James Sullivan.
the girl's brother. And he, too, was damaged, the child bones in his body aching with an old man's weariness. And their mother was dead, and no one had been found who wanted them, not an uncle or an aunt or their own father. And so Annie Sullivan and her brother Jimmy were planted to grow in the Tewksbury poorhouse. And here they were, like twisted vines in a dying garden.
Oh, potatoes, they grow small over there. Oh, potatoes...
Look at the picture, Annie. Look at the pretty picture. What's it show, Jimmy? A lady with a pink umbrella. She's laughing. Ha, 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 ha. She looks happy about something, all right. Let me cut her out. No. Last time you cut out a picture, you cut off the head. I didn't see where the head was, Jimmy. I'll cut her out. We'll paste her up near the picture of the house with the lilac bush. That'll mean she lives there, see? Are we living with her, Annie? She's our aunt, and she gives us everything we want. She likes us, doesn't she, Annie?
Is that you, Annie?
It's me, Granny Maggie. Don't answer her, Annie. She always wants to know if it's you. She wants somebody to talk to. It's me and Jimmy, Granny Maggie. We're playing with a picture magazine.
Oh, Jimmy, is that you?
It's me.
It's nice to see a family together. You know why I'm here, Annie?
There she goes again. Your son got married, and his wife threw you out of the house.
She didn't like me. I coughed too much, and a good china plate fell out of my hand and broke. And just wasn't any use around. She didn't get married to take care of a helpless old woman. I wasn't so helpless, Annie. She needn't let me touch her china, but I could have swept up and all. Didn't have to have me put away with the loonies. I don't do no harm, Annie.
You don't do no harm?
Well, anyway, my son kissed me goodbye.
Come on, Annie. Let's go paste up the pictures before she starts again.
I could have stayed in the attic upstairs. I wouldn't have been no trouble. Didn't as if I ate so much. You see how much I eat, Annie. I don't eat so much.
You don't eat so much? Come on, Annie, let's play.
Oh, potatoes, they grow small over there.
I don't feel like playing anymore, Jimmy. You play alone. I don't feel like playing anymore.
What's the matter, Annie? Why don't you want to play anymore? What did you just see? What did you just hear that has blotted out the daydream of the house with the lilac bush?
I think I'll go and talk to Clara.
Why do you want to talk to Clara, Annie? What are you looking for? What are you listening for? What do you want to be told, Annie? What can Clara tell you?
I hope he dies. I hope he dies. I hope you die, you hear me, you liar, you liar! Wherever you are, I hope he
dies! You shouldn't have gone to her today, Annie. This is one of Clara's bad days again. This is the day for her to remember wrongs forgotten, confidence betrayed, young days gone forever. This is her day to curse and mourn. Who will talk to you, Annie? Isn't there anyone at all who will talk to you?
You want to play Mumbledy Peg, Annie?
Jimmy will talk to you, Annie. Jimmy loves you. Jimmy's past is your past. He remembers what you remember. The warm times, the good times, the times you had a mother.
Let's play Remembering, Jimmy. All right. Let's remember about Mama. I remember Mama combed my hair. I remember Mama drinking tea. I remember Mama tied my shoes. Bones, children. Bones, children. I don't remember that. Oh, Jimmy, you do. Don't you remember Mama saying, bones, children? I don't remember. You do, Jimmy. Mama was at the table. We were eating soup. Mama said, there's little bones in the soup, children. Little teensy bones. Bones, children, bones, children. Oh, Jimmy, remember. I remember.
The world's all warm and good again, isn't it, Annie? Jimmy remembers, and you're not alone. You are not like Clara, not like Granny Maggie. You have a brother. You have a friend. Morning and evening, you have a friend.
Good night, Jimmy.
The world's all good again. But someone should have warned you. Someone should have told you. Granny Maggie, your dying mother, Clara with the wounded heart. They should have warned you that the life of man is more fragile than the autumn leaf, shorter than the flickering match, quicker than the blaze of daylight between two dark tunnels.
He was took in the night, Annie.
What is she saying, Annie?
They took him out about 4 a.m. It was I who heard him call out something, Annie. I don't think it was your name, though.
Why do you stand there staring at her, Annie? Can't you understand what she's saying?
They took him into the little dead house, Annie. He's better off, Annie. I'm telling you, he's better off.
She's telling you, Annie, he's better off. Can't you understand? Can't you understand, Annie?
Jimmy!
Now, Annie, now, it won't do any good, Annie. He's better off.
Jimmy!
He's better off.
Let me into him, mister. Please let me into him.
You have to control yourself, Annie. There's nothing anyone can do anymore.
Jimmy!
You're disturbing the other patients,
Please
Annie.
let me see him. Please let me see him.
You can't go in to see him this way, Annie. You've got to get dressed properly. I'll let you see him if you get dressed first.
Hurry, Annie. Hurry and get dressed. Granny Maggie will help you.
The other arm, Annie.
Clara will lace your shoes.
Don't shake so, Annie.
They've dressed you in your calico dress. They've laced the shoes around your feet.
You didn't wash your face, Annie. Look at you. Go back and wash your face and hands. And comb your hair.
And comb your hair. For the last goodbye. For the final look at your brother. Your friend.
If I let you in, Annie, you promise you'll behave yourself?
I'll behave myself.
You'll be good?
I'll be good.
They have taken your hand. They have opened the door. They are seating you in a chair beside a bed. They are lifting the sheet from his little round face.
Jimmy.
Your arms are around him now. You are kissing the dear little face. The dearest in the world. The only one in all the world you ever loved.
Come away now, Annie. You can see him again after breakfast.
And you are torn away. You are led away, Annie. And all the world grows faint around you. Your feet stumble. Your hands are limp. And then a voice to tell you it's only a dream.
You can go into the yard today, Annie, if you want to pick some lilacs for your brother's grave.
Now you are one of them, Annie. The lost, the unwanted, the cast aside. Now the poorhouse walls are a prison. Now night is a torment and day unending. Now you wander with the others from ward to ward. You shuffle with the others from room to room. You lurk around the windows. You stand lost before the doors. And you bang your fists upon the walls. You are trapped. You are trapped.
Come on, Tilly. You said you'd read to me today. Come on, here's the book.
Tell me, Annie.
I already told you, Tilly. You promised you'd read to me after I told you, and I told you. Now, come on, page 375.
Tell me, Annie.
All right, but this is the last time, and then you read to me.
Oh, I shouldn't bother with you, always breaking your promises and all. If it wasn't that you're the only one who can read, if I could see, I'd learn to read myself. You see if I wouldn't.
Tell me, Annie.
We'll escape in the middle of the night. We'll go into a kitchen and get us a knife.
A large butcher knife.
A large butcher knife, and we'll hide it in our clothing just in case, and then we'll wait. We'll wait until a dark night comes and the moon is covered over with a cloud and there's no stars in the sky.
And everybody will be fast asleep.
And everybody will be fast asleep, and we'll sneak up to the door and the watchman will be sleeping.
Tim, the watchman, will be sleeping.
Yes, and we'll steal the keys from off in his belt and unlock the door and get away. Now, we've planned our escape. Now you have to read to me. Page 375.
375. Page 1, page 2, page 3.
We're not going to count them one at a time, Tilly. Read the numbers, Tilly, please.
I think I'll go and pack my handkerchief.
There's lots of time to pack your handkerchief, Tilly. You said you'd read if I helped you escape. Now, come on.
I can't.
Why can't you?
Because I've got to go and pack my handkerchief.
You are trapped, Annie, and you want to get away, but not with a knife like Crazy Tilly, not through death like Granny Maggie. The trap is bigger than the poorhouse, but not too big for life.
I want to go to school. School. Lately, all you've been talking about is school. What'll you learn at school that you don't know now, huh?
I want to learn to read.
You can't learn to read, Annie. You can't see.
I want to go to school.
There's nothing willed on earth that's not willed in heaven. Our life is the Lord's and death's.
I'm going to go to school. I'm going to learn to read. The mother bird teaches her young to fly. The cow leads the calf to the grass in the pasture. But who teaches you, Annie? Who leads you?
There they are, Annie. The investigators. Now's your chance.
What are they investigating?
It don't matter. They're always investigating poorhouses. It don't make any difference. I'm telling you, if you ever want to get out of here, the name is Sanborn.
But I can't see witches, Mr. Sanborn.
It don't matter. Just go up to him and say, Mr. Sanborn, Mr. Sanborn.
Mr. Sanborn, Mr. Sanborn! I want to go to school.
What is the matter with you?
I can't see.
How long have you been here?
I don't know. "5 years, Annie. You've been here 5 years, and now you've broken free. You've made your escape. The Black Maria is waiting to take you away from here. Now, say goodbye to those who remain."
Be a good girl and mind your teachers, Annie.
I will, Clara.
And don't tell no one you come from the poorhouse.
Oh, I won't, Granny Maggie.
Never mind the poorhouse. Never mind the poorhouse. Keep your head up. You're as good as any of them.
Yes, Clara.
Write me a letter when you learn how.
I will, Tilly.
And I'll read it to you. Goodbye, honey. Goodbye. Send me some tobacco if you can get a hold of it.
Yes. Who taught you, Annie Sullivan? Who guided you toward light out of darkness? Who sharpened your appetite for foods you never tasted? Who gave you the thirst that only learning could quench?
3 times 3?
9.
3 times 4?
12.
Now, do you think you could try it, Annie? Do you think you'd like to try the Bible in Braille yourself?
I would like to try. The voice of the Lord is upon the waters. The God of glory thundereth. Even the Lord
upon many waters. The voice of the Lord is powerful. The voice of the Lord is full of majesty.
What more is there, Annie? You can read and write. You can figure numbers and speak without stumbling. The flight is over. The time come to rest. What more, Annie?
I want to see with my eyes.
The law of the Lord is perfect, restoring the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The precepts of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes.
I want to see.
She has walked into the darkness. She has parted the curtains of fear. She has crossed the threshold of pain. She is journeying in uncertainty. She is looking for the light. Now the moment has come. When the surgeons have done what man can do, the cutting with the knife, the lengthening, shortening, changing and repairing, the wrapping and unwrapping. Now the moment has come, and Annie Sullivan stands poised on the trembling edge of blindness. Open your eyes, Annie. What do you see? You see a room. You see a table in the corner of the room. You see a window, a sky through the open window. But everyone sees a room, a table, a window. Is there a window beyond the windows that we don't see? What do you see, Annie, that makes you laugh with joy? Now let us celebrate the darkness and the light that came out of the darkness. Let us praise the day with the singing of our eyes. Let us revel in the green of the leaf, delight in the flight of the birds through the sky. Let us glory and rejoice and feast in our happiness and be content.
I want to teach the blind.
Now how was man fashioned with restlessness, that in the midst of his feasting he should be hungry? How is his soul tormented with ambition, that the grapes of contentment sour on his tongue? How is he prodded with desire that dulls the relish of his senses? Have you not been locked in, Annie Sullivan? Have you not torn free, and should you not rest?
I will teach the blind.
Have you not wept and been afraid? Have you not been blind and in your ignorance deaf and dumb? Has not the time come to rejoice and to rest, to relish the sight of the earth and the sky and rejoice?
The deaf and the dumb and the blind, I will bring them sound and speech, and I will make them see. This I will do.
And Annie Sullivan went to where a child was suffering. And this child was deaf, and she was dumb, and she was blind. And she suffered with the anguish of something buried alive. She wept, and she raged, and she had no words to say what hurt her. And she could not hear the comfort of others, of her father or her mother. And she had no eyes to see their signs. And she was alone, and she raged like something buried alive. She mourned and she raged. And Annie Sullivan came to where the child suffered. She sought out the child in the darkness, and with her hands upon her, she led her out into the light. With her hands upon the child's, she spelled speech to her, and she taught her that there were words, and she used the words to teach her that there were sounds and sights. And to the child, Annie Sullivan brought the world she had found for herself. And then Annie Sullivan rested and rejoiced. For is not the child a woman now? And does she not praise the day with the singing of her eyes and delight in the green of the leaf? Was not her raging stilled with words? Did not sounds enter the grave of her deafness? Were not sights brought to her who could not see? Did not Annie Sullivan create a world for her who had no world?
If you would like a copy of today's anniversary script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Now we take great pleasure in presenting from Washington, D.C., the Honorable Arthur S. Fleming, Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare of the USA. Mr. Fleming.
This moving presentation of Annie Sullivan's ordeal enables us to perceive that the human spirit, supported by faith and empowered by courage, is indestructible. Annie's enduring hope, her persevering devotion to God, and her undeviating faith in His justice led her bravely through her childhood years of blind darkness. When at last, as if in answer to her prayers, her sight was restored, Annie Sullivan's mind and heart were endowed with an urgent sense of mission, something prouder than ambition, a commitment, a dedication to humanitarian service. I will teach the blind, she said, the deaf, the dumb. I will bring them sound and speech, and I will make them see. The subsequent years of her life are radiant testimony to her nobility of purpose. To her renowned pupil and friend, Helen Keller, who seemed doomed to dwell in soundless darkness, Annie Sullivan gave the gifts of communication and understanding. Through Annie Sullivan's force of character and skill, Helen Keller grew wise and serene and became an inspiring symbol of hope for every blind and sick and crippled person in the world. Annie Sullivan exemplifies the spirit, the will, and the devotion of the great teacher who rescues the child from the darkness of ignorance. She personifies humanitarian unselfishness for all those who work to ease the ravages of poverty and to prevent the encroachments of disease. She is the guide of those who labor to restore the crippled and the injured to valuable lives. Indeed, she serves as an inspiration to every man, woman, and child who strives to create a better and brighter world.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Light from the Darkness, was written by Sylvia Berger. It was the 11th in a series of 15 outstanding programs, originally presented on the Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Patricia Wheel as narrator and Pauline Horn as Annie Sullivan. Others in the cast were Florence Williams, Connie Lemke, Fran Spania, Ronnie Gates, Iva Francis, and Roger DeCopen. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Shema Yisrael.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Walt, Whitman, and I, was written by Virginia Mazer. It is the 12th in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on The Eternal Light, recreated now to mark The Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting.
Come in.
I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but this boy, we caught him stealing.
I wasn't stealing, I tell you.
What weren't you stealing?
A book, sir. I was...
A book? That's interesting. What book?
Here it is, sir. A book on botany. Leaves of grass.
It's not a botany book, sir.
I know.
It's poetry.
I know. I happen to be an admirer of Walt Whitman myself.
Well, you're not going to let him get away with this, sir. If everybody who came into Wanamaker's store helped themselves...
I'll handle this, Mr. Casey. You may go.
As you say, sir, but stealing is stealing. Oh, this world is certainly coming to us high.
He's right, you know.
But I didn't steal it. Not exactly. I was bringing it back when he caught me.
Oh, I see. Can we put it this way? You were the victim of an irresistible temptation?
Yes, sir.
I'll put you to a test. If you are the ardent admirer of Whitman that you claim to be, then quote me something.
Well, that's easy. This is my favorite one right now. It's called Give Me the Splendid Silent Sun. Give me the splendid silent sun, with all his beams full dazzling.
Give me juicy autumnal fruit, ripe and red from the orchard.
Give me a field where the unmowed grass grows. Give me an arbor. Give me the trellised grape.
The year was 1896. The place was Wanamaker's department store in New York City, and I was the boy to whom it happened. All these years, a part of myself, a young and dauntless self, has resided within those granite walls. I go to my bookshelves. Yes, there it is. The yellowed copy of Leaves of Grass that I took from Wanamaker's nearly 60 years ago. The book falls open at the familiar place.
Give me the splendid, silent sun, with all his beams full dazzling.
Give me the splendid, silent sun. I'm an old man now, and the Wanamaker's I knew has vanished. But the words sparked the old flame. I'm a boy again, with a boy's aching grasp after the indefinite. I'm 16. I work 12 hours a day in a sweatshop. I glue red, white, and blue cotton flags onto wooden sticks. There are no windows in the factory. Everywhere is the sickening, all-pervading odor of fish glue. 150 flags an hour, 12 times 150, 1,800 flags. So I measure off my days.
Schweinhund! What do you call yourself doing?
Let go my ear. The whistle blew. I'm getting ready to go home.
How many times do I tell you in this factory we do not go by whistles, we go by my watch? Back to work, all of you. Schweinhund, Lassbub, verfluchter Hund.
Like the other immigrants pouring into America in those years, We had come to the new world to escape the sorrows of the old. So far, I had seen no essential difference. If the old world had had its oppressors, so did the new in the shape of Mr. Myers, my boss. What was democracy to me? A red, white, and blue flag on a wooden stick. Walt Whitman was to enlighten me. But without Zelig, there would have been no Walt Whitman.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Zelig.
I'm Morris.
Oh, good. You look like an intelligent sort. Let's talk.
Listen, you're new. You don't know old Myers. If he catches anybody talking...
Everything in life is a risk. Why do you work in this grubby place anyway?
I've gotten into a bad habit. Eating. Why do you?
Well, with me, it's merely a means to an end. By day, I'm a sticker boy. By night, I pursue my real goal.
Well, what's that?
I'm a theological student.
No, you don't say.
Don't let it oppress you.
I'm surprised, that's all. My mother's uncle was a rabbi. He did nothing but study and pray all day long. Back in Russia, it was.
This is America.
I must say, I can't see anything so wonderful about America. But getting back to my uncle, he was a very holy man.
I've no doubt. I gather you think that holiness is inconsistent with this sweatshop.
Well, you stay here a while. For one thing, it smells.
You're wrong. It stinks. But that's immaterial. Why should I wish to see God better than this day?
Huh?
I see something of God each hour of the 24 and each moment then. In the faces of men and women I see God, and in my own face in the glass. I find letters from God dropped in the street, and every one is signed by God's name, and I leave them where they are. For I know that wheresoever I go, others will punctually come forever and ever.
Zelig, say that again and say it slow. I never heard anybody talk like that before.
You idiot, that's not me talking, it's Walt Whitman.
Who's he?
Do you mean to tell me you've never heard of Walt Whitman?
Schweinhund! What do you think you are doing?
Who is he?
Quiet, here comes old Myers.
I don't care about Myers. Who is Walt Whitman? I have said that the soul is not more than the body, and I have said that the body is not more than the soul. And nothing, not God, is greater to one than oneself is. And whoever walks a furlong without sympathy walks to his own funeral dressed in a shroud. And I or you, pocketless of a dime, may purchase the pick of the earth.
I was 16, a sticker boy in a smelly sweatshop. An immigrant, poor, despised, inarticulate, a nameless face in the crowd. But Walt Whitman gave me an identity.
And there is no trade or employment, but the young man following it may become a hero. And there is no object so soft, but it makes a hub for the wheeled universe. And I say to any man or woman, let your soul stand cool and composed before 1,000,000 universes.
In the world I lived in, one did not own books. My friend Zelig had borrowed a copy of Leaves of Grass from the public library and painstakingly copied out his favorites. I would do likewise.
I'm sorry. I can't let you take this book.
I can't take it? Why? Why can't I?
Walt Whitman isn't considered suitable for children.
Well, I'm not a child. I'm 16.
16? You don't look it.
But I am. I'll bring my mother. She'll tell you.
I'm sorry. You'll be much better off not reading this kind of thing, now or ever. It'll only unsettle you. What about a nice boy's book? Something like Tom Brown's School Days.
A child said, "What is grass?" fetching it to me with full hands. How could I answer the child? I do not know what it is any more than he. I guess it must be the flag of my disposition, out of hopeful green stuff woven. Or I guess it is the handkerchief of the Lord, a scented gift and remembrance designedly dropped, bearing the owner's name somewhere in the corners, that we may see and remark and say, whose? Night after night I stayed in our tenement kitchen, making my copy of Leaves of Grass from Zalig's copy.
Are you still up? You better come to bed now, Morris.
In a little while, Mama.
The fire burned out.
I know it.
You'll freeze to death.
No, I won't. Give me the splendid, silent sun. Give me the splendid, silent sun, with all his beams full dazzling.
Give me the splendid, silent sun. I was intoxicated, afire with my own power. I knew that all was written to me, and I must get what the writing meant. I knew I was deathless. My orbit could not be swept by a carpenter's compass. I knew the Spirit of God was the brother of my own, and that all the men ever born were also my brothers, and the women my sisters and lovers. The sweatshop lost its stench. The threat of old Myers, my boss, diminished. I took the poems to work with me and kept them hidden under a pile of flags, snatching secret glances at them when old Myers wasn't looking. It was tempting fate.
So, what you think you are doing?
What? Nothing, Herr Myers.
That is right, nothing. Here I got a big order, 5,000 flags for the Grover Cleveland parade. You sit doing nothing. I will teach you.
Don't you hit me.
Put that ruler down. It's got a brass edge.
Stop it! Stop it! Leave me alone!
You want to kill him?
That will teach you who is the boss. Now, back to work, all of you. Schweinhund, Lausbub.
What does he think this is? The old country? Tomorrow I will go with you and repay this Kazakh with interest.
No, you won't, Mama. I'm not a baby. I can take care of old Myers myself. Can't I, Zelig?
Take my advice. He's got his eye on you now. Leave Walt Whitman at home.
I will not.
That's right. Don't kowtow to him.
He caught me unawares. Tomorrow I'll be ready for him. If he comes near me, I'll pick up whatever I can find and knock him cold.
What do you say to that, Zelig?
Could I have another cup of tea, Mrs. Stern?
Ah, you're evading.
No. You want an easy answer. There isn't one. Nothing is black or white, yes or no. Look, Morris, suppose you do knock Herr Myers cold. He comes to, or he doesn't. If he doesn't come to, you're arrested. If he does come to, he fires you.
Let him fire me.
Yes, let him.
$6 a week is not to be sneezed at.
You are talking from your stomach. What about justice?
Very well. We will consider the case from its moral, philosophic point of view. Consider the history of mankind.
I don't care about mankind. What about my son, Morris?
Give me an instance where violence hasn't begotten more violence. Do you expect by knocking Herr Myers cold to purge the evil out of his soul?
You talk very smart, Zelig. Now you answer me this. Did Moses or didn't he strike the Egyptian overseer?
He did indeed.
Then why do you say I shouldn't hit old Myers?
I don't say you shouldn't. I'm merely trying to point out the moral consequences of an act of violence.
You're being inconsistent.
Morality is always inconsistent with an immoral world. Hit Herr Myers if you must, Morris. But remember, you will have not won the argument. Justice will not prevail. No, the only enemy we can hope to persuade to our point of view is a live enemy. Now, may I have my tea, Mrs. Stern?
I believe a leaf of grass is no less than the journey work of the stars, and the pismire is equally perfect, and a grain of sand and the egg of a wren, and the running blackberry would adorn the parlors of heaven, and the narrowest hinge in my hand puts to scorn all machinery, and the cow crunching with depressed head surpasses any statue, and a mouse is miracle enough to stagger sextillions of infidels. What do you think of this, Zelig? A mouse is miracle enough to stagger sextillions of infidels.
How many times
I think you'd better put your poems away. Old Myers is on a rampage this morning.
I'm ready for him.
Cleveland Parade, get busy. Stop sitting on your hands. Work. Schweinhund. What do you think you are doing?
Working, Herr Myers.
And what are these papers doing here?
Don't you touch my poems. Put them down.
Trash. I'll teach you to read poetry in my shop.
Give me back my poems.
Never. Into the fire they go, like this.
You dog. You dirty, low-down dog. I'll pay you back for this.
I show you who is boss in this factory. I'm going to give you such a beating.
Oh, no, you're not. Never again. I'm warning you. Don't you come near me.
Myers, put down that paperweight.
You think I am afraid of you, you lust boot?
Watch out, Herr Myers.
Watch out! Watch out!
Stand back. Stand back. Get some water.
Zelig, is he breathing?
No thanks to you. I hope you're satisfied.
I didn't know he would bleed so much.
You'd better clear out of here fast, my friend.
Zelig, he's not going to die, is he?
Morris, stop pacing up and down. Sit down, go to bed, read a book, do anything.
Suppose he dies, Mother.
You can say self-defense. He was coming at you with that ruler.
I never thought he would bleed so much.
Go in the other room. It might be the police.
I'll face them.
Do as I tell you. I'm coming. Oh, Zelig.
Good evening, Mrs. Stern.
Oh, what do you mean scaring me out of my wits? Maurice, come out. It's Zelig.
Zelig, is he dead?
Fortunately for both of you, no. 5 minutes after you left, he began to come to. He was up on his feet in another 5 minutes.
Oh, thank God.
He refused a doctor, so we bandaged his head with the stars and stripes, and by mid-afternoon, he felt strong enough to give one of the sticker boys a beating.
So I didn't teach him a lesson.
Did you think you would?
Anyway, Maurice had his satisfaction.
But I'm out of a job.
All that howling New York winter, I pounded the pavement looking for work, a nameless face in the crowd. My beloved poems were gone, and with them my identity. Late one afternoon, more to get out of the cold than anything else, I stepped into Wanamaker's store. Blind instinct led me to the book counter.
Did you wish to purchase a book?
No, thank you. I'm just looking. Wait a minute, miss.
Yes?
I wonder if you have a copy of Leaves of Grass?
Leaves of Grass? Yes, we have it.
Could I see it?
I suppose so. It's right here under the counter. I'll get it. Oh, here it is. But be careful. It's very expensive.
How much does it cost?
$3.75.
$3.75?
Mm-hmm. Do be careful with it. Yes, madam. What can I do for you?
Give me the splendid, silent sun. Tears came into my eyes at the lines. Why should I be denied everything? Why not just take it and walk out?
Pardon me. Are you finished with the book? This lady would like to buy it.
I was saved. But salvation produced no ecstasy. With sinking heart, I watched the book being wrapped, watched the lady depart. I will never know what made me follow her. At the haberdashery counter, she stopped, selected a half a dozen neckties, paid for them with a crackling $10 bill. Paid for them and departed, leaving the book on the counter.
Lady, you left something.
In a daze, I watched her disappear through the big front doors to be swallowed up in the snow outside. I turned back. There it was, my book, discreetly wrapped, waiting for me to pick it up. Surely God must have intended for me to have it. The clerk was busy down the counter. I snatched it up, hid it under my coat, and made for the door.
Maurice! Stop!
Haven't you got a conscience?
Mama, Sally, listen to me. Stealing from a store is not like stealing from a person. A store has no heart. A store can't suffer. Besides, a store's insured.
Shoddy excuses. Can't you think of any better ones?
Of course I can. The book is rightfully mine, Zelig.
Why?
Because I appreciate it. That woman, she's fat, indolent, stupid. What's Walt Whitman to her? He wrote it for me.
Such talk.
Rationalizations. The ends never justify the means. You know it.
You're narrow-minded, a prig.
Be quiet. Listen to him. He warned you about Hermias. You almost committed murder. And here you go again.
Stealing is not murder.
Thou shalt not steal. It's one of the commandments.
Oh, keep quiet, both of you. I'll take it back. Now are you satisfied? Miss, this book...
Yes, what about it? Why, that's the copy of Leaves of Grass I sold not 15 minutes ago. Where did you get it?
I found it.
Found it? He did nothing of the sort. He took it from the haberdashery counter. I've been hunting for him up and down. Now you come with me.
Imagine a young boy like that stealing a book.
I didn't steal it. I didn't. I was bringing it back.
A likely story. Come along now.
Where are you taking me?
Upstairs. The manager's office. He'll make short shrift of you.
So that's what happened. You were the victim of a sudden, irresistible impulse. But in the end, your better nature prevailed. You were returning the book when apprehended by the vigilant Mr. Casey. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, if you were the ardent admirer of Walt Whitman that you claim to be, then surely you must have committed some of his poems to memory.
Oh, I have.
And give me a stanza or two.
Well, I guess this is my favorite right now. It's called Give Me the Splendid Silent Sun. Give me the splendid silent sun, with all his beams full dazzling.
Give me juicy autumnal fruit, ripe and red from the orchard.
Give me a field where the unmowed grass grows. Give me an arbor. Give me the trellis grape.
Well, that's enough. The defense may rest. I think you've acquitted yourself.
You mean I can go?
One moment. The book. I'd like to write something in it. Then you may take it with you.
Me take it? But the lady who bought it...
Oh, the store will see that she gets another copy. I'd like this one to be yours.
It happened almost 60 years ago. I'm an old man now, and Wanamaker's New York store is no more. I go to my bookshelves, there it is. The yellowed copy of Leaves of Grass, with the remembered inscription.
I cannot give you the splendid silent sun you so ardently desire, but perhaps you will accept this gift from one admirer of Walt Whitman to another.
Give me the splendid silent sun. The words can still spark the old flame. I am a boy again, with a boy's aching grasp after the unreachable. I am a boy walking home from Wanamaker's in the snow. A boy walking home under halos of swirling city lights.
If you would like a copy of today's anniversary script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Doris Sherry of New York City, distinguished playwright, producer, and a member of the Board of Overseers of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mr. Sherry.
The immigrant boy we heard about today is only one example out of hundreds of great men of Europe who grew up under the influence of the ideals of Jefferson, Franklin, and Lincoln, to name but a few Americans whose ideas have profoundly affected people throughout the world. Books crossed the ocean, and in those books were found the common body of ideas which are the true American heritage. From the history of Judaism, we know that the words of Benjamin Franklin were translated into the ethical literature of East European Jewry. A man like Solomon Schechter, who came to the United States as an adult, could write a brilliant and penetrating essay on Abraham Lincoln because he had read Lincoln's words in his youth. When men such as these arrived in the United States, therefore, they were not coming to a refuge, a transient home, but rather to their spiritual and ethical home, which would be their permanent physical home. Why? Because the truths of life are indivisible and universal. Some people say that differences of language divide men. This is not so. It is the reluctance to communicate which divides. No matter what language people speak, they will find a way and be able to communicate ideas of importance that they wish to share, even if they have to talk with their hands. Therefore, it is not how strong our radio transmitters are that will determine the impact of American ideas on the world, or how fast our newspapers are circulated around the world. It is what we communicate which will determine the strength of American ideas throughout the world. And what is most important is that when we communicate the picture of the United States, we present to the world exactly what we are and what we strive to be. That is the true voice of America, its variety, its unity, its humanity, the dream it wants to live. As I lived through the experience of this immigrant lad today, finding his own truth in the truth of Walt Whitman, I lived my own experience because, although I was born in this country, I too had to discover America through its history, its music, its mountains and deserts and plains, its cities and its rivers, and its poetry.
Thank you, Mr. Sherry. Our Eternal Light drama today, Walt Whitman and I, was written by Virginia Mather and was based on a story by Maurice Stern in the New Yorker magazine. It was the 12th in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on the Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Larry Robinson, Norman Rose, Lou Sorin, Edwin Bruce, Nina Hansen, Mary Lou Foster, and Joseph Boland. Our narrator was Leon Janney. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light, The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, My Unpredictable Storytelling Father, was written by Mark Siegel. It is the 13th in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on The Eternal Light, recreated now to mark The Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting.
One thing I never expected ever to do was to tell any of the stories my father told me. When I say told me, I mean told me, over and over, until I could hardly stand it. There's hardly a word in those stories I can't remember. My father would say, "That reminds me of that time when..." And I'd say to myself,
Oh, no, not again.
so it comes as much as a surprise to me as it does perhaps to you to find myself wanting to tell you some of my father's stories. To understand my father's stories at all, you have to know a little about him. To begin with, he was born in the United States in the year 1880.
We're a very old, unestablished family. Very.
It was just that kind of puzzling, unadorned statement that would lead me into the trap. Every time I'd ask a question.
What do you mean, Pa? Old and unestablished?
When I asked a question like that, my father's eyes would take on a narrative look. That's all I can call it, a narrative look. And he'd say,
"My answer to you is as follows."
It was a signal, that phrase. When my father said, "My answer to you is as follows," it was time to run. That is, if you didn't want to hear one of those stories. I mean, if you didn't want to hear one of those stories again. As my father saw it, we were an old family because with the rest of the human race, we could trace ourselves back to Adam. But we were unestablished because we'd only been in this country for a few generations. As far as I could see, however, he was the most firmly established man I knew. He was a doctor, and everybody, absolutely everybody in East 7th Street knew him. At least everybody in East 7th Street between Avenue A and 2nd Avenue. Or almost everybody. And everybody who knew him spoke of him with a special pride. You see, for one thing, he was noted for never losing his temper with his patients.
I said 2 aspirins every 4 hours, not 4 aspirins every 2 hours. That's your trouble. Haven't you got ears?
He was also known for his originality of expression.
The body is like a machine. What's that? You say you've heard that before? Well, what difference does that make? The body is still like a machine.
There were times when he would say,
"What do you think? Your outlook on life controls everything? Better eat more bread and butter."
And on other occasions, he'd tell the same patients,
"Listen, the body isn't everything. Forget the medicines and go to the synagogue a little more often."
In short, my father may not have been unestablished, but he was certainly unpredictable. Unpredictable, that is, about everything except his stories. You could count on them. Even the simplest question put to my father could evoke one of his inexhaustible stock of stories. For instance, there was the time I asked,
Pa, can I have a raise in my allowance?
Joe, my answer to you is as follows.
The signal. I should have known better, but I never learned.
When I was a boy, we lived on the Lower East Side. There were times when I slept on boards.
Boards?
Boards. Well, very hard beds.
Oh.
When I was growing up, my first job was in Brooklyn. 10 hours a day I worked.
And you got $3 a week.
Now, Joe, how'd you know that?
Well, I seem to remember hearing about it somewhere before.
That's odd. In any case, to save car fare, I walked the Brooklyn Bridge every morning and every night. Twice a day, 5 times a week.
What about
on
my
Sundays.
allowance?
The weather didn't matter. It could rain or snow. It didn't matter. Twice a day, 5 times a week, I walked the Brooklyn Bridge.
And on Sundays.
And now, don't be impertinent.
I'm not being impertinent. I just appreciate knowing about my allowance.
Allowance? Well, of course. What do you think I'm talking about, except your allowance?
I should tell you that I got the raise in my allowance. But that's not the point. The point is that there were always stories. There were times when I was 12 when I used to think my father had a kind of card catalog of stories in his head, a sort of mental equivalent of the card catalog in the public library in 2nd Avenue, which he would consult on any subject. I used to think of my father's head as being stacked with stories, and I would imagine he had a kind of a machine inside his head that picked out the stories for the right times. If a patient came into his office and said, "Doc, I can't sleep," I'd imagine the machine springing into action. And I could practically see the file cards turning up right inside his head.
Slap, sleep, sleep, sleep.
There, it would be coming now.
Sleep.
There it was.
My answer to you is as follows.
What, Doc?
Get up an hour earlier.
Now, doctors, along with lawyers, preachers, school principals, and psychiatrists, suffer from an occupational disease, giving advice. My unpredictable father was no exception to the rule. He was always giving advice to his patients. But to us, the members of an old and unestablished family, he gave no advice. I can't remember his ever scolding us or reprimanding us. He just told stories. Once my father sent me to Wanamaker's, a department store about 5 blocks away, to buy an appointment book for him. It was a cold day, and I was glad to get back to the house.
Pa, I got it!
Good. Bring it in here.
Here it is, Pa.
Right, that's the one. It costs $2?
Yes, Pa. Here's the change. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I only gave you 5, Joe.
I know. They made a mistake at the store then. They gave me an extra $1.
Well, you take it right back.
Now?
Now.
But, Pa, it's so cold.
Joe, it's not that cold.
But, Pa, they expect to make mistakes in a store like that.
They do?
Sure they do. Couldn't we just keep it?
Joe, my answer to you is as follows.
I could practically see the machine inside his head picking over the stories. The one about the man who found the wallet on Division Street, or the one about the misaddressed letter with the money in it, or even the one about Abe Lincoln trudging through the snow to return a book. But it was none of them. It was a new one.
Joe, when I was just getting started as a doctor, a man came to see me one afternoon.
Afternoon, Doc.
Good afternoon.
My name is Frank Miller, Doc. Harry Miller's brother.
Oh, yes. I was very sorry to hear about your brother. It was a terrible thing. Terrible. He was a good man.
Yeah, he was. Look, Doc, I'll come right to the point.
Fine, Mr. Miller.
My brother Harry left me some insurance, $20,000 worth.
Yes?
The policy says the company doesn't have to pay the money if his death was caused by, what do they call it, Doc? You probably know.
A physical impairment he had before he took out the policy?
Yeah, that's it. Well,
Well, what?
Well, I want you to sign a paper which says he didn't have one of them.
But, Mr. Miller, your brother Harry used to have epileptic spells. It's a long time ago, it's true, but...
Well, can you be sure that's what caused the accident?
No, but when a man has a history like that...
Maybe he did have a medical history. And, maybe he didn't, Doc.
What do you mean, maybe? I know he did.
Now, look, Doc, no one else in the whole world knows that. Only you and me.
Only you... Get out of my office, Mr. Miller. Get out before
look,
I...
Doc, I hear you're not doing so well. I I hear your wife's in the hospital.
That has nothing to do with it.
Well, I wouldn't have come if I didn't know you need some cash badly. Now, you sign this paper.
I said get out of here.
Doc, you don't understand. They got millions of dollars, that company.
I don't care if they have billions now. Get out. You hear me? Get out.
Okay, Doc. Take it easy. Only those insurance companies, they got lots.
So what happened, Pa?
What happened? I understood that he got the $20,000 anyway, the poor man. He was certainly unlucky.
Unlucky? He got the $20,000 and he was unlucky?
Of course he was unlucky. Every night he has to go to sleep knowing that he took $20,000 that didn't belong to him. Now get on your coat and take that dollar back to Wanamaker's, Joe.
Yes, my father's world was full of unlucky people with $20,000 and lucky people who were wondering how to pay their bills. But more than this, it was a world in which, even for an old and unestablished family, there were rules to live by. Rules which could be modified by other rules, to be sure, but rules. I remember the first time I wanted to go to an outing on a Saturday afternoon.
No, Joe. Not on the Sabbath.
The Sabbath was our day of prayer and rest and dedication, a day when we all stayed at home after we returned from the synagogue, and it was forbidden to engage in secular activities.
But, Pa, my teacher, Miss Farrell, is taking us. All we're going to do is walk to the Battery.
On the Sabbath, Joe?
But it's just to see the rivers, Pa, and the bay. It's a reward, Pa, for me and 3 other kids for writing the best compositions.
And it's just to see the rivers and the bay.
Yes, Pa. Please, Pa, can I go? It's a reward, Pa.
Joe, my answer to you is as follows.
It was a story about my father's professor at medical school.
I'm sorry, Professor. I can't do it.
Young man, I don't think you understand the implications.
I think I do, Professor.
Now listen to me again. This paper you've written is very original. I want you to come to the Medical Society's meeting on Saturday afternoon to read it. I've arranged the whole thing.
Professor, I appreciate your interest in me. If I thought my reading the paper would help anybody, I'd do it.
But that's the whole point, young man. It will help you. It's very unusual for a student to be asked to appear. Don't you understand, young man? It's important for your career to get to know some of those men.
On the day I observed the Sabbath?
Well, that's up to you. You've been a good student, a superior student, and I've looked for some reward for you, a real reward that you could carry through life if you...
So you mean I can't go on the outing?
To the Battery?
To see the rivers and the bay.
Joe, on the Sabbath we give praise to God, and we know He's present by His handiwork. The rivers and the bay are God's handiwork. A walk to the Battery is no lecture before a medical society. Go right ahead.
He was a very unpredictable man. There were other fathers on East 7th Street, and they told stories to their children, too. They told stories from the Bible and stories from the Talmud. They quoted the Proverbs and the Psalms, and their children listened and understood. My father was not a scholar, and yet, in his so often repeated stories, perhaps there was a quality of which he was unaware. For me, at the age of 12, these stories seemed quite different. For they were stories which had been lived by people I had known. They were real stories, as real as my father's moral values. In my father's repertoire, of all the stories, There was one that popped up continuously. If the machine in his head went...
Charity.
Or...
compassion.
Or even...
robbery.
Or possibly piety, or courage, or adversity. Under any of these headings, and many others, this particular story could and would come up. It's the story my father told that I remember best of all.
That reminds me of a story. When I was a boy, one Friday evening, we all went to synagogue.
Only one Friday evening, Pa?
Now, Joe, don't interrupt. We went every Friday evening, of course, but I'm talking about a particular Friday evening. This particular Friday evening, while we were welcoming in the Sabbath, the clothing store Grandpa owned on Division Street was welcoming in something else.
What, Pa?
I was really a terrible hypocrite. I asked just as if I didn't know. Probably because there was a natural pause in the story, and I felt I had to fill it.
Wait, and you'll know in a minute.
Okay, Pa. I'm listening.
Saturday night was a big night on Division Street. After the sun had set, Grandpa and Grandma would go to the store to open up. Later, the older boys, and I was one of them, would come to help. Now, that particular Saturday night, Grandpa got his keys out to open the store, as he always did.
Ethel, what's this?
What's what?
The door's open.
Sam, how can you be so careless?
What do you mean, careless?
You locked up on Friday, didn't you?
Of course I locked up. I always lock up.
Then why did you leave the door open?
I didn't leave the door open. Somebody opened it.
Now, why should somebody open up our door? It's our store, isn't it?
Ethel, maybe you haven't noticed, but there are no suits in the window either.
No suit. You're right. There are no suits. Sam, what's happened? Why did you leave the door open?
In a minute, we'll see what's happened. But first, Ethel...
First what? Let's go inside and see what's happened.
But first, whatever's happened, Ethel, it's not enough to make us quarrel. It's not enough to make you distrust me.
Please, Sam, who distrusts
If you keep asking, did I lock up on Friday, you distrust me.
Sam, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Good. That's better.
I was excited.
All right. I accept your apology. Now let's go in and see what happened.
They walked inside, and what they saw would have been enough to make an ordinary man or woman cry. Every last suit, every last bolt of cloth, every pattern, every scissors and needle was gone. It looked as if Grandpa's store had moved to what they used to call new and larger quarters. Grandma sat down heavily on a bench. They had left a bench and looked at Grandpa.
How could they do it, Sam?
I've been asking myself the same question.
They must have backed the van up to the door. Everything they took, everything. How could they do it in broad daylight?
Exactly. Any other day of the week, I can see how they could do it.
What do you mean, any other day of the week?
But on Saturday? To rob a store on Saturday when a man's in a synagogue, or on Sunday when he's in church.
Sam, what are we going to do?
Wait, we'll figure out what to do. Imagine while a man's praying, they rob his store. Those robbers, Ethel.
What, Sam?
Those robbers, they must feel terrible tonight. I certainly am sorry for those poor robbers.
Grandpa was sorry for the robbers, Pa?
Please, Joe, don't interrupt the story. Well, soon all over Division Street, everybody knew that Grandpa's store had been cleaned out by robbers. In every store, heads shook and people said, "Poor Sam, what's going to happen to him?" And inside the empty store, Grandpa and Grandma and the older boys, including me, sat, and we wondered also.
Well, Sam, what are we going to do?
We'll sit a little. We'll think. Also, we'll remember. All of us.
We'll remember what, Sam?
We'll remember that we ate a good dinner, didn't we? Also, we haven't missed a meal yet, have we? So we'll remember while we're thinking not to worry. We'll think, but we won't worry.
It was while we were thinking but not worrying that it started.
Come in.
Hello, Sam. Hello, Ethel.
Hello, Mr. Levy.
Sam, there's something you can do for me.
Something I can... What can I do for you, Mr. Levy?
I want to buy a suit, Sam.
A suit? How can I sell you a suit?
Well, I'll buy it now. You'll make it later.
How do you know you'll get your suit? How do you know anyone will sell me material?
I'll get the suit, and you'll get the material.
How can you be sure? I owe a lot of money, Mr. Levy, for all the goods that were stolen.
You're an honest man, Sam, so I'm sure I'll get the suit.
You think I can get cloth without collateral?
Sam, what's better collateral than an honest man?
So that's the way it started. After Mr. Levy, the druggist came to buy a suit. Then the fishman. Then Mr. Goldstone, the novelties and oceans man. Then the baker. Everybody on Division Street and a few other streets came to buy suits which weren't there.
That's a good story, Pa.
It's not the end of the story, Joe. How we worked making those suits, all of us. Even the littlest one helped. Every night, all night we worked for 3 years until all the debts had been paid and Grandpa was on his feet again. Yes, Joe, it was a wonderful thing, that robbery, a wonderful thing.
Wonderful, Pa? You mean terrible.
Joe, don't contradict me. I mean wonderful.
Why wonderful?
Because I worked my fingers to the bone.
That's wonderful?
My answer to you is as follows.
And again, I said to myself,
Oh, no, not another story. Not one on top of the other. He couldn't.
and he didn't. It was the only time I can remember when my father started with a signal and followed with an explanation, not a story.
Of course it's wonderful. Don't you see? If we hadn't gone to synagogue, there couldn't have been a robbery. If there hadn't been a robbery, all of those good people on Division Street wouldn't have had the chance to be so good. If they didn't get the chance to be so good, we wouldn't have had to work so hard. And I would never have found out how hard I could work. I never would have gone to medical school. I never would have become a doctor. I never would have married your mother. And I never would have had a son like you to whom I could tell the story. It was certainly a wonderful thing, that robbery.
I don't know if I've got the point across about my father's stories. Perhaps you'd have to hear them as I did over and over. The great quality they had, I suppose, was that they reflected a confidence in life, a power to face life. My father, my unpredictable storytelling father, is gone now. But when I think of him, I remember most the stories, the endless stories. They are a legacy that grows in richness with the years, for each story, every story that my storytelling father told, conveyed a gift of age-old wisdom, a gift you will find in a single sentence in the Bible. His stories and his life proclaim the words, "Those who trust in the Lord will renew their strength."
If you would like a copy of today's anniversary script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. B.L. Jacobs of Philadelphia, President of the United Synagogue of America and a prominent civic and community leader. Mr. Jacobs.
I liked this story that you and I have just heard. I liked it because it points up something which needs repeated emphasis, today, namely the fundamental part which family life plays in moral and ethical living. Life and education for life are made up of many factors, each influencing the other. School, friends, society in general, law and custom, and family. Perhaps the most important is family. It is the basic structure upon which our society is built. It is the central unit of our community life. Only with a strong family basis can our law have strength and meaning. And only in a warm family atmosphere can we help our children develop character and ethics and morals. It is the family that serves as a link in a wholesome chain of tradition and helps to transmit decent values to our children and to our children's children. It is said that today more and more families are worshiping together, that an ever-increasing number of young people attend religious institutions. We hope they are attending for what they will find there and not because it is the popular thing to do. Prepared at home and motivated by the teachings of the family, our youth can find in our religious institutions help and guidance in their search for truth. Youth must try things for themselves, but directed by the family, they can receive the gift of the wisdom of the ages. Our youth can find the real meaning of life in the words of the Bible. Those who trust in the Lord will renew their strength.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Our Eternal Light drama today, My Unpredictable Storytelling Father, was written by Mark Siegel. It was the 13th in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on the Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Dan Acco was featured as the father. Others in the cast were Peter Laser, Guy Sorrell, Marion Carr, Sam Gray, and Joseph Bell. Nelson Olmsted was the narrator. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Vutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Goldstone's Folly, was written by Joseph Mindell.
The story is a footnote to a larger event.
A young man, a Californian who traveled far to gather much useful information, became the original and most active mover in the entire enterprise.
Little more is written down. But I ask you to remember that history begins with a footnote, and that the meaning of history is illuminated by the story of a single man. San Francisco in the early spring of 1865.
Louis, if you can tear yourself away from the window.
Yes, Mr. Loeb.
The shipments for Boston and Philadelphia must go out today.
I'll see to them.
And Ivanov's ship is due this morning. We want his cargo, but remember, he drives a hard bargain. Now, we can go as high... Louis, you're not listening.
Ivanov is here. I've been watching him dock.
Is that any reason for you to stand at the window like a schoolboy yearning to run away to sea?
Is that how I look? You were saying we can pay...
Never mind that now. What's been making you so restless?
Well, Mr. Loeb...
I know what you need. A wife. To give you a good established home life.
A wife doesn't settle all problems.
Maybe not, but a family often keeps many of them from arising. Louis, the weather is good. Why don't you take a few days, a week, up in the hills, do some hunting, fishing?
A wife or a hunting trip? Well, as a matter of fact, I've been thinking of a somewhat longer trip. A few months.
Don't overdo it, Louis. That's a long vacation for a young businessman.
No, I didn't say it was a vacation.
Then what are you talking about? Where do you want to go and when?
I don't know yet. It depends on Captain Ivanov.
Нет, дурак, нет! Осторожно, be careful! Take care, I say. We do not sail a cargo from the Bering Sea to drop it in the Bay of San Francisco.
Captain Ivanov! May I come aboard, Captain?
Not now, not now. Do you not see I am busy? Oh, Mr. Goldstone, come aboard, of course. Piotr, see to the unloading. And listen, Piotr, if there is damage, even a single crate, you will answer to me. Вы понимаете?
Да, капитан. Я понимаю.
Welcome to San Francisco, Captain.
I am happy to be here, Goldstone, my friend. You came to see my cargo, eh?
Well, yes.
I will show you samples in the warehouse. Seal, otter, bear. Magnificent skins.
Of course, but
But no more buts until you have seen the furs. Then we will talk price, eh?
I wanted to talk about something else.
Huh?
Captain, are you returning to Alaska?
What? Before you have treated me to one of your fine dinners with champagne. Please forgive my Russian levity. I see that you are serious.
The dinner has already been ordered, Captain, with champagne.
Excellent.
Still, I would like to know if you plan to sail directly back to Vladivostok, or...
I cannot tell you. I must wait to hear from my employers, the Russian-American company in St. Petersburg. I would like to go home, but it is possible that my orders will be otherwise.
Well, if you sail north again, will you take a passenger?
I see. Your company wishes to send you to Alaska.
Not exactly.
In which event I take the liberty to remind you that Alaska belongs to the Tsar of all the Russias, who has granted to my company exclusive rights to... What do you mean, not exactly?
Well, this is my own idea, at my own expense.
Now I understand. You are young, and Alaska is far away and seems to you very mysterious, eh? Goldstone, you are a romantic.
I don't think so.
No? Then you will not be disappointed. Hunting seal in the summer off the Pribilof Islands, it is not so bad. But on the mainland in the winter, I do not like to remember how it is.
I don't expect a picnic in a meadow, Captain.
Take my advice. Remain here in your beautiful California climate. Unless perhaps you hope someday to have your own business, your own fur trading company, yes?
Well, maybe, who can tell?
And perhaps you wish to study conditions at first hand, yes?
Would that be a good enough reason?
If you are an ambitious young man...
Then I will be ambitious.
You do not have to convince me, my friend. But for your own sake, it might be better to know why you are so anxious to travel to Alaska.
Who knoweth the spirit of man, whether it goeth upward? Nearly 100 years ago, Louis Goldstone sailed north from San Francisco. If one reason was that of an ambitious young businessman, there may have been others not yet clear. But consequences go beyond the reasons for a man's doing. And reasons become irrelevant in the blizzards of Alaskan winter. A man is a dark speck in a blinding white immensity. Words long forgotten come to frost-bound lips.
Hast thou entered the treasuries of the snow? And hast thou seen the treasuries of the hail?
You're a lucky man, mister.
Yes.
If it wasn't for my dog starting to bark...
I heard them. I knew they were close, but I couldn't see your shack.
You wouldn't have lasted much longer in that blizzard. Here, have some more coffee.
What is it, after all? Only moving air blowing snowflakes? Only air and frozen water? But they make a wall, a box around you that you can't see through, that moves with you.
Get closer to the stove and forget it. When you warm up a little, you'll realize how lucky you are.
I know it now. And I'm very thankful.
It's all right. I only did what anybody...
I'm very lucky to have seen what I've seen.
What?
The sun going down for the winter near the Arctic Circle. The sea choked with ice. And, yes, the blizzards. But also summer in Juneau, the little flowers that show for a few weeks, and the mosquitoes, worse than any in the States. Have you seen the Yukon River when the salmon are running?
Look here, mister.
The mountains, the seacoast, the rivers. These past months, my eyes have seen Alaska.
You sure you're all right? Talking that way about this blasted country? You touched in the head?
Maybe a little. You've seen it, too. You know what it's like.
All I know is...
I've seen much, but there's more I want to know. What's the average temperature? When does the ice melt in the rivers? How deep is the frost line?
Now, you listen to me, mister. I'll tell you what I know. Where to set my traps and how to bring the skins to the Russians on the coast. That's all. That's all I want to know about this godforsaken country.
Godforsaken? You're wrong, my friend. There's a question written down. With what does God occupy himself at night? And the answer is, he rides on the wings of one of his swift cherubs and visits the 18,000 worlds that are his, including Alaska.
You can sleep on the pile of skins.
You think I'm, how did you say it, touched in the head because I came to Alaska?
Cover yourself with a couple of
Nevertheless, when I came, I found you already here.
Sure I'm here. Another year, maybe. One good season, and it's back to the States for me. Someplace where it never snows. You see, mister, the difference between you and me is that I know why I'm here.
It may be so. But maybe, sometimes, you have to do something before you know all the reasons for doing it.
So, you have found me at last, Goldstone.
Well, I hope I've caused you no inconvenience, Captain. I was delayed a few days.
A week. Perhaps the week you spent in Eskimo village, no?
Oh, you know about that?
I do not travel about Alaska like you, my friend. I remain here on the coast and everyone comes to me. Fur trappers, Eskimos, Indians. They talk to me and I listen. They all talk of the man who comes with wide open eyes and a mouth full of questions.
Well, they also speak of you, Captain.
Do they? And have you written it all down in your notebook? I am curious. Tell me what they say about me.
Well, you can guess. I'm sorry I mentioned it, Captain.
You are a gentleman, Mr. Goldstone. You wish to spare my feelings. But it is not necessary. I am not a very sensitive person.
Well, if you insist. The trappers have told me what you pay for their furs.
They complained that my price is too low?
One of them said, an expression we use in California, he called it highway robbery.
I suppose I must take the blame, but the price I pay is set in St. Petersburg, you know. After all, my company is entitled to make a profit, no? You and I understand it is purely a matter of business.
Is it?
And besides, trappers do not have to sell to me.
No? You mean they can simply not sell their furs at all?
I admit it is a problem for them. But you see what a sound business policy it was for my company to obtain a monopoly of Alaskan trade.
And is it also sound policy to pay the Indians and Eskimos with cheap calico, glass beads, trinkets?
They are simple people, easily pleased. The fact is that they continue to bring me furs.
Because you send your crew with guns to persuade them.
That notebook of yours is remarkably well informed. But so much indignation, my dear Goldstone. We are, after all, businessmen, not missionaries.
Well, that's not my way of doing business. Buyer and seller must both receive value.
What a quaint notion. This is, no doubt, how you Americans deal with your Indians?
Well, it's not. It's wrong no matter who does it. Russian or American.
Nah. We will end by quarreling, and why should we? I'm not a bad fellow, and you find me amusing, no? We are friends, no?
I like to think of you as my friend.
I'm happy. Then permit me to say, it is an easy thing for you to be a champion of Alaska.
What do you mean?
You are not employed by the Russian-American company in St. Petersburg. You do not have exact instructions as to buying price and selling price, or how many skins each Eskimo village must supply, and how to make sure they are supplied.
Captain Ivanov...
I know what you will say. But if I do not obey instructions, there will be someone else. And if I do not obey, then what of my wife and children in St. Petersburg? What would you have me do, my friend? What would you do if you were in my place? You see, it's a difficult question.
I don't know what I would do.
There you are. Yet you expect me to be a hero.
Oh, no. But you make excuses for what you do because you can't help doing it.
You will discover, my young friend, that a man must come to terms with reality.
You can't come to terms with wrong. You have to see it and name it.
If I do, what does that accomplish? Words, words.
If you don't, if no one does, then how will things ever be different?
You are still expecting too much.
No. It is not required of anybody to be a hero. But every man must know by how much he falls short.
I will tell you something that comes from high circles in St. Petersburg. There is much disappointment in the Alaskan fur trade. There is even talk that the Russian government is disillusioned with Alaska.
Well, why tell me, Captain Ivanov?
We are friends, are we not? And besides, maybe I would like to see what you would do if you were in my place.
Gentlemen, it seems to me there's no point in further discussion.
Let's hear your proposition again, Loeb.
Why, it's simple enough. We, all of us here, form a syndicate on the basis of Goldstone's estimate figures to buy out the Russian-American company.
How do we know they want to sell?
Ivanov said
we
that
know, but maybe Ivanov was playing one of his little jokes on Goldstone.
No, I'm sure he wasn't.
Suppose you're right, Goldstone. He's only reporting the rumors going around St. Petersburg. I don't like it. It's too hypothetical.
I don't see how that's a problem.
Well, maybe not to you, Goldstone, but we're putting up the money. Real money.
We certainly are.
Well, what have you got to lose? You form a hypothetical syndicate and make a hypothetical offer. If they want to sell, you're ready to buy. Where's the problem?
I don't see any, Louis. Do you, gentlemen?
No, I guess not. All right, Loeb, I'm in.
I'll gamble.
Very interesting. One last question. Who will make the approach to the Russians?
Well, that's easy. We all know the man for the job. Will you undertake to represent the syndicate, Mr. Cole?
I spent the night studying the analysis and estimate, Mr. Loeb. I'm impressed with the thoroughness and close reasoning.
Yeah, Lewis, that's quite a compliment.
But something troubles me. If the Russian-American company is ready to give up the concession, then...
Then why should the syndicate expect to make a profit?
Exactly, Mr. Goldstone.
Well, it's not a question that can be answered with facts and figures. I've seen Alaska, the country and the people who live and work there. And I've seen how the Russians look at Alaska. To them, it's an enormous warehouse of furs.
It's understandable. Fur is the heart of the Alaskan trade.
Mr. Cole, no warehouse, no matter how big, is inexhaustible. Since 1799, the Russian-American company's been taking furs, exploiting Alaska, with no effort to build up the land and the people. Now, if you keep taking indefinitely without returning anything, naturally profits decrease. If the syndicate does the same, the result will be the same.
Do the members of the syndicate understand this, Mr. Loeb?
It took a little time, but we understand.
Good. Then you've hired yourself an attorney. Now, to begin with...
Excuse me, Mr. Cole, there's another aspect to be considered.
Yes, Mr. Goldstone?
You'll be going to Washington soon as senator from California.
You're a little previous. The California electorate is as unpredictable as tomorrow's weather.
If you're elected, as seems likely, you'll be in contact with men high in the administration in Washington.
Oh, I suppose so. There's no secret that Mr. Seward, the Secretary of State, is a good friend of mine. What are you getting at?
Something more important than the fur trade. Something the Secretary of State should know. If Captain Ivanov is right, Alaska itself might be for sale at a bargain price.
I wonder, Mr. Goldstone, if you are aware of all the implications.
Oh, I think so.
At this moment, the syndicate is in a favored position without competitors. If Seward begins negotiations, even secretly, for Alaska, you know what will happen?
There'll be other bids for the trading concession, I know that.
Do your colleagues know it, Mr. Loeb?
Well, they don't like it, but that's the way Lewis offered the proposition, take it or leave it.
You're taking the risk of losing a piece of a mighty profitable business, Mr. Goldstone. Do you mind telling me why?
Well, maybe it's because I've seen Alaska.
That's no answer.
Mr. Cole, there's always a risk. Maybe I'd rather take a chance on the United States government than on the Tsar of Russia.
Mr. Goldstone, are you ready for another trip?
Well, of course. Where are we going?
To Washington, to talk to the Secretary of State.
Have you finished, Mr. Goldstone?
I have, Mr. Secretary.
My thanks to you. And to you, Cole, for bringing him.
I hope the information will be useful.
It will be. Perhaps in more ways than one. Senator, you heard what he had to say. What do you think?
You know blame well what I think, Mr. Seward.
You haven't changed your mind?
No, sir, I'm against it, even if the Russians really want to sell.
Oh, they do. They offered Alaska for sale 10 years ago.
What?
That's right, Cole. Baron Steckel, their ambassador, recently renewed the offer.
You knew it all along. Huh. It looks as if we'd wasted our time, and yours.
Far from it. You've confirmed their eagerness to sell. And the information Mr. Goldstone brought back will be of great value.
What for? To prove that Alaska's a big icebox with a few polar bears and Eskimos in it?
Don't underestimate the fur trade, Senator. Goldstone's figures show...
Look here, Seward. We've just finished the bloodiest and most expensive war in the history of the nation, maybe of the world. The South has to be rebuilt, the whole country put back on its feet. This is no time to be thinking about a few sealskins.
Oh, it's not only fur, Senator. There's fish in the oceans and the rivers, enough for a whole industry. There may be minerals in the earth. But even more important...
But who's going to catch the fish and mine the ore in a frozen wilderness, thousands of miles from anywhere? Tell me that, young man.
Well, that's what I mean, Senator. People will come. There'll be cities and towns because it's a new place for people to live in.
I admire your enthusiasm, Mr. Goldstone.
Well, I call it foolishness. I can see you've made up your mind, Seward. I'm going to fight you. But if you win and you buy Alaska, I've got a new name for the place. Seward's Folly.
Well, Goldstone, you see the company you keep. Are you sorry you came to Washington? What? No answer?
I was thinking of something from the book of Proverbs. Even a fool, when he holds his peace, is counted wise.
Tell me something. I know why I'm in this fight. But why did you get in it?
Well, I thought it was clear, Mr. Secretary. I want the Alaska fur concession.
You know, I can't promise you that. You're evading my question.
It seems to me that a good many people have asked me the same question, one way or another. I'm not sure I know the answer. It has something to do with right and wrong, with how people should live, together and alone. Maybe it's mostly plain stubbornness. Why not just call it Goldstone's Folly?
On March 30th, 1867, the flag of the United States was raised on the island of Sitka off the southern coast of Alaska. There's no way of knowing if Louis Goldstone was there. His company did not receive the fur concession. But much later, Cornelius Cole wrote in his memoirs,
"The original and most active mover in the plan to buy Alaska was an enterprising young Jewish-American fur trader, Louis Goldstone of San Francisco."
The story ends, and only this remains to be added. There is a fanciful notion in the Talmud that God left unfinished the northernmost point of the earth, so that later men would come and complete this corner, thus learning a fraction of the meaning of creation.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. A.W. Link Sheffries, member of the Board of Overseers of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America and a prominent civic leader. Mr. Sheffries.
The story we have just heard was indeed a footnote to a larger event. Yet it is quite conceivable that perhaps even then Louis Goldstone dreamed of statehood for Alaska, for he was a man who concerned himself with the future, and in the years which followed the purchase of this vast territory, other enterprising young people went north to face the hard winters because they believed in the future. So time brought change. Alaska was settled, and Alaska grew. And today, it is our 49th state. As we welcome the Eternal Light to its 16th season of broadcasting, we might pause to reflect on the changes which have come about even in these 16 years. The same conditions which brought Alaska closer to the United States have brought all nations of the world much closer today. With the arrival of the jet age, journeys which once took days are now completed in a matter of hours. Lands once distant and mysterious are near and familiar. And so, too, people who were strangers to us in the past are today neighbors and friends. These rapid transformations in our scientific age have carried with them many new problems and countless opportunities. But the increased communication among men has also made it clear that there are values and conflicts which endure through history, which bridge the gap of time and survive the tidal wave of technology. We learn once more that we are sons and daughters of the past, as well as parents of the future. In our new awareness, we find that human understanding has an importance, indeed an urgency today, which perhaps mistakenly was not so keenly recognized even a decade ago. In some sense, then, each of us must be a Lewis Goldstone. Each of us must be concerned with right and wrong, with our own responsibilities and obligations to ourselves and to others. And by reminding us of the enduring values which guide us as they have our forefathers, and by constantly reaffirming the universal truths which are with us throughout history, the Eternal Light strives to help us toward a better understanding of ourselves and our fellow man. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheffers. Our Eternal Light drama today, Goldstone's Folly, was written by Joseph Mindell. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Bill Lipton as Louis Goldstone and Leon Janney as Captain Ivanov. Others in the cast were Santos Ortega, Guy Repp, Roger DeKoven, Harvey Hayes, Joseph Bell, and Joseph Boland. Norman Rose was the narrator. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, A Skillful Song by Joseph Mindell.
How shall I tell you about my brother? How can I show him to you when I am no longer sure that I understand the difference between my brother and me? For we were different, even as seen in the photograph album. Children.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program, Each New Day, was written by Joseph Mindell and is presented in observance of the forthcoming holiday of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year.
Michael Greenbaum.
Aye.
Jacob Feinberg.
Aye.
Sam Snyder.
I'm for it.
David Goldman.
Yes.
Good. Then we're all agreed.
You haven't asked me, Zachariah.
I don't have to ask you, Ben. We all know where you stand.
Yes, we do. You made your... Do you? I vote no.
Don't play games with us, Ben. We've heard all that you said here today.
Then you didn't understand my words.
We heard you say the words of Isaiah, and they're clear enough. To open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the dungeon.
And them that sit in the darkness out of the prison house, yes.
But they're on the other side of that wall, helpless, waiting for hope, waiting to hear.
Let them hear. And you hear me, too. Don't let them go.
In the beginning, God created man in his own image and blessed him, and said, "Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth." Day followed night, and the seasons upon each other, far into the storehouse of time, and the earth was filled with a multitude of men. But the end turns toward the beginning, and each new day may require of every man a new beginning, as if he were alone in all creation. Johannesburg is a city built on the mines, deep below, that yield abundant gold. 1 million people live here, half of them on the outskirts, in settlements called locations. 500,000 people in houses of rusty corrugated iron or shreds of wood, cardboard or reeds, without electricity or running water, or lights in the streets that run with filth and slime. The African sun pours color over fields and streets, green and gold, on the light skins and the dark, and color is important. The South African sky has the limitless transparency of the days of creation, but the earth has lost its innocence.
You there.
You are calling me?
Do you address a police officer without a sir?
I am sorry, Unumzan.
Not in Zulu.
Yes, sir.
That's better. Your name?
Ntombila, sir.
I suppose you expect me to call you Mr. Ntombila.
I'm sorry, sir. Adam Ntombila.
Let me see your papers, Adam. First, your residential permit to be in Johannesburg. Oh, yes. Your lodging permit? In Jabavu location, yes. Your certificate from your employer? Satisfactory. Now your curfew pass? Your pass, Adam?
I did not think I would need one, sir.
It's after 9 o'clock in the evening. You need a pass.
I went to buy a work shirt. Here it is. But the store was crowded and...
In the future, you'll remember to start your shopping earlier. Come along.
But I was working until 7 o'clock, and today my employer...
You natives are all alike. You take a simple fact and twist it into a long story. The fact is, you have no pass, Adam. Well, have you?
No, sir.
Then come along, my boy. We'll pay a little visit to the police station. Well, Joseph Mkeezer, huh?
Yes, Inkosi.
Never mind that. I'm not your chief. Well, your papers seem to be in order, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
But what in the world gave you the idea of sitting on this bench?
I walked a long way, sir, and when I came to the park and I saw the bench, and then I knew I was tired.
You were tired. Look at the sign on the bench, Joseph. Can you read?
No, sir.
Then I read it for you. For Europeans only. Do you understand?
I have heard of Europe, I think.
It has nothing to do with Europe. It has to do with... I begin to wonder if anyone can be as innocent as you appear to be.
Can a man be innocent if he has broken the law?
Come with me, Joseph. There are consequences for breaking the law.
Have we then begun to serve our sentence?
You do not serve a prison sentence sitting at ease on a stone floor.
Yet we have been in the cell for hours, and these others also.
You have not been arrested before, Mr. Mkhize?
I feel that we are friends. I will call you Adam, and you will call me by my given name.
If you wish it, Joseph.
I do. No, I have not been arrested before. I have been careful. And you?
I, too. But there are stories.
Happy stories, I hope.
They will take us before a magistrate for trial. We will be convicted, and then...
Even if we are not guilty?
We have been arrested, therefore we will be convicted and sentenced.
Oh, it is not wise to show them your bitterness, my friend.
With respect for your years, are you one to talk of wisdom? You who sat on a bench marked for them? Did you know what you were doing, Joseph?
I knew. But I was weary with walking many miles, Adam. And then I saw the bench in the park. I will tell you what was in my mind. They have all of Johannesburg, I thought. They have all of the Union of South Africa. It may even be that they have the whole of Africa. And then I thought, must they also have this bench? Why do you turn your head away, Adam?
So that they will not see my bitterness, nor you my tears.
All prisoners will stand. Get up. Get up. Now, hear me carefully.
We're going before the magistrate,
There's plenty of time for that. Whoever wants a trial will have one.
Excuse me, sir. Is not everyone tried before a magistrate?
There you go with questions again. Adam, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, never mind the questions. Just listen and learn how fortunate you all are. Maybe you don't know it, but you are. To be arrested at this time of the year, harvest time.
It would perhaps be more fortunate not to be arrested at all.
What? What's that?
Oh, it is nothing, Nkosi. Only an ignorant man's mumbling.
Yes? Oh, well, listen. If you plead guilty of the charge against you, the chief constable has the authority to impose sentence of 6 months.
6 months?
To be served as laborers on farms in the outlying districts.
But, sir...
I'll be back for you later. In the meantime, make up your minds. Get up! Get up! Everybody in this cell, get up! Prisoners will stand!
It is only my opinion, Adam, but I think it is better to choose the farm, because that is what they want us to do.
That is no reason for me.
You are permitting your anger to cloud your good sense.
I have no wish to please them.
Ah, but you should, and with reason. Consider that you choose the trial.
It is my right.
So it is said. Then, there you are before the magistrate, hoping that your sentence will be only 2 months, 3 months at most. But he is looking at you and thinking, so this one rejects our generous offer.
Generous?
And he thinks again, this one does not wish to help others. Then I will put away my kindly impulse, and I will sentence him to 1 year. The magistrate can do that, Adam?
I have heard stories.
And I also. It is true. That is the law. All that they do is the law, which they have made. How will you choose?
I do not want such a choice. I want to walk where I please, day or night. I want to work and earn my living without the weight of their fear pressing on me like the weight of a mountain.
You are too angry, Adam.
And you are not angry enough.
It is fruitless. Like being angry at the fire that starts in the veld and burns the houses in the village, the cattle in the kraal.
You are too old to be angry. Too old to want anything.
No. Adam, I want to live. Now I want to live. And when I no longer want that, I will lie down in the shade of some tree and I will die. Adam, will you stand before the magistrate?
No. Not because the sentence might be longer. Even if it were only 2 months, I could not live in prison. I think I would die, confined in a cage with bars.
I hope that they will send us to the same farm.
Besides, on a farm in the open, it may be possible to run away.
The road runs down from Johannesburg, through the dry, rocky highlands into the lower, moist bushveld, where the land is cultivated. The truck convoy moves slowly, burdened by its cargo of imprisoned fear and hate, through towns whose names record the history of Dutch Boers and British embedded in the African matrix. Elandskap, Edendale, Hemu Hemu. And history filters the African sun, making all colors black or white. At each destination, a truck drops out to leave its passengers, prisoners and their guard.
Mr. Zachariah Levy?
Yes, but I don't understand. What
Here
is...
they are, sir. First-class workers by the looks of them. You have quarters ready for them.
Officer, there must be some...
Of course, the quarters are ready, Zachariah. The big storeroom right here in your barn.
Wait a minute, David.
I'm sure the officer would like to get his prisoners settled and then go up to the house maybe for a wash and some food, eh?
Right you are, sir, if you lead the way. Prisoners, quick march!
Right there, officer.
Oh, sound timbers. Uh-huh. Good padlock. Oh, fine. All prisoners inside.
Now, just follow the path up to the house, officer. I'm sure Mr. Levy's good wife will find you something tasty to eat.
Well, thank you, sir. I don't mind saying I can use a wash and some food.
David, you know this is a mistake. We didn't ask for prison labor. What are you thinking of?
It's clear enough what he's thinking, Zachariah.
Let him tell us, Ben. Well, David?
The oranges are ripe in the groves, aren't they? Citrus farmers like us need a lot of workers for a few weeks during the year. Do you have enough men, Zachariah? Do any of you?
No, I haven't had enough since I got here.
Well?
Well, what? So it was a mistake. We didn't ask for them. But they're here. Oh, it's stupid not to take advantage of the mistake.
It's forced labor, David.
All right, I don't like it either. You saw the convoy of trucks. Every farmer in the valley is using convicts.
What if they are?
Even if we could get enough men, could we compete with farmers whose labor cost is less than a shilling per head per day, paid to the government? From a purely business point of view, doesn't it make sense? Well, doesn't it?
I think he's right. All the same, I won't go into it unless you do, Zachariah. I think all of us feel that way.
I guess that puts it up to me, doesn't it?
No. Are you a scapegoat to take the whole burden of sin on yourself? It can't be done.
Oh, come now, Ben. You sound like the high holy day services in the synagogue.
Yes, David. Do you talk one way in the synagogue and another when it's a matter of business?
Now, be realistic. That labor will be used, if not by us, then by other farmers in the valley.
Hear yourself talk. Labor, convicts, field hands. You saw them, David. They're men.
Now, don't make me out a monster. I didn't make the world we live in. There are facts of life you have to accept.
Oh, that's very comforting. That way you can accept injustice, slavery, anything, and take part in it. And then pray that the world be forgiven for sins you did not originate.
David? I know, Zachariah. We can't do it, can we? Zachariah, you'd better tell the guard it was a mistake.
I'll send someone down with food for them in there, and I'll tell the guard.
Wait, Zachariah. What will that accomplish?
What do you mean, Ben?
They'll only be sent to another farm.
I suppose so, but it's no longer our responsibility.
I can't rid myself so easily of responsibility.
You're becoming fanatic. You can't change the world or apartheid in South Africa or the government's policy toward natives.
That's not what I'm trying to do, David. I only want to do what's right in this little private corner of the world on this one day.
It was only because of an accident, a careless mistake, that we're involved at all.
No. We've always been involved. And now, through a careless mistake, we know it. Can we pretend that we don't?
I won't argue with you, Ben, but what can we do?
I don't know.
We can't change the laws. We can't set them free, or... Why can't we?
But the guard, Zachariah.
They could escape. Couldn't they, David?
You look mighty strange.
In a few days, something might happen. A hinge might wear away, for example.
Or a bolt might pull out of the wood.
That's the idea.
It's risky, Zachariah.
It is. Alex, go up to the house and keep the guard there one way or another while we talk it over. Before we go ahead with the plan, I'd like to have a vote. Michael Greenbaum.
Aye.
Jacob Feinberg.
Aye.
Sam Snyder.
I'm for it.
David Goldman.
I don't know what's come over me. I vote yes.
Well, then, we're all agreed.
You haven't asked me.
We all know where you stand, Ben.
I vote no, Zachariah.
Don't play games with us. We've heard all that you said here today.
Then you didn't understand. Maybe I didn't understand it myself until now.
You're doing a cruel thing. They're on the other side of the wall listening. You gave them hope. And now you're taking it away.
I'm not God to know everything all at once. I'm trying to think what's right and do it.
Look, Ben. Look at them. Waiting for hope. Waiting to hear.
Let them hear. And you hear me, too. Don't let them go.
Adam! Adam! Come back, Adam!
Watch the others. I'll go after him. Stop! There's no use running away.
No, I'm not.
No, hold still. All right. Get up.
I would have killed you.
I believe
it. Yet, you have a gun. And you did not shoot.
We fought as one man fights with another. And now will you listen as one man listens to another?
I will listen.
Where were you running? Adam is your name. Did you think to find a Garden of Eden?
I wanted only to get away.
Your skin is dark and mine is pale. But you have no monopoly on injustice. Now listen. I speak from the experience of 2,000 years. You can't run away. Injustice runs faster. Why do you look at me like that?
I look in wonder that you are a white man and that you should speak to me in such a fashion.
Come, Adam. We'll go back to the others. You mustn't help them escape, don't you see?
All I see is that you've twisted and tortured this whole situation, talking one way, then another, and a third, until I no longer understand you at all.
I don't know an easy answer, David. I don't know an easy way to find an answer, but I have to look for it. Now, you can look with me or not, as you please. But I tell you, you must not let them go.
Now you think of the law.
Not the law in Johannesburg, but the law that makes a man still a slave if another man has the right to set him free.
Then let them decide for themselves.
Decide between being a prisoner, being fugitives hunted by the police? A man must have some choice, however limited, or else he's not free.
Until he is caught, sir, even a hunted animal is freer than one in a cage.
Yes, Adam. Then you would choose to run away.
If I were free to choose.
All right, Adam. Then that's one alternative. I'll offer another. I need men to work in the groves for regular wages.
But how...
I know. You can't receive the money now. So I'll send it to your families or to you later on, as you wish.
We cannot leave this place in the daylight.
The door is open. Go when you like.
How shall we choose, Adam?
It is a thing that everyone must decide for himself, Joseph. I know what I will do. We are all inside, sir. Here is the padlock.
Yes, Adam.
I hope that the hinges are sound and that no bolts will pull out of the wood so that we may remain here as free men.
There is an old story that says there is no quality, no power of man that was created without a purpose, not even the denial of God. For if someone comes to you needing help, you shall not put him off with pious words, saying, "Have faith and take your troubles to God." You shall act as if there were only one person in all the world who could help this man. Only you, yourself. This is a story for Rosh Hashanah, the new year, when the end turns again toward the beginning, and each new day may require of every man a new beginning, as if he were alone in all creation.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Andre Unger, Associate Rabbi of Temple B'nai Abraham in Newark, New Jersey, and formerly spiritual leader of Temple Israel at Port Elizabeth, Cape Province in South Africa. Rabbi Unger.
In a few days' time, Jews throughout the world will gather in their temples and synagogues to celebrate the solemn holy day of Rosh Hashanah, New Year's Day. According to our sacred tradition, it is the anniversary of the world's creation. It is the day of remembrance, the annual day of divine judgment over every living being. We shall change the usual focus and range of our thoughts. We shall be looking both outward and inward. We shall be looking outward beyond the commonplace confines and limitations of the gray everyday. Our human concern and compassion will reach out to all mankind. Beyond our personal dear ones, our own country and nation and community, we shall think, and more still we shall feel, about the totality of the human race, all its members, all its problems and pains. We have heard a story from Africa, a faraway land and people unlike ourselves. Yet, their suffering is our suffering too. Always, every day of our lives, we share each other's burdens of trouble, and guilt and responsibility. But while so often we forget this intertwining of human lives and destinies, during these high holy days, we remember, we care more than ever. The starving peasant in China, the humiliated, oppressed African laborer in Johannesburg, the desperate Arab refugee woman in a hut on the Gaza Strip, they are always our flesh and blood and soul. And in this season we reaffirm, humbly, proudly, lovingly reaffirm this oneness. And we shall be looking inward too, deeper into our own selves than the petty turmoil of other days would permit. We shall look for the fabric of decency, truth, and godliness, which, obscured perhaps but never absent, lies there at the foundation of the being of each one of us. Tearing apart the veils of self-deception and greed and conceit, we shall make our peace with our innermost selves, and through it, with Almighty God. May Rosh Hashanah sharpen our awareness of our fellow man, wherever they are and whoever they are, and bring us the serene wisdom which enables one to find both himself and God.
Thank you, Rabbi Unger. Our Eternal Light drama today, Each New Day, was written by Joseph Mindell and was presented in observance of the forthcoming holiday of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in our cast were Ozzie Davis as Adam, Maurice Ellis as Joseph, Larry Haynes played Ben, Roger DeKoven was Zachariah, Bill Lipton was David, Mercer McLeod, the policeman, and Guy Repp as Snyder. The narrator was Norman Rose. Due to the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, the Eternal Light will not be heard next week. The program will resume its normal schedule of broadcasting 2 weeks from today. This is Vic Roby. Our program is directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The World Will Know, was written by Joseph Mindell and based on material in the book Notes from the Warsaw Ghetto by Emanuel Ringelblum, edited and translated by Jacob Sloan. In the services of Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, the congregation pauses to remember the martyrs of generations past. Today's story is a remembrance of martyrs of more recent times.
This is a story bounded by 100 square city blocks and the days that crowded in upon them, the numbered days.
September 1st, 1939. German tanks today crossed the Polish border. This is the beginning. September 6th, 1939. Warsaw is surrounded in 3 dimensions. Mass evacuation of the city. We will remain. October 2nd, 1939. The fighting is over. Warsaw is quiet. Very quiet. That which is about to happen will be new in the history of mankind. But how will the world know?
His name was Emanuel Ringelblum, historian and teacher of history. If a story is bounded in time and space, you must know nevertheless it extends to the limits of heaven and earth. But the story is his, and the telling should be as he would want it. In October of 1939, no longer a teacher, he worked long hours at the Jewish Central Relief Committee of Warsaw, coming home to his apartment after dark.
Emmanuel, the blood on your face.
No. Oh, it's all right now. I thought I'd washed it all off.
I'll get some water.
What a model wife you are. No questions at all.
I ask the questions every morning when you leave. Listening all day, I ask, will I hear your footsteps in the evening and the door opening? When will the door remain closed? Every morning I ask, will it be today? Here, put the towel around you. I'll wash the blood away. Oh, the monsters to beat you so. When did it happen?
Today at the office of the German occupation forces.
They sent for you?
No, I went to them for permission to continue the work of the Central Relief Committee.
Why?
Do you know how many thousands of refugees have poured into Warsaw? They're hungry. They have no place to live.
I know that. I mean, why you? Why did you have to go?
Why someone else?
Yes, of course, Emmanuel.
You know what he said, the German officer?
I've seen his answer to your question.
He said, don't be impatient. We have our own plans for the Jews. Oh. Well, I can't get up by myself.
Here, take my arm.
What a contradictory mechanism the human body is. I'm beaten in the head and my knees are weak.
Oh, don't joke about it. Where are you going?
To the table. I have some entries to make in my notebook.
Emmanuel, you work 16, 18 hours a day, and then you sit up half the night with those slips of paper you always have in your pockets.
I hear so many things from different people. If I didn't write them down, I would forget them.
And if you did forget, does it matter?
Someone must remember. Listen to this. A doctor told me he used to earn 1,000 zlotys a day. Not anymore. Not he or any doctor. People simply haven't the money to be cured. And here's another.
I don't want to hear any more. I don't want to see you write down, today I was beaten by a German officer.
The point is not that I was beaten, but what the German policy is. That's what I will write down.
Will you forget the pain and blood if it's not in your diary?
You don't understand, my dear. It's not a diary. What happens to me, to us, the private pain is for private grief.
It's my pain and my grief, and they're important to me.
Of course. But the world's sorrow is also important. January 1940. Heard that the mortality among the Jews of Warsaw is 50 to 70 deaths daily. Before the war, it used to be 10. Jews fined for wearing soiled or wrinkled armbands. People taken off the street for forced labor.
Look, Emmanuel. They're taking boys and old men.
Come away from the window, Simon.
Oh, if there were tears enough, Emmanuel. Not for me, for Rabbi Simon Uberband, but for the synagogue they burned, for the congregation broken and scattered. Tears for God's world and the children of God who have learned to suffer and inflict suffering.
Don't stand at the window, Simon. It's not safe.
No, they're not coming into this building. They have their quota, and they're going.
Oh. Well, then, put on your coat, and we will also go. Oh, your book fell out of your coat pocket. A commentary on the Zohar.
Give it to me, Emmanuel.
I remember this from the Zohar. If ever a time should come when the Torah is no longer studied, the tree of life will depart and leave behind it a world that is dead. Are we seeing a prophecy fulfilled, Simon?
Give me the book.
Of course. I was only turning the pages. I see you've written your commentary on the commentary.
My notes are private. No, I didn't mean that. They do this to us. They make us afraid to trust each other. Read what I've written, Emmanuel.
The subtleties of the Zohar are not for me.
No, please, read my notes.
If you want me to. Life has become a series of insoluble dilemmas. Jewish prisoners of war returning to Warsaw are forbidden to wear military uniforms, but have no civilian clothes. The price of bread is now 23 zlotys. The courage of elderly Jews who refuse to cut off their beards... Simon.
Maybe it's a foolish thing to do, and dangerous.
No.
What's happening here will not be in the history the Nazis will write, but it should be told.
The telling is too much for you and me alone. Come, Simon. We have a lot to talk about and many plans to make. And that's the outline of the plan. What do you think?
Very good. Leave it to Ringelblum. Give him an olive, and he'll organize your whole alphabet.
It's true that I sometimes get carried away, Velvo.
We're not complaining, Emmanuel.
To deal not with dusty manuscripts and faded inscriptions, but with the living raw material of history.
We're ready, Professor. Let's begin.
Velvo, I'm not always sure whether you're serious or making fun of me.
In this world, Emmanuel, if you don't make fun of yourself occasionally, you could die of seriousness. Well?
All right. First, the facts. They must be checked for reliability, then sorted and analyzed and summarized. And lastly, as the data accumulates, monographs must be written, detailed accounts of particular communities, the economic life of restricted groups, social behavior and morale, and so on.
Fine. We'll get you the facts. We'll be all eyes and ears.
That's not enough. We'll need many more people.
Emmanuel, the bigger the group, the greater the danger.
It can't be helped. We can only exercise the greatest care in finding you people. One more thing. When the idea of such a brotherhood was only in my mind, I had a name for it. Oneg Shabbat, delight of the Sabbath.
A Hebrew name to fool them, huh?
You have more in mind than that, haven't you, Emmanuel?
Yes, I have more in mind, Simon. Oneg Shabbat. The Sabbath comes into the dreary world with beauty, an island of song among the turbulent days. Let this be our song. November 15th, 1940. The wall is complete around 100 square city blocks. The guards are posted. Today, the Warsaw Ghetto was sealed off. March 12th, 1941. Paradoxically, the establishment of the Ghetto has furnished greater opportunity for the archives of Oneg Shabbat to function. There are a great many individual notes to be sorted and distributed. Let's begin, my friends. The first, an account of the Conference on Jewish Literature. Listen to this. More than 90 celebrations of Mendele Moches Forum's anniversary in the courtyards of apartment buildings.
I'll take it, Emmanuel. That's for my group, cultural activities.
Here you are, Simon. Next one, Smuggling of food and goods through the wall.
Economic activities, that's mine.
And this one from an eyewitness. Senseless shooting on Zamenhofer Street. Yesterday, shortly after curfew. Before he could show his pass, Dr. Cooperman was shot and killed.
No.
Belville,
I say no.
you must listen.
He was my teacher, my friend.
We all knew him.
And yet you sit here sorting and classifying. Will you file the incident under atrocities or under irrational behavior of the conquerors?
Don't, Belville. What good is anger?
No fighting back, no anger. What do you leave us, fear and weeping?
Not those either.
Emmanuel, enough for now. Leave him to his grief.
No, Simon. No tears.
You're hard, Emmanuel. I did not know how hard you are.
You're wrong. He's not hard. He's an organizer, and he's concerned about his organization.
I will make you understand me, Belville. Cooperman was also my friend.
Your eyes are dry, and the notes are steady in your hand. You don't see people, only facts, data.
My eyes are no different from yours. I see my friends beaten and shot. I see the fear in my wife's face when I leave here and when I return. This morning I looked from the window and saw my son Uri, 9 years old, playing with the children in the courtyard, stepping over a corpse as they played.
Oh, no, Emmanuel.
Yes, Simon. But look, and you too, Belville. My hand is steady. I will make a note for the archives. Even the children are familiars of death.
I'm sorry, Emmanuel. Let's go on with the notes.
No apologies, Belville. And no tears. What your eyes see and your heart feels are for other places and other times than this. We have to tell what is happening now in this place, and the telling is the better for clear eyes. Do you hear, my brothers? No tears. September 18th, 1941. The Germans announced a reduction in food rations for the ghetto. Hunger. Almost every day I see 2 or 3 people fall dead in the street. July 22nd, 1942. Official notice of deportation to the east of the whole population of the ghetto. Men, women, and children.
Emmanuel, your notes on the table.
Don't open the door.
Oh, it's all right. They never knocked twice. Belville.
Come in, Simon. I found him down in the street.
Belville, what's wrong with him? What is it, Simon?
I was in the Umschlagplatz.
They took you for deportation.
No, I hid in a building that overlooked the Umschlagplatz, where they load the deportation trains.
Oh, sit down, Simon. You're trembling.
The screaming and the wailing. They forced them into the cars with clubs and guns, packed like cattle, struggling all the while, crying. Whole families together. Or a mother is taken, a child remains. And the cries. Oh, the cries. There was an officer.
No more. Simon, it's natural to be frightened.
Frightened? Emmanuel, with these same hands that once held the Torah, I wanted to tear open his throat, choke the last breath out of his body. Yes, I'm frightened. I'm so filled with hate that I'm afraid of what I can do, what I can be.
You, Simon. Then God help the rest of us.
People talk of vengeance after the war. I know what they mean now, I know. But it's wrong. The vanquished would plan their own vengeance, and it would go on forever. No, not revenge, but morality.
I heard someone say, the Jewish revenge is to forgive. Stop it, Walt. Stop it, I say.
When you've decided, you and Simon, what then?
What are you talking about?
When you've settled what should be the proper attitude toward the Germans after the war, you'll be ready to die with easy heart?
Maybe such decisions should always be made as if tomorrow were the last day. But you talk too easily about death.
Oh, it's not easy, Emmanuel. I've also seen the Umschlag plots, and so have you. It's a place of death.
The situation is bad enough without exaggerating it. To root up 500,000 people and send them to labor camps or concentration camps.
How comforting to believe that. I also wanted to believe it, but it's not longer possible. We're doomed, all of us. And you talk of forgiveness.
Pull yourself together, Velvel. You came to tell me something?
Siegmund has returned with news of the camp at Treblinka. It's a death camp. An extermination center.
Velvel, it's certain?
Beyond any doubt, Simon.
That it has come at last?
Why should it surprise us? Yet I am taken by surprise. They're sending 5,000-6,000 a day. There isn't much time and so much to do. Velvel, you heard Siegmund's report. Write it down in full detail. What's the matter? You remember it, don't you?
I want to forget it, Emmanuel, but I can't.
Not yet. First, you must put it in writing for the archives.
You and your archives. You want the last drop of horror, people stripped naked and sent into buildings marked bathhouse? The hiss of gas, the cries when they understand the truth? Then the long silence when the poison has done its work? Is that what you want? Shall I also tell you how the corpses are searched for rings and jewelry, how gold fillings are knocked out of the teeth before they're thrown like logs through the oven doors of the crematoria?
My dear, no, you mustn't. No, we've talked about it. We knew it would come in one form or another, a little sooner, a little later. We've survived so far, together. With God's help, maybe.
I couldn't help it, Emmanuel.
I know.
Uri may be awake, and I'll go to him.
That was unnecessary, Velvel, and thoughtlessly cruel. There's paper on my table. Write it down.
For the archives. Always the archives. Here are your archives. Scrap the
Don't
paper.
tear my notes, Velvet.
What do they matter now?
Stop it. You talk and talk, but you have not yet taken it into your understanding. We are doomed, Velvel. You and I and Simon, our families, and the Jews of Warsaw. We are dead men walking for a little while. And therefore the manner of dying, the day and the spot are not the most important things. No. We must tell what happened here, else how can the world prevent it from happening again? Velvel, the important thing is to record the history of our dying until the first smell of poison in our nostrils, so that the world will know. April 19th, 1943. The uprising of the Warsaw Ghetto. With pistols and with homemade bombs, we came out of the cellars and fought in the streets, in the houses, on the rooftops. May 11th, 1943. For 3 weeks, a handful of Jews have held off the German Wehrmacht, conquerors of all Europe. But what can rifles do against tanks and artillery and bombing planes? Does the world know? Why is it silent now of all times? Why don't they send help before it is too late?
The Battle of the Warsaw Ghetto ended on May 16, 1943. 100 square city blocks were pounded into dust and rubble. The last of 500,000 lives were taken. Emanuel Ringelblum was captured and sent to the slave camp at Poniatov, from which he was smuggled out by the Jewish underground.
Velvo, you're still alive.
For the time being. Listen, Emanuel. You're going to London, you and your family. The Polish government in exile has agreed to the rescue.
Just we?
We sent 19 names. Only 3 of the 19 are alive.
I see. And the other 2, they are leaving Poland?
What does that have to do with it? Hurry, you have only half an hour.
We're not going, Velvo.
Don't be a fool. You're more valuable free and alive in London.
We'll remain here.
Emmanuel, it's not just you, it's your wife and your son.
I wish there were some way of saving them. But they are not the only wife and child in Poland.
What you do with your own life, no one can stop you. But your wife?
Ask her.
I thank you, Velvo. But you see, I married him, and I've lived with him all these years. I suppose that whatever it is that makes him refuse to leave also keeps me here.
All right. We have a hiding place for you in Warsaw. You'll be temporary Aryans.
Velvo, I'll need some paper. And
I know. You're working on your notes for the archives.
March 7th, 1944. The voice is not Emanuel Ringelblum's. The Gestapo discovered the cellar in which he was hiding. He, his wife, their son Uri, and 35 others hiding with them. On that day, they were taken back to the ruins of the Warsaw Ghetto for execution.
No tears, Uri. Give me your hand. And take your mother's hand. The world will know, Uri. Stand up straight. And remember, no tears.
Tears are his gift to us. For if all that happened there were unwept, how could the world survive?
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address, with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling, to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take greatest pleasure in presenting Professor Abraham I. Catch, Chairman of the Department of Hebrew Culture and Education at New York University. Professor Catch.
Our sages relate that during the cruel execution by the Romans of many of the Jewish scholars, one of the martyrs, Hanina ben Tradion, was wrapped up in a scroll of the law and burned on a stake of fresh branches. As he was encircled by the flames, his disciples asked him, "Master, what seest thou?" To which he replied, "Gvilin nisrafot ba'esh, ve'otiyot porechot ba'avir." I see scrolls burning, but the letters of the scrolls are flying away yonder. How well history was realized in the vision of this great scholar and teacher. The centers of the Torah have shifted from one place to another, from Palestine to Babylonia, thence to Spain, France, Germany, Poland, and finally America, where the greatest aggregate of all times has assembled. And as if to complete its cycle, and as a matter of poetic justice, the letters of the scrolls are also returning to their original home, Israel, the land of the Bible. Our story tells us that these letters are alive again, but liberty cannot be taken for granted. Nor is physical freedom inseparable from moral freedom. To prevent tyranny, we must also read the historic pages of horror which brought about the tragedy of today's play. for he who doesn't study history must repeat it. Man, made in the image of God, possesses the divine character of human personality, and therefore was made to be free and given the right to be different and not to be penalized for it. But man must realize that freedom and education cannot be inherited. They must be regained by each one individually. If the ideas of peace, friendship, and universal brotherhood were to be followed as expounded by the prophets, if tools of destruction were converted to construction as taught by Isaiah, nations would not be engaged today in the training of armies for the slaughter of human beings. There would be no fear of aggression. Such a world would realize that in the wisdom and humanity of the noble teachings of the prophets, men gain not only guidance in solving their destiny, but also find solace and refreshment of soul, strength in the face of adversity, courage, stimulation, and hope in the face of defeat and disillusionment.
Thank you, Professor Catch. Our Eternal Light drama today, The World Will Know, was written by Joseph Mindell and was based on material in Notes from the Warsaw Ghetto by Emanuel Ringelblum, edited and translated by Jacob Sloan, and published by the McGraw-Hill Book Company, New York. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Leon Janney was featured as Emanuel Ringelblum. Others were Ida Reese-Marin, Bernard Linrow, Roger de Koven, and Guy Rep. Our narrator was Norman Rose. Due to the holidays of Sukkot, the Jewish festival of the Tabernacles, and the Simchat Torah, the festival of the rejoicing of the law, the Eternal Light will not be heard for the next 2 weeks. The program will resume its normal schedule of broadcasting 3 weeks from today. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Vutsas. The weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Papa and the Well, was written by Erwin Gonchak.
Papa had a favorite story from the Bible, which he never stopped telling to me when I was a boy, year after year after year. What was the story, you ask? But let Papa tell it. He told it often enough, with different emphasis, of course, depending on how old I was at the time and what my particular interest happened to be. You see, that was the trouble. It was my Papa's favorite story, but I always happened to be in the center of it. When I was very young, Papa put great emphasis on the camels.
Eliezer, the servant of Abraham, took with him 10 camels. Not 1, not 2, but 10. My child, can you just picture them striding proudly across the desert, going clumpety, clumpety, clump, up one sand dune and down another, and 10 servants on the humps of 10 camels going humpety, humpety, hump, up one sand dune and down another. Can you just picture this magnificent caravan going across the desert on an important mission for Abraham? Can you see camels? And who do you think is riding on the top of the first camel going clumpety clump and humpety hump across the endless sands? You, Sonny, you!
Then when I got a year or two older, and I began to comprehend the rudiments of space and distance.
From the land of Canaan to the city of Haran in Mesopotamia would ordinarily take The man with the camel, 17 days. But Eliezer, the servant of Abraham, did it in 3 hours. Is that speed, my boy? Oh, doesn't it make your head reel with excitement? And how did Eliezer do this? Well, the legends say that the mission Eliezer had to perform was so important that the earth hastened to meet him in a wonderful way. And who do you think is whizzing across the desert with Eliezer and 10 servants and 10 camels, followed by a great cloud of dust? You, Sonny, you!
There comes a time when a boy becomes a collector. You know, baseball cards, bottle tops, marbles, fish hooks. And my father was ready for this development in my personality. You see what I mean? My personality.
Did you ever wonder why Eliezer, the servant of Abraham, had 10 camels? Wasn't one enough? My child, it was because he was carrying with him great treasures, jewels and gold and silver, wondrous fabrics, finely wrought ornaments. It was all part of the mission he was performing. Here, Sonny, feel the treasures, count them. Put one on top of the other until they reach the sky. Are these collector's items, or aren't they? And they are yours. They are part of your gift.
The next stage in my development was the love and care of animals. I would bring home any stray cat or dog I would see on the streets. And, of course, Papa was prepared.
So, when Eliezer, the servant of Abraham, reached the end of his journey, naturally his camels were very thirsty. Even though the trip took only 3 hours because of the way the earth behaved, still measured in miles, it was a long distance. And the camels thirsted for water. But, there was a maiden at a well, Rebecca, who saw the condition of the animals and took pity on them. And by herself, she carried water from the well to quench their great thirst. She had a great compassion in her heart for animals. The same way you feel. Just like you, my son.
Finally, I reached the stage where I began to take notice of girls and their behavior, and I would compare the attributes of one with the attributes of another. It was then that my father told me the full import of the narrative he had been relating to me since I was a child. And wouldn't you know it, I was right smack in the middle of it.
So there she was, Rebecca at the well, a portrait for the ages. At the first glance, Eliezer could see that the girl was wholesome in appearance, and by her deportment, that she was maidenly. Her character, innately kind. Don't you remember her watering the camels? And lastly, Abraham had sent his servant to the land of Aram Naharaim, from whence Abraham had originally journeyed and where his people still resided. This was to ensure that the bride of his son Isaac should come from a good family background. So, with this review, wholesome, maidenly, innately kind, and a good family background. So you see, my son, Rebecca is the perfect bride for you, my boy. For you!
Did you hear? For me. A perfect bride for me. Here I was finished with college and thinking about traveling around the world. Jerusalem, Paris, Rome, Vienna, Singapore, banana boat to the West Indies, dog sled to the Arctic. But no. All that talk about camels clumpity-clumping and whizzing through the air and treasures of gold and silver and kindness to animals and Rebecca with the good family background was all part of a well-calculated plan.
Son, the Bible says, a man shall leave his father and mother and cleave to a wife.
So, Papa, so?
And the Talmud adds, he who has no wife lives without comfort, help, joy, blessing, and atonement. He who has no wife cannot be considered a whole man.
So, Papa, so?
And in Ecclesiastes one reads, to everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven.
So, Papa, so?
So, if you put two and two together, my son, you will know that the time has come.
It has? Okay, Papa. Okay, I'll start looking.
My son, but there is a way to look. And that way makes all the difference in the world.
So what's the way? Tell me. Go to socials, meetings, lectures, weddings, bar mitzvahs?
Yes. But you're overlooking one important detail, my boy. Why have I all these years been telling you the story of Rebecca at the well?
Why, Papa?
So you gain an insight, wisdom in choosing the proper wife.
So what do I do, Papa? Send Shepsel the doorman back to Pinsk, or was it Minsk, to find me a wife?
No, son. This is not necessary.
So what is necessary?
Think, my boy, think. The story.
I'm thinking. Maybe I should travel down Fifth Avenue on a camel.
No, son, no. Now you're being silly. But you remember the well. The kind-hearted maiden at the well.
Papa, I'm being silly? I'm being silly? Certainly I laughed when I heard my father speak again of the incident at the well. Imagine that. I, a product of the 20th century, a college graduate summa cum laude. But then I noticed tears in Papa's eyes, and I stopped my laughing, and I was a little ashamed of myself.
Laugh, my boy, laugh. But how do you think I met your mother, Sarah? May she rest in peace. In the old country, my father was a peddler of old clothing and second-hand trinkets. And he and I would go with a blind horse and a wagon from one town to another town selling our wares. Then, on one long trip when the temperature bubbled over 100, and we had been walking for miles without water, we came to Bryansk. And there I met the beloved Sarah, standing by a well.
Please, let me give you a drink of water from my pitcher. You both must be very thirsty from your journey.
Oh, thank you, young lady. You are very kind.
And your poor horse. I must immediately draw water from the well for him.
And our horse, if he could only talk and would stop his drinking for only a moment, as I was saying, our horse would also thank you for the cool water. But saddest of all, he cannot see you as I do, for the poor fellow is blind.
Oh, that's a shame. But at least he spared the sight of the suffering of this land.
Yes, so you see, my son, I knew your mother was my Rebecca at the well. And I was right, my child. I was right. So maybe you can meet your Rebecca at the well, although that would be a very fine place. All right. But the heart, my son, she must have a kind heart.
So you see, it was my father's dream that I, too, meet a Rebecca at the well. And I did feel a little sorry for him, because I suppose in looking for a Rebecca for me, he was trying to relive the days when he met my mother. But Manhattan is a busy city, built on a rock, no less. And on top of the rock is asphalt, cement, and steel. So tell me, where could one find a well? However, one day, as it was our custom in the summer, Papa and I took a trip into the country. Papa, shouldn't we have made reservations?
Why? For where? For what?
Gee, I don't know. Don't we expect to stop somewhere?
My son, who knows where we're going to stop?
Oh, I thought you knew where we were going.
Certainly I know. Maybe, who knows? We'll see a nice place along the road with a well and cool water, and there we'll stop and get refreshed,
Oh, I see. But what did I see? I still don't know.
Sonny, stop the car. Look, over there. You see? A real old-fashioned well. Come, Sonny. Wake up, Sparky. Here. Now, we shall really have ourselves a drink of water.
Hey, what do we do, boss?
Play it cool, Lefty. Play it cool.
Hey, do you think they're harmless, boss?
Harmless. Why don't you get some brains? That's how the feds work.
Huh?
An old man, a young man, and a dog.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect disguise. I'm too smart for them. Just watch me handle.
Hey, mister, kind sir. My son and the dog and I are very thirsty. May we please have some water out of the well over there?
Hey, you're right, boss. They're feds. They're looking for the still.
Shut up. Sure, you want some water? Help yourself.
Thank you very much. Hey, Sonny, it was a well just like this. Memories. Maybe, my son, maybe one day you'll find a Rebecca at a well just like this. But your papa's a dreamer.
Oh, boss, they're smart cookies, all right. They're talking to each other in code.
Lefty, shut up. Mister, I'll have my daughter get you the water.
Hope it's no trouble for her.
Daughter? Boss, you never told me.
Lefty. No trouble. She's down in the well right now.
Down in the well?
Sure. On hot days, she does her knitting there.
Did you hear that, Sonny? Knitting. A real old-fashioned girl. And clever. On hot days, she works right in the well.
Come over here and look down the well for yourself.
Here, come, my boy. Come, Sparky. This we must see.
Just look right in there.
Hey, your neck, Flatfoot. Watch out for the dog, boss. They learn of jiu-jitsu.
Okay, run, tut. If you want room service, coppers, just ring for the maid.
Papa, Sparky, and myself managed to get out of the well finally and start the journey home. No one seemed too anxious to talk about what had happened, except the dog, who didn't stop barking and probably thought the whole thing was great fun.
Sonny, stop the car. This time I see a real, authentic well.
Papa, not again. Haven't you had enough adventure for one day?
Enough with the wisecrack. Stop the car, Sonny. Here. All right. All out, Sonny, Sparky. We shall see what we shall find.
Seems to me like a pile of junk just dumped all over the lawn.
The well, my boy, the well. That's all that matters. Shh. Someone is coming. Let me handle this.
Sure, Papa, you handle it. But I'm standing back a little this time.
May I help you, gentlemen?
Hey, that's Sonny. Kindness. Innate kindness. Yes, lady. We saw that well on the lawn.
Oh, yes, it's a very fine well. One of our very best.
You hear that, Sonny? One of our very best. We have met a collector of wells. Lady, we have made a very long journey, and my son and the dog and myself are very thirsty.
Oh, I understand. If you step inside the house, I'll get you some soda.
No, please. It's water we want, if I may say so.
Oh, that's all right. We have cold water inside also.
No, lady. Please. For sentimental reasons, could we have it from the well, huh?
Oh, you certainly are attracted to that well.
Come, lady, come to the well. I'll show you what I mean.
You know, you really can't get any water out of that well.
Don't worry, lady. If there's one thing I know, it's wells. See, I just take this bucket.
Papa, watch out, the well to the left.
I'm sorry.
Oh, really, it's nothing to be concerned about. We'll just stand it up again. See? As good as new. You can place these wells anywhere. They make nifty decorations and conversation pieces. Gives your house a rustic touch. And we have other antiques that may interest you. Colonial rockers, spinning wheels, whaling harpoons. Well, gentlemen, where are you going? What's wrong? Gentlemen, don't you want your drink of water?
Nevertheless, my father continued to dream his romantic dream. And if ever I would playfully chide him about it, his eyes would grow misty, and he would gently say to me,
And before Eliezer, the servant of Abraham, had done speaking to his heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down into the well and drew. And he said unto her,
Let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste, and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. Ah, you too, my son. You too should have a Rebecca at the well, with kindness in her heart, like your mother. May she rest in peace.
It continued like this for a number of years, and really it didn't bother me. Every once in a while, my father and I would take our trip to the country, and if we happened to come across an old well, of course, Papa would sigh a few deep sighs.
This is a drink of water, sonny. Memories, memories.
And, of course, Papa would then add,
By you soon, my son, if it pleases the Lord, by you soon, a Rebecca at the well.
And, of course, nothing ever came of our ventures. But Papa was happy, and I was happy. And this was as good a way as any of keeping from getting married. For, you see, I treasured my freedom very dearly. That is, until one day, my firm sent me on a business trip to the wonderful city of Copenhagen in Denmark. And so it happened that on the first Friday I was there, while searching for the local synagogue in what was a very strange city to me, I became lost in the maze of quaint, twisting Copenhagen streets. Excuse me, sir. Could you please direct me to the synagogue?
Jeg taler desværre ikke engelsk.
I can help you, young man. I am on the way to the synagogue myself.
So there she was, Frederica. And would you believe it? We met in front of a lovely fountain. And beyond this fountain, off in the harbor, was the lonely figure of the little mermaid.
Oh, so you do not know the story?
I'm an American, you see.
Oh, but you read Hans Christian Andersen in America?
The Ugly Duckling and the Steadfast Tin Soldier was as far as I went, I'm afraid.
Oh, but never the Little Mermaid.
No, never the Little Mermaid.
Oh, then you have missed a very charming story.
If you have some time now, why don't you tell me about it?
Oh, but you must read it the way the author has written it, and then you will really appreciate the story.
But then I will be lacking you as a translator.
You know, in my country, all the young men dream of meeting the Little Mermaid.
Do they? Why is that?
Oh, because she is young and beautiful and devoted, and she gives away her life so the prince, whom she loves dearly but cannot marry, is able to live happily ever after. They say she is the mermaid with the kindest heart.
Did Hans Christian Andersen ever know her?
Perhaps he did. Oh, but alas, he still remained a bachelor all his life.
I guess he never wrote a story about a well, did he?
A well? A well? Oh, you Americans always talk about oil wells.
Oh, no, I was thinking of a well, like Rebecca at the well.
Oh, is that your favorite story?
My father's.
Oh, and why is that?
It reminds him of how he met my mother in the old country, Poland.
How interesting. He must be very sentimental. Oh, but look, the sun is about to set, and we must hurry if we're not going to be late for the Sabbath services.
Well, I returned home, and then one thing led to another, and Frederica came to America to study at the university, and we saw each other, and as I said before, one thing led to another, and we were planning to get married. But I still had to tell Papa about what was to transpire.
Oh, you want me to meet a friend of yours? Okay, my boy.
Fine, Papa. Tonight?
Tonight, certainly. Bring him up.
It's not a him, Papa. It's a her.
Huh? Who was this her?
Frederica.
Frederica. I never heard of no Frederica.
The name is sort of strange to your ears at first, but you'll get used to it.
Just because I meet a person once, I have to get used to the name? You explained that to me, Sonny, huh?
Because we're planning to get married.
You couldn't wait, huh? Sonny, I heard of Rebecca at the well. I heard of Rachel at the well. I even heard of Moses Zipporah at the well. But never Frederica at the well.
Papa, you and I looked all over, but we couldn't find her. But I did find her. on my trip abroad. It was just not where we expected her to be, that's all.
I know nothing about this strange girl. This is no Rebecca at the well.
Just wait, Papa, just wait. When you see her and get to know her, you'll change your mind.
Never. I shall never see her, and I shall never change my mind.
Papa.
No.
I met her in front of a fountain.
So? A fountain is not a well.
Papa, I was lost in a strange city, and she gave me directions.
Next time, better you use a road map, eh?
Papa, she showed me the way to the synagogue.
I don't... To the synagogue?
She introduced me to the rabbi and the whole congregation.
She did?
And after the services, her parents invited me to the Sabbath meal and treated me just as if I were one of the family.
They did? Frederica. She has a kind heart?
Like Mama, Papa. Like Mama. May she rest in peace.
Son, I have been thinking, and I remember that it was once recorded by an obscure scribe, but a very wise one, that if a man has walked a long way and is thirsting for a drink of water, for this purpose and for the purpose of meeting his future wife, this very learned scribe wrote, sometimes a fountain can be as good as a well. So, Sonny, what are you waiting for? Quickly, let me meet your Frederica, eh?
So Papa is still telling the story of Rebecca at the well. Fortunately, no longer to me, but instead to his grandchildren. Yet from across the room, I continue to hear the camels going clumpety, clumpety, clump, and the precious gifts being piled one on top of the other until they reach the sky and then whizzed across the desert. And at the end of Eliezer's long journey, I again hear Papa say,
There was a maiden at a well, Rebecca, who saw the condition of the animals and took pity on them. And by herself she carried water from the well to quench their great thirst. She had great kindness and compassion in her heart. Just like you, my little children. Just like you.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Charles Frost, chairman of the Patron Society of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America and a prominent civic leader. Mr. Frost.
Meaning is often revealed in unusual ways. In today's story, for example, we have heard of a father who could express himself only through the biblical tale of Rebecca at the well. But we know that through all those years, he told it to his son, and even with all the embellishments he made in order to amuse the son he loved, there was underneath the mere tale a message. Papa wanted more than anything else for his son to find happiness and contentment in life. How could a boy find this? For one thing, he must marry, because travel is empty unless there is a home to which one can return, and business success is meaningless unless there are those with whom it can be shared. Home and family were important to the father, and they became important to the son. And whom should the boy marry? It was not important, really, that the wife he chose be standing by a well ready to offer him a cool water. But he must find a woman with kindness of heart, and there must be some way in which her understanding might be demonstrated. A kind and loving wife was important to the father and became important to the son. Though the younger man accepted the wisdom and advice of his father with humor at first, when he met Frederica, he understood in full the truth of what his father has been trying to teach him over the years. At the moment of Frederica's kindness to him, he knew she was the Rebecca of whom his father had spoken. And here, meaning was revealed not in the telling of the story, but in the richness of experience. There is indeed a timelessness in the words of the Bible. The stories of biblical days have meaning for each man in his own times, and many times for each man. The wisdom of the old passed down to the young, and while the meaning may not always be understood immediately, it will be revealed in the course of our life experiences, for no message is without purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Our Eternal Light drama today, Papa and the Well, was written by Erwin Gonchak. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Martin Newman as the son and Leon Janney as the father. Others in the cast were Thelma Hansen, Joseph Julian, Sam Raskin, Alice Uhrman, and Merrill Joel. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Thou Wast a Slave in Egypt, was written by Erwin Gonchak.
The outskirts of a Union camp during the early months of the Civil War. Late afternoon. 3 soldiers are seated by a tent in the open fields. The sergeant, Hank, is an older man. The other 2 Union soldiers, Joshua and Seth, are young boys in their teens. Hank is boiling coffee and frying hardtack. Joshua, with a piece of charcoal, is printing some words on a flat board of wood. Seth is reading a crumpled newspaper, which he has read many times before.
Yep. I'd give anything to have been at Manassas Junction instead of here in Kentucky. Paper says it was the first real important battle with the Confederates. And we're in Kentucky.
Never you mind, Seth. We might see some fighting soon. That was the Ohio River we crossed just a spell ago. So that means this soil we're stepping on right now is southern. Feel it. This here's southern soil.
Ah, but Joshua, Kentucky's not out of the Union.
Makes no difference. Slaves have been tilling this soil. That's all that matters. There are folks in bondage somewhere off there, like our people were in the land of Egypt. So this here is enemy territory.
Oh, Joshua, what are you bringing up those old Bible stories for? I'm talking about what I see and what I know today. Kentucky's still in the Union, and all this has nothing to do with slavery. What do you think, Sarge?
Well, I heard that some people in Kentucky have 2 flags in their attics. One Union flag and one rebel flag. And, depending on who's winning at the time, that's the flag they fly.
Well, after Manassas, I bet they must all be flying the Reb flag.
There, that does it. The sign's up. How's the printing look?
What's it say, Joshua? Liberator?
No, the Liberator. That's the name of William Lloyd Garrison's abolitionist paper.
Oh.
I'm putting it here as sort of our coat of arms.
Oh, no, you're not. I have something to say about signs, what signs you plant before this tent. Why, that Garrison's a madman, a fool. Everyone knows a slave's only half human. He just wouldn't know what to do with freedom if he had it.
If what you say is true, Seth, you and I would still be back in Egypt building cities for Pharaoh.
Fish sticks. I'll tell you true. That Garrison fella isn't going to be put on display here.
Don't you have any sense? What do you think this war is about if it isn't about slavery?
Well, I'm no expert on the subject, but I got my opinions. And I know I'm not here on Kentucky soil, hundreds of miles from my home in Wisconsin, to free any African slaves.
All right, then. Tell me why you joined up. Tell me that.
You want to know?
Yeah.
All right. I'll tell you. In my hometown one day, there was a big ceremony. A picnic and a band and lots of veterans from the old Mexican War days perched up there on the platform, all decked out in their soldier uniforms. And then somebody hoisted the flag, and the town players beat the drum and blew the bugles. Ta-ta-ta! And then this voice, you see, this voice boomed out. Who'll come up and sign the roll? Now, every time a recruit fell in line, a big yell was let out by the crowd. Well, I hankered for one of those yells for me, and so I called out, I'll sign. And boy, did they yell. Wahoo!
You're fighting a war because someone yells, wahoo. And what kind of a foolish reason is that?
Foolish?
Yeah.
You want to know what I think? I'll tell you, good and true. I'll even sing you a little ditty I know. To the flag we are pledged, all its foes we abhor, and we're not for the slave, but we are for the war.
You voice of the devil. I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I am.
No, you
Both squared off to fight.
Now,
The
keep
two
your
young
mouth shut.
soldiers danced around each other, kicking up a lot of dust without landing any blows to speak of. After a while, the sergeant wearily got between them.
Now, stop this fooling around. Save your fighting for the ribs. Now, sit down and eat your food.
Keep your mouth shut. Oh, what do you mean? Keep my mouth shut?
Who ever heard of fighting over why a war began?
Just then, Lieutenant Giddings appeared. Tall, young, erect, obviously proud of his position. The three soldiers looked up and noted his arrival on the scene, but they continued to eat their meal.
You men have any questions about your duties? Now, I have you here on picket duty for when it gets dark. I want one of you posted all the time by that ridge. Now, spell yourselves every few hours.
Gee, Lieutenant, what's the worry around here? It looks peaceful to me. All the hiking and marching we've been doing, I think we could use some sleep and resting better.
Yeah, I know, boy, but secessionists have been seen around these parts. You know, they might want to take a look-see and a few pot shots while we're sleeping. Also, you might catch yourself a runaway around here.
Runaway slaves near here?
Yes, Joshua. I had a gentleman in my tent just an hour ago reporting that one of his slaves ran away from his plantation. And he suspects he might be heading this way.
What do we see if we do? What do we do if we see one, Lieutenant?
You just bring him over to my tent, and I'll arrange for him to be returned.
Return him?
Now, that's orders from General Buell, Joshua. The general says as long as the master is loyal, we return the slave. Now, you have to remember, we want Kentucky to stay in the Union. And sure as blazes, they'd go to the secession if we start tampering with their slaves.
Now, you see? Just what I told you before, Joshua. This war isn't because of slavery.
Now, boy, listen to me. Our swords are drawn for the Union. And our watchword is the Union now and forever. One and inseparable.
Ah, diggity dog. Just what I said.
I'll tell you right to your face, all of you. This talk about the Union is just Dutch to me. I'm in this war for the freedom of the slave.
Lieutenant, you see how Joshua carries on all the time. He's just like that.
Now, Joshua, don't let your personal feelings interfere with your soldiering. By the way, men, the master of that slave told me that there's a reward for anybody who finds the runaway and returns him.
Tainted money. That's what it is.
Now, hold your tongue, soldier. Policy concerning the slave is set by the President of the United States. Now, remember, you're just a soldier who carries out orders. Remember that. I'm going back to camp now. Sergeant, be sure the sentry duty is done proper, huh?
Yes, sir.
You know where to find me if you need me.
Yeah, we know where. In the flesh pots of Egypt, consorting with slaveholders.
Whammy. I guess the lieutenant certainly told you all.
Oh, that pumpkin rag can go jump in the lake for all I care.
Well, now you better take that sign down, that Libby Ratter thing, or you'll really get into some trouble with me and the lieutenant.
Seth, I'm warning you for good now. That sign is staying up no matter what you, the Lieutenant General Don Carlos Buell, or even President Lincoln says about it.
Jump on catfish! Can I get any peace around here? Now, Seth, you go up on the ridge like the lieutenant said and start patrolling. We'll spell you later. And for honest Abe's sake, don't be shooting off that gun every time you see something moving in the bushes.
Don't worry, Sarge. This gun is only going to be used on the Rebs or anyone else scheming to bust up the Union.
Seth and Joshua stared menacingly at each other, but Hank motioned Seth off with a few stern go-ons, and the young Union soldier left carrying his rifle. The other two went back to their chores. Twilight passed into early evening.
Hank, what do you think that was?
I'd say Seth probably bagged himself a cow.
Keep walking, man. No funny business, you hear? Now, don't look back, you hear? I'll blast you another world if you try anything tricky. Hey, Hank! Joshua! Look what I got here! A Reb! I got me a Reb! Hey, I got a Reb!
Seth brought his prisoner to the tent, made him lie down, face flat on the ground. Joshua hung back, with his hands tightly gripping the firearm, but Hank went over to take a look.
Why, this ain't a Reb! This here's a runaway!
No, Reb? Were you sure of that? He has some kind of a uniform on.
That's probably an old militia jacket that his master can't wear anymore.
Well, what do you know?
But take a good look at him.
He certainly is old. Hey, his hair's as white as snow.
See this on his feet? Turpentine. He put it on to fool any dogs they'd send after him.
May the Lord deliver us. A real live slave. The first one I've seen with my own eyes.
First one you've seen? Well, Joshua, I thought you were one of those abolitionists.
Sure I am. But we've never seen a slave. I mean, we talk about the sin of slavery at the prayer meetings, but we've never seen a real live slave.
Hey, you know, I bet this is the runaway the lieutenant was talking about. The one that had a reward out for him. Hey, have you escaped from some plantation around here?
I'm looking for Master Lincoln's army. The slaves heard that Master Lincoln's soldiers is going to march this way, and I've come to find them.
Hey, you think he's a spy for Jeff Davis?
You shut up. Old fella, this is General Buell's army, but we're part of Abraham Lincoln's army. We most certainly are.
Hearing this, the slave bowed his head and offered a prayer of thanksgiving.
Lord, I looked everywhere, and you showed me where they were. I found Master Lincoln's army. I prayed, Lord, and you took me by the hand.
Here. Here's some coffee and hardtack. You must be hungry after your journey.
Thank you, Master.
You don't have to call us master, old fella. We're not your master. The only master a man has is the Lord above. We're all men on earth, and all men are brothers.
Now, Joshua, why are you trying to ruin this slave with all that abolitionist talk? He looks to me like a well-behaved one. You'll spoil him with that talk. Slave, what do you want with the Union Army anyway?
We heard Master Lincoln Army take slaves across the Ohio River to a land of freedom.
Oh, brother, these slaves are funny, you know.
Enough of that, Seth.
No. I've seen them in minstrel shows, telling jokes, singing songs, and dancing the jig. Hey, can you dance the jig, boy? Come on, let's see you dance the jig.
Dance the jig?
Well, you deaf? The jig. All slaves can dance the jig. Look, like this.
Yes, sir. Master held jigging games and a place to jig on. And the slaves would jig till they fall down winded. And the master would laugh and say, "See, all the slaves are happy." But I never jigged. I never saw anything to jig about.
Well, then you must know how to sing one of those peppy minstrel songs. You must be singing those songs all the time on the old plantation.
That's what's wrong with you. This man hasn't run away from a minstrel show. Don't you understand? He's escaping from human slavery.
Now, look, Joshua. I caught this one, so he's none of your business. You catch one of your own and you can do what you want with him.
Slavery is the business of all of us. Whenever men are put in bondage, we are all guilty. We are our brother's keeper.
Okay, preacher, okay. Anyway, I'm not aiming to harm him. Look, we could give this slave a banjo and a funny little hat and, sort of charge admission for the rest of the company to take a peek at him.
What are you saying? This is a man before you. This man didn't risk his life to sing a song and dance a jig. Didn't you hear what he said? He's looking for Lincoln's army and freedom.
Joshua, I'm trying to be reasonable with you, but you don't want to listen to reason. The troops would be bug-eyed to see this slave in a little show before we return him to his master.
Send him back to bondage? Never. You'd have to get past this firearm to do something as wicked and cruel as that.
Joshua, don't you ever point that thing at me, do you hear?
I found this slave, and finders are keepers.
Now all this foolishness is going to end. Seth, go on back to your post. Go on! And you, Joshua, you get to sleep. Because you're going to be out on that picket duty, too. Now, we'll talk about the slave in the morning. No one else knows he's here, so we can let the whole thing rest till sunup.
Hank rolled out a blanket and quickly fell asleep. The slave hummed a doleful song. Joshua listened and couldn't sleep. Night came on.
I want to welcome you. What I mean is, look, my name is Joshua Jacobs, and gosh darn it, I'm glad you came here. Well, what do people call you?
Aaron, Joshua.
Aaron, let me shake your hand. That's what free men do when they greet each other.
Yes, Joshua.
Aaron, what's your family name? The name of your mother and father?
Joshua, the only name I have is Aaron. I never knew my family.
You mean you didn't know your mother and father?
I was a little one when they were sold to a land way down the Mississippi. I don't remember ever seeing them. And I just been called Aaron, that's all.
We have to get you a family name. All free men have a family name. I give you mine, Aaron, but that might not be right either. A free man has to have his own name.
Freeman? That sounds good. I'm going to be Aaron Freeman.
Certainly. Aaron Freeman. That's just what you are.
Aaron Freeman. Lord, I have a name.
Aaron, do you people in bondage often pray to the Lord? Together, I mean?
We used to, Joshua. We had a place, and a slave preacher would come and tell us about the Lord. But then the white folks said we were talking about running away, so they stopped the prayer meetings. And when the master asked us if we prayed at night, we said no to him. But Joshua, we prayed every night. We prayed to the Lord to take us out of slavery.
Soon, God willing, you'll pray with your people every day when you want to. And you'll read the lessons of the Lord from the Bible.
I hope so, Joshua. I can read a few words from the good book. A man once came around the shacks at night, a white man, and he tried to teach us to read the Bible. We said to him, "Aren't you afraid they will kill you for teaching us?" And he said, "No." But Joshua, we didn't tell anyone because they'd kill this teacher if they knew.
Aaron, listen to me. Just before it gets light, I'm going to find a boat and row you across the Ohio River.
Across the River Jordan to the Promised Land.
On the other side, we'll find a church and ask about the Underground Railroad that'll take you north.
We heard of the railroad without any tracks, that no master can see, and that follows the North Star until the slave is free.
Now, you rest, Aaron. You have a long road ahead of you.
I'm not afraid, Joshua. The Lord stands over me. Joshua.
What's the matter, Aaron?
Joshua, could you please write me that paper?
What paper is that?
A paper that says you are free.
One of those manumission papers? You don't need one of those. You're free because the Lord says you're free. When the Lord freed the children of Israel from bondage in Egypt, he showed the whole world for all time his everlasting hatred of the institution of human slavery. So you don't need a paper to say you're free.
Yes, Joshua. But do all the people everywhere know that?
Well, all right, if you think it's important. I guess I could write you one of those manumission papers. Why not? I'll just get here by the fire with this paper and pen. Let me see. To whom it may concern. This is to inform you that the bearer of this paper, said Aaron Freeman, is now and henceforth will always be a free man. Signed, Private Joshua Jacobs, July 12th, 1861.
The slave lay back and looked into the sky full of stars. Soon he slept. The young soldier's grip on his rifle loosened, and he too slept. And then all was darkness. Two men with a lantern appeared, Lieutenant Giddings and Seth. They looked about quietly. One noted that Joshua was asleep, but the other motioned to leave him be. They came to the runaway slave and shook him.
Wake up, slave. Wake up. Time to move on.
Where are you taking me across the river?
You're going home.
Where is my home?
Where it's always been, with your master.
But I want to be a free man. I have a name now. Freeman. Aaron Freeman.
You'll be better off with your master. He treats you well. Anyway, freedom is a cold place, where the winds blow all the time from the north.
Lieutenant's right. You wouldn't want to go there.
I have a paper here that says I'm free.
It's signed Private Joshua Jacobs.
Slave, Joshua has no legal right to set you free. Only your master can do that.
But the Bible says the Lord makes men free.
We'll have to go now.
I can help Lincoln's army. Please, let me fight for Lincoln's army. Let me fight for freedom.
Slave, up north, the winds are cold.
The winds are cold wherever slavery is.
The two Union soldiers and the runaway slave walked off into the dark night. When the dawn came, Hank was on picket duty, Joshua was still asleep, and Seth was sitting by the tent.
Seth, where's Aaron? Where is he?
Let me be, Joshua. Just let me be.
Aaron's not here. What happened to him?
He's back with his master.
Oh, no, I can't believe that. He wanted to be a free man.
Joshua, he didn't go back. He was taken back.
Oh, God. Oh, God, forgive me. Nothing worse than going back. 40 years in the wilderness, but Moses wouldn't let us go back. God, forgive me.
It wasn't your fault, Joshua.
But I promised him that I'd help him get the freedom, and I let him down.
It was me who took him back to slavery, Joshua.
You? Are you proud of what you did?
I thought I'd be. I thought I'd feel like a hero, get a reward and everything. I'm not feeling that way now.
What happened, Seth?
I saw something I'd like to forget. I know I never will.
What did you see?
Well, when the lieutenant and I took the slave back, the master put a shackle around his wrist and ankles and chained him to a post. The master was sad about doing it, he said, but he said he had to, so the other slaves wouldn't think about running away also.
Did Aaron say anything?
He didn't say a word. He just looked at me. You know what I did? I turned away. I couldn't look back at him. His eyes told me something I didn't know before. He was a man looking at me. And chains were around his arms and around his legs. Because he wanted to be free.
Seth! Joshua! We just got the word. The regiment's moving out. Rebs spotted down the road and we're going after them. Yeah! Oh, come on!
The two Union soldiers packed their belongings and prepared to meet the Confederate forces. Before they walked down the long, terrible road of war, Joshua said a prayer, and Seth bowed his head.
May the Lord have compassion on us, his troubled children, everywhere in this great land. We have lost our way, and we walk in darkness, looking for his light. Dear God, we know that all people are searching for freedom. May the Lord of all make free those sold into captivity. May his strong hand succor those taken into slavery. And if we are beset with hunger, may the Lord nourish us. If we are alone, may God comfort us. If we are sick, may the Lord visit us. If we are in prison, may the Lord show favor to us. In bonds, may he release us.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Bertram W. Korn, Senior Rabbi at Reform Congregation Knesset Israel in Philadelphia. Dr. Korn.
Like Seth and Joshua, contemporary historians continue to wrangle over the fundamental purpose of the Civil War. Was that fratricidal conflict fought to free the slaves, or was emancipation rather an instrument of political and economic policy designed to preserve the Union and to further national development? So intertwined were the motives of leaders, and so intermixed were the inexorable economic and social trends of the times, that it will probably never be possible to establish with definitiveness the precise relationship of slavery to the national tragedy. But all students of the Civil War agree that slavery was an indefensible aspect of American life, and that it had to be eradicated before America could assume its leading role among the nations of the world. Our country could not have continued to grow and develop in democratic strength and meaning with half its power devoted to the evil and immoral task of keeping its slaves in chains. The interrelationship of moral order and the social order has always been one of the major concerns of Judaism. Society is equally responsible with the individual for the observance of the ethical standards which God has ordained. All too often we think that the individual is lost in the midst of great masses of people when society perpetrates great evils. But always, as in our story of the encampment in Kentucky, the conflicts within society become the problems of the individual. Judaism today continues the prophetic tradition and encourages every person to bear his share of the obligation to mold the social order into a greater likeness of the ideal day when they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. But they shall sit every man under his vine and under his fig tree and none shall make them afraid. For the mouth of the Lord of hosts hath spoken.
Thank you, Dr. Korn. Our Eternal Light drama today, Thou Wast a Slave in Egypt, was written by Erwin Gonchak. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Larry Robinson, William Mason, Emery Richardson, Alan Bergman, and Ralph Camargo. Our narrator was Norman Rose. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Rachel, was written by Erwin Gonchak.
Yigal, a battered hulk of a man from the four corners of the world, watched over the remains of the settlement.
How much longer, Yigal? How much longer do we just stay and wait and do nothing?
Patience, my friend. Patience.
Maybe we should have left with the others. Maybe we should leave now.
This is my home. I've left too many homes in my life. I leave no more.
But the loneliness, the futility, the heat, and him out there. With my hands, I would break his neck in two.
Does no good. I know.
I curse you out there for this. I curse you 1,000 times. And I will get you. I will get you.
From the steps of the house, Yigal stared at the small shack in the distance. In the sweltering heat, the grass seemed to have turned to gauze, and a lonely eucalyptus shimmered as if it were reflected in water.
You see? Even the donkey is becoming scrawny, nibbling at roots that soon will not be there. And then, Yigal, mark my word, the desert will return again.
The desert has never left, my friend. It is still here in the souls of men.
Aye. Look at that stupid creature. He's going toward the barbed wire. Be careful! Be careful where you go! You will be an easy target for the enemy!
Don't worry. His animal innocence will save him.
I know what will save him. Our adversary's too lazy, too indifferent to fire.
Friend, you fool only yourself. You know that the Arab who is across the fields is keeping his bullets for the bedtime serenade.
For days, the routine had not changed. Night after night, with muscles aching from fatigue, first Yigal would hear the lone Arab's fusillade, and then he would be lulled to sleep by the whining of 1,000,000 insects. And during the early hours of the morning, he always awoke to the thin sound of gunfire pattering on the roof.
God, what an awakening! What an awakening!
Aye. A man should be awakened by the cool sweetness of the morning air and the plaintive cooing of the turtle dove.
Between your philosophical words and the Arab's bullets, what an awakening! What an awakening!
Come. Our neighbor from across the dark field calls.
You out there! We return your early morning greeting!
And now, back to bed and dreams. Dreams.
And so it was for days, and the lonely vigil continued.
God, when do we sleep at night?
When? When all this passes away.
God, all you have to offer is philosophy. When it is action that is needed, a plan of action.
You are still impatient, my friend. But you will learn.
Well, at least let us review the situation.
Review.
The Arab sniper is across the fields, and we are here.
Yes. And in between us is the brown earth, lifeless, inert.
He sees our gardens, our trees, our animals. But he does not move because he knows our territory is scattered with landmines.
The seeds of our generation.
And we do not move because if we cross the open field, he will pick us off like sitting ducks in a shooting gallery.
So, my friend, your plan of action?
I am thinking, Yiga. I am thinking.
This day, as every day, Yigal stared at the shack in the distance and saw nothing. Wearily, he made his way to the deserted office of the settlement secretary.
Once a busy, bustling center of activity. Life was here. Look at it now.
We know who is responsible for this.
Stucco's peeling from the walls. Cobwebs across the beams. Aye. And over the bookcase, a faded picture of Ord Wingate, of His Majesty's Royal Army in the Middle East.
There was a fighter. He'll always be to us Hayadid, the friend. The general knew how to deal with night raiders.
Yes. The history of our times is a faded picture. The years go by and the picture changes. But still it is here.
The general had the cunning of a hunted fox. He would know what to do. A daring plan, executed with clockwork precision.
Enough. All right. We fight when we must. But tell me, what is General Ord Wingate, the professional soldier, to me, Yigal the farmer?
Words. It is better that I turn on the radio. Lull me to sleep, Tel Aviv, with your cosmopolitan charm.
Rachel, my lamb, have I forgotten you? Come, let Yigal rock you in my arms. Such eyes, the mystery of the heavens in such eyes. What do you see, Rachel? The last remnants of humanity? No, Rachel. You see only Yigal the shepherd.
Yigal, the lamb is thirsty and you give her words, philosophical words, which are even worse at a time like this.
You are right. So I put some of the goat's milk to boil, and soon you will be warm and sleepy again, my little Rachel. Come, Rachel. While your milk is warm, we shall dance. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da.
Holding the lamb at arm's length like a partner, Yigal waltzed crazily around the room.
Before you gave the lamb philosophy. Now it is a song and a dance.
I know. When all she wants is milk. Here, Rachel. Drink, Rachel. While I tell you of the days that had been.
Aha. All the pieces fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. Yigal, you have given me the last piece.
Rachel, when we came, the land was barren.
The other day, the donkey at the barbed wire, my mind started to work.
And the words of the psalmist were in our hearts. The desert shall bloom like a rose.
And second, the landmines in the field.
Rachel, the wasteland was reclaimed. The swamps were drained. The naked hills were reforested. The shacks became houses.
Third, Yigal, the faded picture, the general with cunning, imagination, daring.
We worked, we suffered, and the life was very hard.
And fourth, Yigal, your dance with the lamb. Aha.
But we made the land green. We became part of the land. And at my side, Sarah and the little Rivkala, wife and child.
The Arab will bother us no more. I now have the plan of action. The lamb sleeps. You will see, Yigal.
You will see.
For a while, Yigal sat there with the sleeping Rachel in his arms, and as he rocked back and forth, he heard the voices of the past.
Papa, they are here. The actors and their play. They have arrived at the kibbutz. Hurry, Papa. Hurry, or we will be late.
And it came to pass after these things that God did prove Abraham, and said to him,
Abraham, here am I. Take now thy son, thine only son, whom thou lovest, Isaac, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell thee of.
Papa,
Yes, Rivkala?
I cried for the boy Isaac, Papa, and I was so glad when the Lord spared him.
Yes, Rivkala. I know.
But, Papa, I sorrow for the little lamb. I sorrow for the little lamb that was sacrificed. I sorrow,
After the attack, when the others left, I could not leave. They said I was crazy to stay. But what is there for me in Tel Aviv? Sarah and little Rivkala are buried here. This is my home. Rest in peace, beloved Sarah, little Rivkala, my precious lamb. I will not leave you.
The Israeli settler gently rocked the sleeping Rachel in his arms, the little lamb, in whom he saw mirrored the sweet innocence of his lost child. That night, the bullets beat a louder and more insistent tattoo on the roof.
Yigal, perhaps the Arab has been joined by others. And now, right now, as we wait, you're preparing an attack.
Friend, you are a weaver of fantasies. Don't let your imagination get the better of you.
No, it's you. Your complacency that is driving me mad.
Easy, my friend, easy.
But after tomorrow, everything will be all right again.
Yes, tomorrow.
And we will be able to sleep a night through in peace.
Yes.
The plan of action. You will see. It'll work.
Yes, the plan. But now I suggest you try to rest. I will go outside and stay on guard and watch the hills.
Yigal must have fallen into a deep sleep because the sunlight was fanning the fields when he awoke.
The sun is up. I hear you, Rachel, I hear you. Enough, Rachel, enough, I hear you. Yigal is coming. Oh, my God. She's in the fields. She's trapped. She's hurt.
Wake up! Wake up! Rachel, she's hurt in the field.
Yes, Yigal, I hear her. I can hear her.
Quick, come with me. We must help her.
Plan is working well. Very well.
We will need wire cutters. Here, take a rifle.
Don't worry. It'll be all right now.
What are you talking about?
If we can hear the lamb, so can the Arab.
Well, of course he can hear her.
Then the plan will work.
What plan?
Sit down, Yigal. Now there is time to talk. The action has been taken. Now all we do is wait for the inevitable to happen.
I will squeeze the life out of you if you don't stop talking in riddles.
The Arab is a farmer.
Talk! Talk!
When I saw you feeding the lamb, all the pieces fit into place. The donkey at the wire fence, the landmines in the field, the daring plans of the general, and the lamb.
What did you do? Tell me!
Before the sun came up, I crawled with the animal across the field.
Huh?
Cut a hole through the barbed wire.
No.
Pushed the lamb through the fence onto the Arab's side.
No.
And carefully placed her in a bomb crate.
No. 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 No.
I knew she was frightened, and like a frightened child, she will not move.
My God! You're a fiend!
And like a frightened child, she will cry. And the Arab will hear her.
My God, what have you done?
And the Arab is a farmer, so he will go to her.
Oh, what have you done?
And when he picks her up, the landmine will go off, and we will be rid of her.
No, you're mad. I must save her. Rachel! Rachel! I'm coming! Yigal is coming!
Yigal! Come back! You will be killed! The plan will fail!
Yigal ran wildly into the fields toward the bleating lamb.
Yes. Think, Yigal, think. There is still the Arab, and his eye is sharp. Don't run. Crawl. Crawl. Now, this blasted wire. Where did he go through? Here. Yes. Here is the place. I remember. I remember now. But how? How do I remember? Rachel! Rachel, I'm coming! Yigal is coming!
The shot was close, and for a moment Yigal lay on the ground, paralyzed.
Rachel! Rachel!
The bullets popped and cracked around him as he elbowed forward.
Rachel, I will save you! I must! I must! I see you, Rachel. A few more feet. Rachel. Yigal is here. He's not forgotten you. Now, you must hold still. Carefully, the mind must be disconnected. Now, don't worry, Rachel. I know how to do it. I know what to do. There.
And then, with infinite tenderness, he picked up the lamb and cushioned her against his body.
Oh, your leg bleeds. I'll bind your wound. Forgive me, Rachel. Forgive me. There. I will comfort you. I will make you well. We go, Rachel. We go home.
Yigal slowly inched forward on his elbow with the lamb huddled in his arms. Once or twice he dropped Rachel, who gave a little moan and pawed feebly in protest.
God be with us. 20 yards to the fence. 20 yards. God be with us. I must rest a moment. A moment. Rachel. Listen. The Arab has stopped firing. Why? Is he toying with us? Is he reloading his rifle? Oh, I must. Oh, I must.
Yigal grasped the lamb and reeled blindly forward. With his free hand, he snapped desperately at the barbed wire and pushed Rachel through the gap. The wire spiked his arm. He squirmed to release himself, but the wire penetrated more deeply into his flesh.
Shoot! Shoot, my enemy! You have your gals. You have 'em. Torturer, fiend. Why don't you shoot? You have me. You have the builder of Zion.
Nothing but silence and the peaceful sound of the field. The tension went out of him. He stood up to full height and cut himself free. And then, with the wire cutters in his hand, he waved to the lonely sniper across the fields.
Shalom. Peace unto you, my neighbor.
Shalom. Peace unto you, my neighbor.
Do I hear the Arab? Does he call? You in there. Did you hear the Arab? Were you listening? Did you hear him answer my greeting? Your plan, my friend. What happened to your plan? But where are you? He's gone. Rachel. He's gone.
Was he ever here? In the house, Yigal carefully examined the lamb's wound and decided that infection might quickly set in. Then he remembered that the iodine was in the doctor's office.
Wait here, little one. We shall have you jumping around again very soon.
Yigal put on his Panama hat, pulled the curtain across the window to keep out the glare, and went over to the deserted clinic. The hot sun must have made him forgetful because he ventured out in broad daylight without keeping his head well down.
How stupid can you be, Yigal? You are a dunce. You have the sense of a donkey.
He waited a full minute on the ground before edging ahead on all fours.
Yes. I can picture my friend the Arab standing there by the window of the shack with his tarbush tilted over his eyes, muttering to himself, a man trying to save his lamb is one thing, but this is war, and war is still on. And so it is, my friend. So it is.
I'm coming. I'm coming, Rachel. I'm coming. Rachel, my little one.
The iodine will hurt, but it is good. It is good for you. No. All right. Now, I have here some milk for you. Drink, Rachel. Drink, my innocent one. There. And now sleep. Sleep. And when you are a fleecy sheep, together, Rachel, we will build a settlement again. Schlaf, mein Kinderle, schlaf.
Satisfied at last that the lamb was asleep, Yigal lay back in his chair and closed his eyes. Suddenly the room was filled with men. Lean, dark men with the smell of the earth and sweat about their bodies.
Wake up, friend. It's all right.
Looking up from heavy eyelids, Yigal saw a stockily built Israeli captain with a gun slung over his shoulder.
What's on the other side, over there? Through my glasses, I can see a shack. I can see smoke.
An Arab outpost, Captain. But I think he is alone. He gives me no trouble, except at night.
We'll soon blast him to bits, my friend. Look over there. The first convoy is already climbing the hill.
He is alone. He will give himself up.
We have no time to wait.
Time, Captain? What is time?
By nightfall, our guns will be there. We shall send the Arab to his ancestors and start clearing the fields in this area.
The riddle is solved. The fields are cleared.
What? Well, anyway, we have mine detectors, artillery, mortars. By noon, 2 planes should be here.
An aeroplane?
Well, you could drop a few men behind the shack. He would give himself up.
We can't spare the men.
Captain, please. You can do this.
Friend, settle down. I know how it has been. The sun and the loneliness can do strange things to people. And, I see you have a wound on your arm. A few days in a rest camp.
Captain, I'm all right.
Yes, I understand. Look, your lamb can use some treatment. Her leg is bandaged.
Captain, I can take care of Rachel. She'll be all right. Please, Captain. Get your men to fire in the air. Call for him to surrender. He will see that he is outnumbered.
You seem to want to save this Arab. Do you know him?
Yes, Captain. I know him. Rachel knows him, too. He is our neighbor.
I see. All right, my friend. For your sake and your neighbors, we will try.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mrs. Moses Dykeman of New York City, National President of the Mizrahi Women's Organization of America. Mrs. Dykeman.
The sensitive story we have just heard delineates one of the great dilemmas mankind faces in our time. We are asked to face the hard realities of hostility, suspicion, and tension in international affairs, while, at the same time, the divine impulse of creativity and building for peace demand expression as the most fundamental responsibilities of our religious duty. The path to peace lies in an understanding of the hopes and aspirations held in common by all men, and in the full realization that all peoples, even those with whom we may not be in agreement, are of one Father. If we are true to the principles of our ancient faith, we will not exclude, in our thinking, any people from the family of man. In today's story, an Arab farmer allows a Jewish farmer to save a tiny lamb. In turn, the Jewish farmer is able to persuade soldiers performing the necessary duty of defense to spare the life of the Arab. One act of goodness begets another, and even in the matrix of war, two men have reaffirmed man's hope for peace. Each one of us, to what extent we are able, is charged with the duty of building towards a future in which our world is governed more fully by the biblical ideals of justice, morality, and peace. In Israel itself, the practical opportunity of service to these ideals is being met by the Mizrahi Women's Organization of America and other American women's organizations through extensive programs of child care, social service, and education. As we help young people to prepare themselves for a productive future, as we teach them the arts of peace, as we pass forward to them the treasures of the human spirit, which are our heritage, we help to move our world forward towards a time when all men will live in peace and brotherhood. For, as in our story today, each act of goodness begets another, and the future of the world lies in each man's hands.
Thank you, Mrs. Dykeman. Our Eternal Light drama today, Rachel, was written by Erwin Gonchak. It was based on the story Rachel by Gabriel Gersh in the University of Kansas City Review. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Joseph DeSantis was featured as Yagal, and Louis Van Rooten as Yagal's other self. Others in the cast were Roger DeKoven, Leslie Daniel, Guy Rep, Cecil Roy, and Brenda Harris. Our narrator was Alexander Scurvy. This is Bill Hanrahan speaking. Our program is directed by George Boutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, An Unlikely Story, by Joseph Mindell.
I will tell you the circumstance of time and place, and you may hold history in your hand. The time, a little more than 80 years ago. The place, a mining town in Colorado. A difficult time when, as it is written, every man did that which was right in his own eyes. An improbable place among mountains 2 miles high. As for what happened then and there, I must tell you, it is an unlikely story.
Hold your horses, I'm coming. You break that glass later, and you'll be drinking out of a tin cup.
No tin cup will hold a towel flattening yourself for whiskey.
If you don't mind.
Those glasses come all the way from Kansas City.
Sure. Just leave the bottle, partner.
Excuse me.
Well, mister, what'll it be? Beer, whiskey?
I think I will have a sarsaparilla. Are you all right?
I'm fine, partner, but when a man's drinking, you ought to be a mite more careful what you say.
Drinks around me, boys. Somebody take a bottle to the piano player.
Much obliged, Comanche.
Well, what are you waiting for? Set him up for the boys. I ain't seen the color of your money. No offense, Matt Comanche. No? What the devil do you mean? Keep your hands on top of the counter. I'm not looking for trouble, Comanche. You're not doing much to stay out of it. Look at it my way. I have to run a cash business. All right. Take a look at that. Is it the right color? Yeah. A real pretty color. Gold color. Step up to the bar, gents, and name your poison.
I have a Scotch. So you finally stake a claim, huh, Comanche?
Who said I did, Slater?
Well, matter of fact, nobody. All the same gold dust usually comes from...
What's the difference where it came from?
Well, no difference, Comanche. No difference at all. I didn't mean anything.
You talk too much, Slater. Just shut up and have a drink. Everybody, drink up.
Come on, drink up.
Hey, you there.
Who? Me?
I said drinks are on me. Are you hard of hearing?
No. As it happens, just the opposite.
Uh-huh. Maybe my liquor isn't good enough for you, huh?
I do not drink whiskey, but thank you all the same, Mr. Comanche.
Mr. Comanche.
Look, what are you trying to do?
Believe me, nothing except to finish my sarsaparilla.
Listen, I don't know what you're after, but I don't like it.
Oh, don't waste your breath on him, Comanche.
Take your hands off me, Slater.
Well, can't you see he's green? He don't know nobody.
Get out of my way, Slater. You. Stand away from that bar.
Why?
Here's 6 reasons why.
Well, there's no need for gunplay, Comanche.
Do not be concerned, my friend. He will not shoot.
I'm trying to help you, mister. Don't you know when to keep your mouth shut?
He will not shoot, and I will tell you why. Because this is the state of Colorado in the United States of America, and we live by the law. It's good sarsaparilla, bartender. I bid you good day, gentlemen.
Well, I'll be.
I forgot to ask, in which direction should I go to find a place to dig for gold?
Now, wait up there, partner.
Yes? Is something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?
You really don't understand, do you?
I'm sorry, I do not know what you are talking about.
Look here, you're not back east, wherever it is you come from.
From Philadelphia.
Well, this place ain't no city of brotherly love.
Oh, you're thinking of that one, Comanche. But you see, he didn't shoot after all.
Well, maybe you mesmerized him. How do I know? But don't count on it next time. And don't count on the law to protect you. There ain't no law nearer than Denver.
You are mistaken, my friend. The law is very near. An old law. Thou shalt not murder. It is here, too, the same law.
Well, I don't suppose you'd take some good advice.
I'm always willing to listen.
All right, then. Go back to Philadelphia. Today. Right now. Well, you listened. How are you going to get to the diggings?
I walked from Fort Leavenworth in Kansas. I can walk a few more miles. You do not have to be concerned about me.
Of course not. Why should I be concerned? After all, here you are all outfitted. City shoes, Philadelphia coat, pick and shovel, and a pan. What's this, a book? You have to carry a book up into the mountains? What's so funny about that?
I'm pleased with the fitness of things. I will go up into the mountains of Colorado, carrying the book first written on the Mount of Sinai.
His name was Abraham Freiberg. And if he seems at this distance an unlikely figure in the hazardous landscape of the times, he seemed no different to nearer eyes.
Well, you'll freeze to death or drown in the spring floods.
If the pick on his shoulder and the Bible under his arm threw incongruous shadows on the mountain trails, it is nevertheless true, now as then, that gold draws persons of many persuasions.
Gold? He don't know granite bedrock from a vein of quartz. Not that it's any concern of mine.
Why should it be Carl Slater's concern what Abraham Freiberg did or where he went? Still, I tell you this with some surprise. Abe Freiberg did not go alone.
The beans are getting cold, Abe. Abe, you have to rest once in a while.
You do not find gold by resting. Maybe you are right, Carl. It's good to sit down.
I'll tell you again, Abe, real slow. Out here in Colorado, the big strikes are already made.
I do not expect a big strike.
You'll break your back for every ounce of pay dirt.
I do not want much, Carl.
Sure, that's what they all say. Before the fever gets them.
I want only enough, well, to fill this.
Hey, that's a right handsome pouch.
Kidskin.
Decorated real pretty. Where'd you buy it?
It was a present from a friend in Philadelphia.
A friend? Oh, I see. Abe, you're crazier than I thought. You're figuring on bringing a woman out here.
We talked about it before I left Philadelphia. We know what we want, Carl.
You're dreaming. You don't know anything.
Do you remember the words of the book of Job?
That's got nothing to do with it.
Listen. As for the earth, out of it cometh bread, and underneath it is turned up as it were by fire, and it hath dust of gold. Bread and dust of gold. What would I want with a big strike with a mountain of gold? Carl, coming west, Right here in Colorado. I passed through river valleys with good black soil. I want only enough gold to buy land for a farm.
Abe, look at your hands. Go on, look at them.
I know. They are blistered and torn. Why shouldn't they be? In Philadelphia, I was a watchmaker. With my fingers, I could pick up the smallest balance wheel. It is nothing. My hands will heal and harden.
And your friend in Philadelphia? What about her hands?
We are not afraid of hard work. Why should we be afraid?
No, I guess you're not afraid. Not even of men like Comanche. Well, are you?
What do you expect me to say? That a gun doesn't frighten me? It does, Carl. It does.
Well, all the same,
I will tell you something. I came to Philadelphia 5 years ago, from Russia, where I was born. I'm a Jew, Carl.
Well, who asked you? What difference does it make?
In Russia, it makes a difference. If you are a Jew in Russia, you live within the pale, in a ghetto. And you listen. Always you listen.
Oh, you don't have to tell me any of this.
I will tell you anyhow. You listen for the horses of the Cossacks, for the whistle of their whips, for the explosion of their guns. And when you hear them, you run, you hide. If you are lucky, you come back afterward to bury the dead, to clear away the ashes.
Well, Abe, you're not, this is Colorado.
Yes, that is what I said. If a gun frightens me, still I don't have to be afraid in the same way. Because this is the United States of America and we live by the law.
And by the sweat of your brow. Let's get to work.
Oh, I'm willing, but I'm muscles. Carl, about this man, Comanche, he had a pouch of gold dust. But he doesn't seem to me to be the kind of man who swings a pick.
Well, it's healthier not to ask questions, Abe. But between you and me, swinging a pick's not the only way to get gold.
Down there. Well, here you are, Abe.
Thank you. It's good, Sarsaparilla. It is very quiet here tonight.
Yeah.
I have no cash. I will have to pay in gold. Here.
Put it away.
I thank you, but no, I will pay.
You'll pay later. You don't make a public show of a pouch full of gold dust.
Only 3/4 full.
All right, you want to lose it?
I'm not afraid. I'm not worried. We are all friends here.
Yeah, somebody's friends, a gang of them, raided my claim and took every ounce of dust.
Well, you're not the only one. 6 robberies in the last 2 weeks. But you're lucky at that.
What do you mean, lucky?
We found a prospector today back in North Branch with a bullet in his head.
Okay, who was he? You know who it was?
I figure it's an outside gang. Look for strangers in town, I say. I'll have another beer.
Strangers. That's 4 bits. Strangers. There are 10,000 men in these diggings. When I set up here a year ago, there were 20, maybe 30 altogether.
Yeah, I remember a man could leave his gold right in his cabin and find it when he came back.
Sure ain't the same way now.
Is that all you want, to cry in your beer?
What's the matter with you, Peters?
Don't you want to do something about it?
We sent a call to the U.S. Marshal in Denver, didn't we?
The marshal's got his hands full in Denver. I'm not counting on him.
Well, now, who are you counting on, Peters?
Maybe you.
Huh?
Maybe your partner there. I got a paper right here in my pocket. Everybody's got one. They're all over town.
Recruiting paper the vigilantes.
For a committee of public safety, a citizens committee. Somebody wants to do something about setting up law and order. Here, read it and see for yourself.
I read it. One thing I don't see any names on that paper.
What do you expect? Suppose a man puts his name down. Suppose he does.
He's liable to end up back in North Branch with a bullet in his head. See what you mean?
Yeah, then it ain't much of a recruiting paper.
Well, it is if you do what it says. If you go to the loft over the general store after dark. Now, what are you shaking your head for, Freiberg?
I do not like it, Peter.
You don't like it? Ha! That's too bad. Give him another sarsaparilla to cry in.
I do not like it that men should go up the back stairs in the dark to set up law and order.
Nobody likes it, but it's safer that way.
He's right, Abe. At least until the gang that's operating here is caught.
And when they are caught, what then?
Well,
I'll tell you what. We catch him, we give him a fair trial quick, and then we hang him.
What is it, Carl? It's too early to get up. It is still dark. It's the middle of the night, Carl. What are you looking for? Who is it? What are you doing here? Carl, there is someone... Help, Carl! I need... It was very dark, Peters.
Well, think hard, Freiberg. There was no moon, but there was a clear night.
I'm sorry. It happened so quickly I could see nothing.
What about you, Slater?
The time I came up, it's all over.
Freiberg, would you know his voice again?
He did not say anything.
How did he move? Sometimes you can...
Babe's been shot, Peters. The doc just fixed up his arm. Leave him alone.
Well, what am I doing to him, Slater? It's for his benefit. He was the one who was shot. His gold was robbed.
Don't you think I want it back? Don't you think I want the thief caught and punished?
If you do, you're not much help.
I cannot tell you what I don't know.
Yeah, all right. The point is, the committee's got a pretty good idea about the leader of the gang.
The committee?
Committee of Public Safety. But they're not sure. Now, if you...
Excuse me. You're one of the committee?
When the right time comes, everybody will know who the committee is. If you remember something, let me know.
Doc says your arm will be all right in a couple of weeks.
Yes.
That's too bad about the gold.
There was almost enough, Carl. The pouch was almost full. Why did it have to happen to me?
Well, it could have happened to anybody, Abe.
I dug the earth out of the mountain and sifted and washed it. Each shiny, precious golden flake went into the pouch together with pain.
Well, there's more where that came from, Abe.
It was for a purpose. Not to bring to the nearest saloon and... I'm sorry, Carl. I did not mean...
Oh, it's true enough, Abe. Many's a handful of dust I gambled away or drank away in one night.
I do not mean to judge you, but for me, it is different.
I reckon it is. I reckon gold don't mean as much to me as it does to you. Well, what's the matter? What'd I say?
Is there another blanket?
Hey, you're shivering with a chill.
It is a touch of fever. You told me about it once. The fever for gold.
Well, all I meant was...
I know, Carl. But I thank you for reminding me. I think I will recover.
Quiet! You're wasting time.
Let's get it over with. Yeah. Peters, here's a rope.
Not yet.
What? Say, try this for size, Comanche.
Now,
hold him, boy. Hold him. Now, there you are. How's the fit?
Maybe a little tighter around the neck, eh, Comanche?
I said not yet.
Now who's wasting time, Peters?
This ain't no mob. It's a citizens' committee. We'll do it nice and legal, you hear?
All right, get on with it, Peters.
It won't take long. Gibbs.
Right here.
We'll hear your evidence, Gibbs.
Well, I rode down to Denver last week. I know a fella down there in the Grand Hotel.
Never mind that. Just tell us what you saw in the bar.
That's what I'm doing. Well, I'm having a drink at the bar. Real whiskey. Not the rot gut we get in
Well,
town.
if you don't like my whiskey, Gibbs, don't buy it.
Whiskey? You call that?
Gibbs, you going to tell your story or not?
I'm trying to tell it, Peters, but you keep interrupting. Anyway, Comanche comes in. You know how he does. He hollers, drinks are on me. Well, I figure a drink is a drink.
Get to the point.
Sure, Peters, sure. Well, the point is, when he puts down the gold dust to pay for the drinks, man standing next to him says, "That's a right handsome poke, Comanche. I like to get me one like that." Well, Comanche, he laughs and says, "Can't be done, mister. This here is handmade, only one of its kind."
Did you recognize the pouch?
Of course. It was Abe Freiberg's. Everybody knows it.
Well,
Well, there was Comanche holding it up
that's
like...
all, Gibbs. Now we'll have the evidence of what happened here. You saw it, bartender.
I see everything that happens in my place.
And tell it.
Nothing much to tell. When Comanche came in here, Committee of Public Safety was waiting for him. Took his gun, searched him, found the pouch.
It's under your counter. Let's have it. All right. This the pouch we took from him?
Well, you gave it to me to hold, didn't you?
Gibbs, this the pouch you saw in Comanche in Denver?
Yeah, that's it.
Freiberg, this your pouch?
It is mine.
All right, take it. You didn't get a chance to spend all your gold.
Well, I guess that's it, boys. Get moving, Comanche.
Wait, just one more thing.
What now, Peters?
He's entitled to have his say. Go ahead, Comanche. Speak up if you want to.
What am I supposed to say?
It's up to you.
No, it ain't. I'm no fool.
Well, it wasn't smart to hold on to that pouch.
No matter what I say, the same thing will happen.
That's right. We got the tray picked out.
It's a penalty for what you did, Comanche.
Who says so?
All right, men, take him away.
Come on. Wait.
What for?
He asked a question, Peters. He's entitled to an answer.
He's had all he's entitled to, a fair trial, and he's guilty.
Then I asked the question. Who says so?
I don't understand you, Freiberg. He shot you. He stole your gold.
You don't know it. I do not know it.
He had your pouch, remember?
Maybe he found it. Maybe he bought it from the thief. Listen, Peters. Even if you see a man with a bloody knife in his hand, you cannot say he's a murderer without more evidence.
What are you after? You want us to let him go?
I want you to take him to Denver. I want you to turn him over to the marshal to stand trial under the law.
In this town, we're the law.
No. You're a mob taking the law into your own hands. If you hang him, you are murderers.
I've been wanting to do that ever since the first time I saw you, Freiberg.
All right. You did it. Now take him to the marshal in Denver.
If you're squeamish, you stay inside. Comanche's only getting what he deserves.
I do not know how to speak to a mob. So I will speak to you, Peters. To you, Gibbs. To every single person here, as if you were alone. Listen. The words are not mine, but listen. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. Justice. Justice shalt thou follow, that thou mayest live.
I will not presume to teach you history. You know that in those days, in the name of law and justice, many a tree was draped with strange fruit. And knowing as well that history runs an even course, you know how likely it is that this story also ends with a tree and a rope.
Get down, Comanche. Marshal, there's your prisoner.
But the ending is different. For as I said at the beginning, this is an unlikely story. Why should you be surprised? It is possible that there would be no history at all if the unlikely never happened.
If you would like a copy of today's script, Please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Harold J. Jonas, chairman of the History Department at Orange County Community College, Middletown, New York, and a member of the Executive Council of the American Jewish Historical Society. Mr. Jonas.
In writing about the medieval poem, The Song of Roland, Dorothy L. Sayers points out that the magic of legend has been at work, and a small historic event has swollen to a vast epic of heroic proportions and strong ideological significance. Thus it may be with the story of Abraham Freiberg, the gold seeker in the Centennial State, Colorado, one of the Union since 1876. Is it fact or is it fiction? An unlikely story is the title attached to its telling. An unlikely story may well be the question that comes to mind when we contemplate this tiny episode in the history of a state, a nation. But of these tiny episodes, both factual and legendary, is compounded the history of a whole people. Abe Freiberg, the gold seeker, was of course more than that. He was, we might say also, a bearer, a carrier of riches of another sort. For to the formless and forming frontier community in which his small story develops, he brings the message of tradition, reminding his individual auditors, not the mob or mass or crowd, that the past is both prologue and teacher. The late Dixon Ryan Fox, American historian, once wrote a little essay entitled Culture in Knapsacks, applying the notion to one phase in American history following the Revolutionary War. But the idea, the notion, is imperishable. The Abe Freibergs also carried culture in their knapsacks. What makes the unlikely story of little Abe confronting the terrors of the frontier and the lynch mob so very likely is that such episodes occurred not once but thousands of times. From the cultural knapsacks of many, Jews of course among them, have come the elements that have combined to make what Max Lerner has called America, a civilization. Here was Abe Freiberg amidst the 2-mile-high mountains, carrying of all things a book. But a special book it was, a book that relates of other pioneers seeking both the substance of precious metals and the sustenance of inspiration, of wholesome tradition, of knowledge of man in relation to a concept of a divine law. The magic of legend and the satisfaction of fact. Today, a new generation of scholars has become interested in writing the histories of the Abe Freibergs, multiplied many times, appearing in many places, serving as the main figures in stories, both unlikely and likely.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas. Our Eternal Light drama today, An Unlikely Story, was written by Joseph Mendel and based on the book entitled Pioneers, Peddlers, and Tzaddikim by Ida Uchil, by permission of Sage Books, published by Alan Swallow. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Michael Shiloh as Abe Freiberg, Jim Bowles as Slater, Dean Lyman Almquist as the bartender, Bill Zuckert as Comanche, Joseph Julian as Peters, Bill Martell as Gibbs, and Harvey Hayes as a prospector. Our narrator was Santos Ortega. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Advocate of the People, by Joseph Mindell.
In those days, more than 400 years ago, Charles V was King of Spain, Duke of Burgundy, Lord of Sicily, Naples, and the Netherlands, and Emperor of Germany. Men were still alive who had seen Columbus and Magellan set out on their journeys, who remembered how Leonardo da Vinci walked in the marketplaces and in the palaces. Michelangelo was an old man, and Galileo was a boy. But few in those days still heard the voice of Ezekiel.
And the Lord set me down in the midst of the valley, and it was full of bones, and lo, they were very dry. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, O Lord God, thou knowest.
From Strasbourg to Stuttgart is not a great distance, then as now. But a mounted knight was forced to ride slowly, man and horse weighed down by the armor and the decorations of rank, yet quickly enough to overtake men running.
It'll do you no good to run. I'll catch you. Carlos, I'm lighter come. There, I've got you now. Let me go. Let me go. Carlos, the knight.
Let him go. You, let him go.
He'll run away.
Fool of a peasant. Do as I say.
It's only a Jew.
Do you argue with a knight?
Well, with respect, the Jew belongs to the estates of the Graf Eberhard von Württemberg.
Meaning it's not my affair?
With respect.
And to whom do you belong, you clod of a peasant?
I'm Carlos, the blacksmith. And I owe fealty to the Graf von Württemberg, but I'm a free man.
Are you?
Let's get away from here, Carlos.
Let us see how a free man stands up to a sword.
I'm going, Carlos.
Well? Yes. Well, then. No word of thanks, young man?
I thank you, Sir Knight.
You would have had at least a good beating.
Carlos the Smith has big muscles, but he doesn't know how to use them. I would have gotten away.
Would you? Well, you won't get away from me. Come closer. Do as I tell you.
Yes, Sir Knight.
You will walk alongside to guide me.
As you command. The castle of the Count von Württemberg is not far.
No, not the castle. I'm going to a certain house in the town. You will take me there.
We thank you for your assistance to Ephraim.
Yes, we're most grateful.
Oh, it was nothing. But I seem to be interrupting an assembly of your people.
We were considering a problem, but you are most welcome. Your coat of mail must be heavy on your shoulders.
Yes, it is.
Ephraim, lend a hand, quickly.
Oh, thank you, thank you. There. Solomon Ben Eliezer, you do not ask why I am here.
It is not for us to ask, Your Excellency. Besides, there might be no need to ask if we knew who you are.
Ivri Yanohi, Ves Adonai Elohei Hashomayim, Eni Yorei, Asher Oso, Es Hayom Ves Hayabosho. The words are from
the book of Jonah, of course. I am a Hebrew, and I fear the Lord, the God of heaven, who hath made the sea and the dry land. It is only
that if a man appears to be both a knight and a Jew, one of the two is not genuine.
Clearly. But which one?
I am Joseph Ben-Gershon.
Joseph of Rosheim.
Am I still welcome?
Now that we know, truly welcome.
You are good people.
Doubly welcome.
Knowing that when I arrive, trouble comes with me.
Trouble?
Yes. This time in Regensburg, the Jewish community is threatened with expulsion, or worse.
I'm sorry to hear it. We all are.
I know. 5,000 gold marks might save them. They have 2,000.
That is why you are here.
Not only here. I have traveled through all of southern Germany on behalf of Regensburg. As much as you can spare. The situation is urgent.
You asked why all of us are gathered here in my house. Joseph Ben-Gershon, our situation is also urgent.
Oh, I see. Carlos the blacksmith is a threat not only to Ephraim.
Ephraim went out in defiance of the elders.
It was necessary. We have to know what is happening outside.
He went out, but he is safe, thanks to God and to you.
When the lord of a castle permits his peasants and the townspeople to attack the Jews, he is preparing to make demands.
I see that you understand the mind of the nobility.
What does Count von Württemberg want?
You also know the mind of the peasants.
They blame us for the poverty and suffering inflicted by their masters.
Softly, Ephraim. Sometimes, if something happens, the peasants go beyond the control of even the Count von Württemberg.
Speak plainly, Solomon. Has something happened?
A man was found dead in a street just outside the Jewish quarter. The victim of an accident, perhaps, or of a thief, dazzled by the jingle of a few coins.
They have accused one of you?
No one of us in particular.
We are all accused.
There is still a thread of control, but how long will it last? We need your help, Josel of Rosheim.
I should like to sit down, Solomon Ben Eliezer. I am suddenly tired.
I have been thoughtless. Quickly, a chair.
Oh, don't stare at me as if I were the Messiah. I'm human and mortal, but I'm weary of fear and violence. Do you think you're the only people in the world? There is Regensburg and Cologne and Münster, and the Jews of Saxony and Bavaria and Mecklenburg. They all live on the edge of catastrophe, and their troubles flow down to me like water through a funnel. My good people, I am one man torn 100 ways. Why should you expect that I will help you?
Because we need help, and because you are here.
I see. Very well. In the morning, I will go to the castle of Graf Eberhard von Württemberg. You will take me to the castle, Ephraim.
No.
Naomi.
The road goes past the castle. Why must Ephraim go out again?
Because Josel of Rosheim has asked me to go.
You know what happened yesterday, Ephraim.
That was yesterday. Today
Naomi,
is...
Ephraim. Joseph Ben-Gershon, I apologize for my daughter. She is concerned for Ephraim. Yet it is true that the road is easy to follow.
We will not go by the road, but through the forest.
But that is a longer way. I will question no more. Ephraim, bring the coat of mail and the sword.
No. You will bring a long cloak, such as you all wear, with the ring of yellow cloth sewn on the sleeve.
You will talk to the Count dressed like a Jew?
A strange question, Ephraim. How else should I dress? how should I talk?
But your sword and armor.
They may serve to frighten peasants, but Count Eberhard will consider them signs of arrogance.
Arrogance? To dress as befits the governor of all the Jews of Germany?
Governor of all the Jews. The title is given me by my people, and I am honored. But the title and my position are entirely unofficial. Charles V is a jealous king. He is the only governor. Come, Ephraim. It is time to start.
If I could wear other clothes, I would burn every yellow-ringed cloak of shame.
You put too much importance in appearance on a coat, whatever color or length.
No, on being forced to wear it.
You always have the privilege of exchanging it for a shroud. The cloak, please.
Joseph Ben-Gershon,
Yes, Naomi.
dressed as you are, the road is not safe.
Well, that is why we are not going by the road.
Even so, there is I mean, please be careful.
I will take good care of your Ephraim.
I'll take care of myself.
Oh, of course, of course. And if today we see Carlos the blacksmith in the forest, then Ephraim.
Then what?
Then today we will both run. Is this path much used?
Not much. Sometimes by the townspeople on their way to the castle.
By Carlos the smith.
Why should you be concerned about him?
Oh, after yesterday, shouldn't you? Someone is there.
A peasant setting snares for birds, or maybe some farmer.
Keep your voice down. Get off the path. Here, behind the trees.
It's all right, Joseph Ben-Gershon. You don't have to be afraid.
You are innocent. You're insolent, Ephraim, and foolish.
You see, I have this.
A knife? You are more foolish than I thought. Give it to me.
Leave it with me. I know better how to use it.
Don't argue with me now.
I know how to use it to protect myself.
Give it to me. Give me the knife, I say. All right. I'll hide it here, under the tree. You can have it on your return. So you think a knife will protect you against the world?
I can at least die like a man fighting for my life.
If I did not remember the days when I was young as you are, I would... Oh, never mind, Ephraim. Is that why we are on our way to the castle? To negotiate with the Count for permission to die?
So you are Yossel of Rosheim.
The Herr Graf is disappointed.
It's true that I thought you would be more imposing.
It is a trick to disarm you.
You're at least honest. Or are you?
I have always considered honesty to be one of my virtues.
Indeed. You should keep it under control. It may turn out to cost you dearly.
What can I do? We are as much the victims of our virtues as of our vices.
I shall repeat that to my court philosopher. You are surprised that I have a philosopher in attendance, hmm?
It is unusual.
Most prefer a court fool, but I find a philosopher more amusing. You understand me, Yossel of Rosheim?
Oh, yes, Herr Graf. So much so that I am ready to ask what it is that you want.
What makes you think I want something?
Your Excellency, I travel a good deal, as you know. When I come to a new place, I stand and sniff the air, so to speak, and I know what is happening.
How interesting.
You do not ask where I stand?
I'm sure you will tell me.
At the gates of the castle, Herr Graf. The scent is always strongest there.
Your virtue is showing, Yossel of Rosheim. Be careful. What do you smell here?
Hate and anger. And blood about to be spilt.
You're talking about my people?
And mine.
Well, you may be right. I've heard about the man found dead. They say it was because he disavowed a loan.
Your Excellency does not believe that.
The peasants believe it, and they're very angry, I'm told. Especially since they're being pressed to repay loans.
Peasants do not borrow money.
But I do. And how can I repay it? Unless from the labor of my peasants. You see, it amounts to the same thing in the end.
It is very involved reasoning. It would appear that you have learned from your philosopher.
And from you as well. I think that I also smell the beginning of something, some disturbance.
Beginning and end are in your Excellency's hands. I beg to remind you of your sworn duty to the Emperor to protect the Jews of your province.
I know. But protection is something expensive.
How expensive?
That depends on what life is worth. When I look at Solomon ben Eliezer and his people, I tell you, well, in a purely philosophic sense, you understand, that for them, death would be a better bargain.
It is a bargain we all make, sooner or later. But not yet. There is always time for dying. But we were talking of certain expenses. I have a letter here from His Majesty, the
You don't
Emperor.
have to show it to me. If there is a pfennig to be squeezed out of the Jews, Charles wants it for himself.
His Majesty remembers the oath you swore on your honor.
You talk to me of Charles V and to him of dukes and barons. You play us one against the other.
If it is so, I learned the lesson at Castle Gates.
Enough. I am no longer amused by the game. Listen to me, Yosel of Rosheim. One day I will let the thing proceed from beginning to end. And there will be a healthful bloodletting, a cutting out of the poisonous canker, such as Germany has not seen since the days of the Black Plague. And I will breathe the stink of death as if it were oil of roses. You shake your head in disbelief.
No, because I believe it. But I also believe that you will not do it now.
Not now. Now I cannot afford the anger of Charles V. I will protect your people after we have arranged how to meet the cost of protection.
I think the terms are not too bad, Solomon.
Not bad? Perhaps you think so because you do not have to meet them. Joseph Ben-Gershon, forgive me for speaking so, but the Count wants us to cancel all his debts and lend him...
Lend? What a meticulous man of honor, the Graf Eberhard von Württemberg.
And lend him 500 marks in addition. We do not consider that reasonable.
Well, under the circumstances, it might have been worse.
I want to show you something, Joseph Ben-Gershon. Bring the silver cup, Ephraim. Ephraim makes cups, spoons, many things of silver. Look at this one.
Oh, it is very handsome.
Ephraim would sell the things he makes, but he cannot because he is not permitted to join the Silversmiths' Guild.
You are telling me nothing I do not already know.
Under the circumstances, you said. These are the circumstances. We cannot be artisans, nor tradesmen, nor work the land. They will only permit us to be moneylenders. And now they refuse to pay their debts and demand new loans. How can we feed our children? How can we earn a livelihood?
Solomon ben Eliezer, look at yourself and your people. Yesterday you walked under sentence of death. Now you complain of business difficulties. It's a good sign. Only the living have need of a livelihood.
Yosel of Rosheim, you confuse us with the living because we walk and breathe and cry. But you are wrong. We take Jewish steps, and we breathe Jewish air, and weep Jewish tears. And therefore one day the peasants will come with spikes and hammers. The Count will not stop them. The Emperor will not stop them. And all debts will be canceled forever.
One day, Ephraim, yes. One day lightning may strike. One day a serpent's fangs may strike and bring about the same permanent cancellation. One day, perhaps. But not now. Not today.
You are still wrong. The sentence of death is still upon us, only lengthened and stretched out. And we shrivel and grow weak, so that each day is a day of dying.
You talk as if in a dream. If you do not meet the terms, then what will you do?
When you first came to this house, you noticed the door. seasoned oak, bound with bars of iron. Listen. The floors, the walls are of heavy timbers.
You think this house is your fortress. You alone will defend it with your knife. Or all of you, how many? 20? Will hold off the forest of swords, the battering ram, and the flaming arrows.
Let them come. Or we will go out to meet them, fighting like men.
No, Ephraim. We will not shed the blood of others.
Ours will be shed, nevertheless.
If need be. What happens here will be told in other cities, and others of our people may pay for the blood we spill.
Then we are to die with empty hands at our sides.
We are not the first to die for the sanctification of God's name.
No, I don't want to die.
Naomi, it grieves me that you should hear these things. You cannot understand.
No, Father, I cannot understand this thirst for death.
Go to your mother, my child. Comfort her if you can, and be comforted.
You don't have to run after martyrdom. Stand still and do nothing, and death will find you.
Naomi.
I don't want to die. I want to live and marry a husband and rear children.
It's not a world for your children, Naomi.
Do you know another world, Ephraim? A world in which you would not be afraid.
I'm not afraid of dying.
No, of living. Oh, I am also afraid. If I had children, I would be afraid for them. I would weep when they suffered and smile when they laughed, and each day there would be tears and smiles. Ephraim, there is no hope of these. If living, you prepare for the grave.
Let me look at you, Naomi.
I spoke when it was not my place, Joseph Ben-Gershon, but
It was your place, and you spoke the wisdom of the woman. No wonder the Torah had been called a bride. My friends, I have heard so much of dying. Everyone, the Count, you, Solomon, and you, Ephraim, everyone is ready to have us die. The words flow so easily from the lips.
Even for me, an old man, it is not easy to die.
No, it is not easy. And the time comes when there is no choice. But sometimes it is no easier to live, so that living is the better choice. Ephraim, a sword is not the only weapon.
Is it wrong to fight back when you're attacked?
We fight back by refusing to die. Be strong, Ephraim, and endure, because a day will come when the kings and barons can no longer hold a people in bondage. It will come, Ephraim, but only if we endure, only if we survive.
Joseph Ben-Gershon.
Wait. You have given me titles so that I may intercede with kings and barons as advocate of the people. And I speak to them, but the words are not mine. For do we not read? The laws of the Torah were given that men should live by them, not that they should die by them.
Joseph Ben-Gershon, we will pay what the Graf von Württemberg demands.
Good. On the whole, you have the better of the bargain.
And we thank you for bringing us back from the dead.
You are not yet returned. Solomon Ben Eliezer, I came here on behalf of the Regensburg community. When you have met the obligation you owe other men, that will be the seal and the proof of living.
In the morning, Yossel of Rosheim arose and recited the morning prayers, binding the phylacteries on his arm and his forehead, as it is written.
These words, which I command thee this day, shall be upon thy heart, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand. And they shall be for frontlets between thine eyes, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and talk of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up.
Then he put on his coat of mail, and buckled on his sword, and, armored within and without, he rode away. This was Jossel of Rosheim, advocate of the people. If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address, with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling, to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Joel S. Greffin, Director of the Department of Field Activities and Community Education at the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Dr. Geffen.
The destiny of the Jew is exemplified by Jossel of Rosheim, the advocate of his people. In him we see the personification of the man of courage, faith, and action. Living in a period when the Jew was considered chattel, when travel from place to place was considered most dangerous, when the right of the individual was a vain hope, Jossel dared to expose himself as a Jew publicly. He hastened from place to place in Germany whenever his brothers were threatened with pogroms, and carried with him the firm belief in the prophet Ezekiel's words that the dry bones will live again. What was the source of his strength? It came from the miraculous survival of his people throughout the ages, in spite of oppressors who sought to destroy them. It was further strengthened by his steadfast adherence to the principle that man was given the great teachings at Sinai in order that he might live by them. You recall that in our drama, Jossel urged Solomon not to despair and Ephraim not to resort to suicide as ways out of the dilemma of persecution and injustice which the Graf von Württemberg had brought upon them. Jossel's trust was in the belief that God wants man to find meaning in life, not in death. Our age, like the era of the 15th century in Germany, is one that is threatened with despair and even self-destruction. Many feel that there is no answer but this to the shackling of the minds and the physical enslavement of millions in all parts of the world. The constant race for possession of instruments of destruction for the sake of power frightens us. But Jossel of Rosheim speaks to us and urges patience, courage, and faith. Even as we have survived other periods of imminent destruction, so will we also survive the evil threats of our day and emerge a people that chooses life.
Thank you, Dr. Geffen. Our Eternal Light drama today, Advocate of the People, was written by Joseph Mindell and was based on a story from These Are My People by Harry Gersh, published by Behrman's Jewish Book House, Incorporated, New York. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Leslie Daniel, Bernard Lenrow, Guy Repp, Martin Newman, and Fran Spanier. Others in the cast were Sam Gray and Owen Jordan. The narrator was Norman Rose. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Sign on the Seal, was written by Johanna Johnston.
There it is, in Hebrew script on the corporate seal of Yale University, as unnoticed as inscriptions on seals generally are, and giving no hint that it is the odd, unlikely little memorial of a most remarkable man. Urim v'Tumim is the inscription. Urim v'Tumim, an ancient and mystical Hebrew phrase that means, well, no matter what it means right now. The story is about the man who put it there on Yale's seal, as a token of his devotion to the glorious language of Hebrew and his friendship for the people whose language it is. Ezra Stiles was his name, and he lived in a day when remarkable men were thick as berries all over colonial America. Thomas Jefferson, statesman, farmer, musician, inventor; Benjamin Franklin, scientist, author, postmaster, statesman. Like them, Ezra Stiles was interested in everything. He studied to become a minister, but he was still at Yale teaching Latin when Benjamin Franklin sent him a most appreciated gift.
Esteemed friend, my deepest gratitude for the electrical apparatus which you had the kindness to send me. I am starting at once upon a series of electrical experiments and will write you of the results.
Yes, Franklin was Ezra Stiles' friend. Their minds ran happily together in many directions. Oh, and with all this, Stiles was the dedicated minister of a church in the city of Newport in Rhode Island colony. And he was interested in all the doings of that community as well.
Come in.
I hope I'm not interrupting you, my dear. I came to say dinner is ready.
Oh, good. And you do not interrupt me at all. These past 10 minutes, I've been doing nothing more remarkable than gazing out of the window, watching the progress of the Reverend Turo's new synagogue.
Oh.
Look, the walls are well nigh complete.
Oh, yes. It is going to be a fine, handsome building, is it not?
Yes. And I am very pleased about the whole thing. There has been a Jewish colony in Newport for over 100 years now. It is quite fitting they should have a worthy temple at last.
I agree, Mr. Stiles. I quite agree.
And already I have Mr. Turo's invitation to attend a service as soon as the synagogue is complete. Oh. So you see why I watch its progress with such interest.
Actually, Ezra Stiles was a new sort of man even for tolerant Newport. Everyone in the city accepted the overgrowing, thriving Jewish community. That had been the pattern ever since the brave days of Roger Williams. Still, even as the men of the Rhode Island Assembly spelled out the freedom and protection Jews might expect, they called them strangers, not of our nation. It was not so for Ezra Stiles.
Barecha Adonai v'yishmerecha, Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'yichuneka, Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom.
Dr. Stiles, it's good to have you with us this evening.
It is a great joy to be here, Mr. Turo. Your new synagogue is surely the handsomest new building in all of Newport. And the service was one of great interest to me. In fact, I have only one regret.
Regret, Dr. Stiles?
That I know no Hebrew.
Oh, yes. It was difficult for you to know what was going on during the service.
Actually, it is a regret I've known for some time. It seems to me that any man who calls himself educated should have a knowledge of Hebrew, the language of the Bible. Truly, one day I plan to study it. May I beg your assistance when that day comes, Mr. Turo?
Why, I will be honored, Dr. Stiles.
That night, in the winter of 1764, Ezra Stiles went home and wrote a meticulous description of the new synagogue Yeshuat Yisrael in his diary. He had no thought that this description would become a little legacy across the centuries to men and women of the 1950s, men and women who are working today to restore the Turo synagogue to its original beauty now that it has become a national shrine. Back in 1764, Ezra Stiles' thoughts were once again turning to the project of learning Hebrew. But there were 1,000 other interests as well.
Mr. Turo, good morning.
Oh, Dr. Stiles, good morning to you. A beautiful morning.
It is indeed. I was glad I had some letters that required posting. I must tell you, one of them goes to that missionary in Syria, about whom I was speaking to you the other day.
Oh, yes, the one whom you wish to ask about the Tartars.
That is right. And whether or not they might be one of the 10 lost tribes. Well, with good fortune, we have only to wait a few months now, and we will have his ideas.
Yes, I'll be very interested to hear them when the reply comes.
You shall, never fear. You know, I rely on you to help me test my theories, just as I am relying on you to help me learn Hebrew.
I'm at your service for that, too, Dr. Stiles, whenever you're ready.
The 10 lost tribes of Israel. Where had they wandered? Where were they now? Ezra Stiles' interest in those questions was not unique. His approach to his investigations was like his approach to everything, enthusiastic and sustained. And when at last he did begin to study Hebrew, he flung himself into that with the same eagerness he brought to everything.
Well, there you are, Doctor. I've written out the whole alphabet for you with the vowels.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Now all I have to do is to recognize these characters and what they mean and how they sound.
Oh, it will not be so difficult for you, I'm sure. I'll give you the sounds now, and then I'll drill you in them as often as you wish. Now, first we have Aleph, then Bet, then Gimel.
Aleph, Bet, Gimel.
Good. Good.
Perhaps I should practice writing the character at the same time as I sound it.
Also a good idea.
Very well. Here is my pen. Aleph, Bet, Gimel.
Good. Good. Now, Dalet.
Dalet.
Hey.
Hey.
Vav.
Slowly, word by word, he began to move toward understanding. Day after busy day, he squeezed in the time to continue his study. And at last...
Elizabeth.
Yes, my dear. What is it?
Listen, I want to read you something. Hashemayim mesaprim kavodel, umase yadov magid harakiwa. Well?
Oh, it was splendid.
But you do not have the least idea what I was saying. Oh, nonsense. Of course you do. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork.
The 19th Psalm in Hebrew?
In the language of David himself. Does it not sound lovelier and richer than ever before when you hear it in the very language in which it was created?
Well, I'm sure it will when I'm a little more accustomed.
Or when you know Hebrew yourself. Yes, when I'm a little more advanced, I will teach it to you too, my dear. And the boy also.
The boy? But he's barely 8.
Well, he will be 10 and more before I can undertake to teach anyone. But now my first project is to read all through the Old Testament in Hebrew. Can you imagine what a joy that will be? In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. And I shall read it as it was in the beginning.
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. Evening after evening, Ezra Stiles marked in his diary his progress through the Bible in Hebrew. His visits to the synagogue continued, too. He was friendly with all its members now. And then
One day in 1772, a fine ferment ran through all the Jewish community in Newport. Ezra Stiles heard about it from his friend Isaac Turo.
A most distinguished visitor, Dr. Stiles, a real rabbi, trained and educated in Palestine, and he's traveled all over the East, Egypt, Smyrna, Damascus, everywhere, and now he's in the colonies.
And comes to visit Newport.
Yes. He's been in Philadelphia, New York, but he did not wish to leave without seeing our new synagogue here and meeting some of our congregation. And only think, he comes day after tomorrow on the very eve of Purim. Could anything be more fortunate? He'll be able to preside in the synagogue for the Purim services. Would you like to come for those, Dr. Stiles?
I would indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Turo. Oh, by the way, what is this distinguished visitor's name? I do not think you have mentioned it.
You see how excited I am. He's Rabbi Chaim Isaac Karigal, and you shall meet him for yourself day after tomorrow.
Ezra Stiles went with Aaron Lopez and his family to the Purim service. And his Hebrew was good enough now so that he could follow the reading of the story of Esther with ease. But his eyes, like the eyes of everyone, rested most often on the imposing figure sitting quietly while the story was read. That night, he noted all his impressions of Rabbi Karigal in his diary.
A most handsome, well-set man. Dark hair, fine dark eyes, dark beard. Richly dressed in the Eastern style. A long red garment over all. Under that, a white silk surplice. On his head, a high fur hat. He seems a man of great intelligence and vitality. I look forward to longer speech with him.
The opportunity for that came very soon. Before long, Rabbi Karigal from Hebron in the Holy Land and Dr. Ezra Stiles, Christian minister of Newport, Rhode Island, were on terms of warmest intimacy. Evening after evening, the two men would be debating all sorts of delightful questions, fine points about the Hebrew language and its various dialects, new surmises about the 10 lost tribes, or varying interpretations of certain passages in the Bible. And then, one evening, it was the rabbi from far-off Hebron who asked Ezra Stiles the question none of his other Jewish friends had quite been able to ask.
Forgive me, Doctor, if I ask something that is perhaps not for me, not a right question, maybe.
Something you fear may be personal? I will not take offense, Rabbi.
You are a Christian, Dr. Stiles, but you have such a warmth, such an interest in the Hebrew. Not just the language, but our people too, our faith, our hopes, our fears. I have known many Christians. They are good men, many. But they're not as you.
No. Well, I can only regret that from many there is still a blindness to the tie, the eternal tie between your faith and mine, Rabbi. Perhaps if I am more aware than they, I owe it to 5 years of torment long ago.
5 years of torment?
I was a very young man, just graduated from Yale, and prepared to be a minister, just as my father before me had been. And suddenly, I was stricken by doubt, terrible doubt. How did I know that all I had been taught to believe was true? I had the word of my teachers, but they were men like myself.
Ah, yes. Yes, it is often this way for the young.
It was not that I lost all my faith. Somewhere there still was God. But by what token did we worship him as we did? In these doubts, I lost my way to him altogether. I began to travel about, attending the churches of all denominations, looking for some sign. I went to New York, to Boston, to Philadelphia, and I cannot tell you all the churches I visited. Dutch Calvinist, Quaker, Roman Catholic, Episcopal, Congregational.
So many? And all Christian?
Yes, so many. And this did not help with my doubts at all.
Finally, it was the Bible itself which gave me back what I had lost. Your prophets gave me back my faith.
The prophets?
All the prophets of the Hebrew Bible. I studied their prophecies. Then I traced them through the rest of the Bible, seeing how they were fulfilled one after the other. This could not be by accident. This was design, sublime design. There could be no doubt. The prophets of Judea spoke for all time. What they prophesied that is still unfulfilled will yet come to pass in the fullness of time. The lost tribes will return. There will be a new Jerusalem.
I see. Yes, I think I see. You find in the Jewish faith the root, the foundation of your own.
Of course. And the Jews, my dear Rabbi, can only be just what the Bible says they are, the elect harbingers of God. They were the first to find him and know him. They shall be first for all time when earth's shadows fall away.
You are, Dr. Stiles, what my friend Turo told me you are. A most remarkable man.
The rabbi prolonged his stay in Newport. Passover came and went, then Shavuot. And for Shavuot, the congregation of Yeshuat Yisrael Temple planned a very special service to show their pride in the visiting rabbi. All the state and city officials were invited to come and hear Rabbi Karigal preach. And later, Ezra Stiles wrote in his diary,
"It was a most notable occasion. I fear the visitors understood but little. The rabbi spoke alternately in Hebrew and Spanish, but his presence and dignity impressed them very much. There are plans afoot to have the sermon translated, printed, which seems a good idea."
The good idea was acted upon. Rabbi Chaim Isaac Karigal's sermon was translated and printed. In its own way, an event of some note, since it became the first sermon preached by a rabbi in the North American colonies to be printed in those same colonies. Before all this was accomplished, however,
Rabbi Karigal, I have an invitation to extend to you. I would be most happy if you would consent to attend the services at my church this coming Sunday. My whole congregation and myself would be most honored.
And Dr. Stiles, I will be most pleased and happy to come.
In honor of our distinguished guest today, my sermon will deal with God's providence to his chosen people and the duty of all Christians and all nations to desire participation in their future glorious state. Let us examine, then, how we may prepare ourselves to be ready to share in that glory.
Ezra Stiles, Christian minister of Newport, had at last made it perfectly clear why it was that the Jew was not and could never be a stranger and not of his nation. The rabbi, still unsure of his English, could not understand every word of the sermon, but he understood the spirit. When he left Newport soon after, sailing away to Suriname in the West Indies, he and the doctor vowed their friendship should not falter because of absence. Long letters in Hebrew went back and forth from Suriname and Newport. And then, in 1777, the college from which he'd been graduated 31 years earlier renewed an offer it had made several times before. Yale wanted Dr. Ezra Stiles to become its president. And now, weakened by the effects of the war, struggling just for existence, its appeal was desperate. And Ezra Stiles said yes.
It is a great pleasure, Dr. Stiles, a great pleasure to have you with us. You'll be waking things up around here, I'll wager, bringing things back to life.
Well, that I hope we will all do, working together, Professor. The war will not be going on forever, and a brand new nation can use every one of its colleges and universities.
That it can. Well, I believe you now. You're working on your inaugural address, I suppose. I hope we can look forward to one of your famous Latin orations.
No, I am planning to give the address in Hebrew.
In Hebrew?
It is a glorious language, Professor. And it is my plan to make Hebrew compulsory language here at Yale, just as Latin is.
Hebrew compulsory?
Yes. As soon as I am installed, I want every student to study Hebrew for at least 2 years.
Oh, dear me, dear me. I knew your reputation, of course, as an ardent Hebraist, but still, I trust the young men will take it all in good part.
They will thank me later, Professor. They will thank me.
The seed had been sown, deeper and more truly than Ezra Stiles back in the 1780s could ever have dreamed. Today, Yale has a world-famous Department of Hebraic Studies, an equally famous press, and it was he who pointed the way. It was back in the 1780s, too, when the seal of the university was being devised, that Ezra Stiles insisted it contain a Hebrew phrase.
Urim vu tumim. But what exactly does it mean, Dr. Stiles?
Actually, there is a literal meaning, Professor, and then there is a larger meaning as well. Literally, Urim means lights, and Tumim means perfections. But in the Bible, you will always find the words used together. The ancient Hebrew high priests had the two words inscribed on 2 tablets on their breastplates, and they used them in some fashion to divine the future and determine God's will. The words glowed to indicate when men had indeed divined his plan.
Ah, I see. Very interesting. But just how do you feel this suits your purposes, Dr. Stiles?
In our own way, we too have our eyes on the future, have we not, Professor? The whole goal of any school is to guide its students into the ways of wisdom and understanding that will move the world a little closer to its golden age. Is not the way to that future the way of light and perfection?
So we may wear the words on our shield as a sign?
That is it, Professor. That is it. As a sign that the future is in God's hands, and Urim Tumim, light and perfection, will point the way.
And so the little Hebrew phrase found its way onto Yale's corporate seal, where it remains to this day. Few people notice it. Few people remember the man who put it there. The name of his grandson, Oliver Wendell Holmes, shines far more brightly. But the meaning of a life, or a sign, does not rest on fame alone. Ezra Stiles left his own unique impress on Yale's history with his love of Hebrew. The hope for a better world still lives by way of the sign he left on Yale's seal. Urim Tumim, light and perfection.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mrs. Samuel Schwartz of Paterson, New Jersey, Vice Chairman of the Restoration Committee of the historic Touro Synagogue in Newport, Rhode Island. Mrs. Schwartz.
Ezra Stiles, like so many men of his time, had a great many interests to which he devoted himself. His love for the Hebrew language was but one of these interests, and Ezra Stiles was just one man in an era of giants. America was not yet a nation. Men of different faiths, born of different traditions, worked together, ceased to be strangers in the face of a common goal. The men we read of in our history books were not unlike ourselves. Some of them were recognized, even in their time, to be the powerful forces that we today know them to have been. The greatness of others was revealed only through time. Our history books cannot record with proper force the thousands, indeed millions, of men and women whose simple faith in the potential of our nation created the annals of American history. Yet, it was from these ranks that the giants came, not as men alone, but as representatives of a unified people. Today, in Newport, Rhode Island, measures have been taken to further preserve and, where necessary, to restore the original beauty of the synagogue which so interested Ezra Stiles. The lovely building stands a monument to the good taste and judgment of the men who built it, to the men who preserved it, and to the men who in the late 19th century reopened the by then long-closed synagogue as a house of worship. Our roots are in our past. We must hold on to our heritage, but we must also know that today will be history tomorrow. The lives we live, the goals we seek, the beliefs we avow will be closely examined 100 years from now by others. It is perhaps time for us to meditate on what we are contributing to our American heritage. Men like Ezra Stiles, Isaac Turo, Aaron Lopez, men who might have been strangers, took the time to know each other, to share with each other of their differences. So we, too, if we take the time and make the effort, can, and I hope we will, give to our children and our children's children a heritage of which to be proud, a heritage worthy of study, and a heritage worthy of restoration.
Thank you, Mrs. Schwartz. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Sign on the Seal, was written by Johanna Johnston. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. Featured were Joseph Bell as Ezra Stiles and Roger de Koven as Rabbi Turo. Others in the cast were Abby Lewis, Santos Ortega, and Charles Webster. Our narrator was Norman Rose. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Vutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Protector, was written by Joseph Mendel.
I will begin with a question that is not for you alone. Listen. If you drop an immeasurably small,
invisible crystal of sugar into the ocean. Do you believe that the waters of all the seas are the sweeter? Oh, I know the answer. It's easy enough to believe it by the mathematics of the mind, to count the drops and add a grain and find a comfortable sum. Permit me to tell you, it's not enough. You must also dip a finger in the ocean and believe that it will be sweet. Now I will tell you the story exactly as it happened to me, however much I may be tempted to embellish it. It began in a restaurant in New York, where I went so often that I had a favorite table and a favorite waiter.
You wanted something, Mr. Freiberger?
Jonah, I'll have another piece of cheesecake.
I don't think so.
That may be, but you just bring it to me.
Stewed prunes? Maybe. As it is written.
Now, Jonah, don't quote me again from another obscure scholar.
Maimonides, Mr. Freiberger.
All right, Maimonides. First place, he didn't know about cheesecake and...
A physician and a scholar.
And secondly, I can also quote. Listen, it's in the Talmud. Are not the things prohibited you in the Torah enough for you, that you have to prohibit yourself other things?
You are distorting the meaning of the passage.
Only a little. Cheesecake, Jonah.
And the natural shape of your body even more. No.
Jonah, your father named you well. A glass of tea?
Of course. Right away.
Mr. Samuel Freiberger, the writer?
Samuel Freiberger, many things. Among them, writer of stories.
I was told I would find you here.
Here I am.
That is what I was going to say.
What?
Your tea? Oh, a chair for the lady?
Oh, excuse me. Of course, Jonah.
Something for the lady? Glass of tea? Cheesecake?
No, nothing, thank you.
Am I supposed to know you?
My name is Sophie Freiberg.
Practically the same as mine.
Freiberg, she said, not Freiberger. Excuse me, there are crumbs under your elbow.
Go away, Jonah. The table is clean enough. Still, Mrs.?
I am a widow.
Still, it is quite a coincidence. I mean, the names.
No, it is the reason for my coming.
It is?
I thought that I would find you and say, here I am.
Yes, I see that you're here. That it evidently pleases you.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is pleasant to be anywhere. I came to thank you.
My dear lady, I don't know you. I have never seen you before. What have I done to earn your thanks?
Mr. Freiberger, you saved my life.
If I were to tell you Sophie Freiberg's story as she told it, the meaning would evaporate into the accidental realm where unlikely things happen. Therefore, I will add what she did not know. I cannot offer proof or certainty, but I think I remember what it was that connected two events separated by many years and an ocean.
You will permit me to share this bench with you?
Of course, please do.
Dankeschön. I smoke my last pipe here every evening.
In the spring of 1932, I was in Germany, in Heidelberg, visiting the university. On this day, I had taken the streetcar to a town some distance away, across the Neckar River.
It is my wife, you understand. She does not like me to smoke in our house.
I have forgotten what it was I came to see. The museum, perhaps, or some historical building. It had been dark for hours when I came back to the bench in the town square.
It does not disturb you, the smoke?
Not at all. Will I have a long wait?
I would say that depends on what you are waiting for.
The streetcar, of course. The one that goes back to Heidelberg.
In that case, you will have to wait, let me see, approximately 6½ hours. Until the morning.
I missed the last car tonight.
By half an hour.
Is a taxi very expensive?
In a small town like ours, mein Herr, we walk where we want to go. There is no taxi, you understand.
I'm beginning to understand. No hotel either?
No hotel.
Question is, what do I do now?
You are quite right, mein Herr. That is the question. Good night, mein Herr.
Wait. What's the use? At least it's a warm night. 11 o'clock. What did the conductor say? 9, 10 miles? I'd better start walking. But first, a cigarette.
A cigarette, mein Herr?
Oh, where did you come out of the dark?
Give me a cigarette.
How old are you? 15?
18. Bitte, mein Herr. I want a cigarette, or else I'll...
Go on. You'll what?
Nothing.
It's foolish to make threats, my boy, especially since I'm a head taller than you.
Maybe there's a gun in my pocket.
Well, is there?
No.
I'm surprised that your family permits you to roam the streets so late at night.
I go where I please, when I please.
Is that how you're taught at home? You shout at people?
Stop talking about my home and my family. I have no family. I can see you're a rich American. Why shouldn't you give me a cigarette or two? Maybe a little something for coffee and rolls.
What's your name, boy?
Franz, mein Herr, Franz Hoffmann.
I have an idea, Franz. Is there a restaurant still open?
Here? They turn out the street lights at midnight. There's a place on the road just outside the town.
That's fine. We'll have coffee and rolls and talk.
Well, it's not respectable.
That sounds intriguing. What do you mean, that I might be knocked on the head and robbed?
Oh, no. That is, not if you're with me.
Come. You will be my protector.
That was good, Herr Freiberger, especially because, well...
Because you were very hungry.
Oh, that too. But I was thinking, look at me drinking coffee with a real writer.
That pleases you?
It's a real honor for me.
Do you like to read, Franz?
Oh, when I was a child, I used to read fairy tales sometimes. But no more. Now I read nothing.
Really? Nothing? Not even the newspapers?
What for? It's all lies. I want to ask you something, Herr Freiberger. The stories you write, you make them up in your head?
Yes, in a way, but stories come out of my experience, out of what happens to me. Why are you smiling, Franz?
Well, this tonight is also an experience, nein?
And if it is?
Why, you might even write a story about me.
I might.
What would you call it?
How can I tell you? It's not written yet.
I am sorry, meine Herren. Closing time.
All right. I suppose you want to go home now, Franz.
Home. A hole in a cellar.
Then let's walk back along the river to the bench in the town square and talk some more.
A mechanic, that's a good trade.
Is that what you want to be?
It's what I wanted when I was young.
Oh, come now, Franz. You're only 18.
It's too late. My whole life I went to school only 2 years. You know why?
Others have also started late.
I'll tell you why. Because when I should have been in school learning mathematics and science, I was looking for crusts of bread and garbage cans.
I know how it must have been, Franz, but...
Yes. You've read in books about the 1920s with inflation. 1 million marks for a loaf of bread. How should you know what it was like, you Americans? I was only a child, but I know.
You're not a child anymore. Now listen to me.
And I know that there are always those who have bread and jobs and money, no matter what happens. Oh, yes, I know who those people are. Everybody knows.
What are you talking about?
By me, I never had a chance.
You stop feeling sorry for yourself. Maybe you can do something about your situation.
My situation? It's not only me. It's all of Germany, the whole Vaterland. Don't you understand?
Yes. I think so. I think I understand what you are saying. No other people, only the Germans suffered and died.
Germany was betrayed and drained by the bloodsuckers.
You ignorant
fool. Don't you know how the world paid in blood and hunger for the war forced on it by Germany?
Is that you, Franz?
Yes, it's me. What do you want?
Who said I want something? I was only passing. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. What are you staring at?
Get away from me. Crawl back to your hole in the cellar.
Well, what did I say, Herr Freiberger?
Don't even know.
Why should you be angry? You're not Jewish. You are.
That has nothing to do with it.
What? I didn't mean you. I know other Jews. They are people like anybody else. I don't mean them. I mean the Jews. That is... I don't know what I mean.
You and the others like you who don't know, who march in your boots and salute a ridiculous little man and do what you're told without knowing. Oh, you will be shedding blood again.
Herr Freiberger, please.
Go away. Having you near me fills me with disgust. Franz! Do you have food for tomorrow?
No.
Here. That's all I have with me.
What? Oh, Herr Freiberg, I don't know how to thank you.
I don't want your thanks.
You're still angry? You do this for me?
It's not for you. Maybe it's for both of us, so that we can remember what it is to be a human being. The remembered taste of bile still sharpened the tongue. I see again a homeless boy turn into a Nazi. No, it was not he that changed, but my seeing of him. I hear again the coins thrown to relieve a Nazi's hunger, but it was long ago. Of what happened in the years that followed, there is no need to remind anyone, least of all, Sophie Freiberg.
Citizens of Poland, go about your work as usual. The German army of occupation is here only to preserve peace and order. Go about your work as usual. Achtung, Achtung, citizens of Poland, go about your work
Close
as
the
usual.
window, Sophie.
The German army of occupation is here only to preserve...
Don't go out today. I'll bring something to eat when I come home.
Don't go, Maya.
The shop is still open. I have to go to work.
Then let me come with you.
You know that's not reasonable.
Whatever happens, as long as we're
Now
together.
listen, Sophie. We've made plans, haven't we? A suitcase is packed, ready, and the route from here to the shop, what streets to walk, where to cross, so we can meet if it's necessary. You remember?
I remember.
Then you don't have to worry, Sophie. We have a plan.
Yes, Maya. Only they, out there, they also have plans.
Everybody out! All Jews out in the hall! You there! Outside!
Yes, Herr Officer. Right away. The suitcase, Sophie. Get the suitcase.
And don't forget the tennis racket, Sophie.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Is it permitted to ask where we are going?
Where? To Switzerland, of course. For a rest cure. Corporal!
Herr Leutnant?
Take them to the railroad yard. This batch is for loads. Remember, loads. Put them on the right cars.
Jawohl, Herr Leutnant.
In loads. You will turn them over to the commandant of the Jewish quarter. You understand?
I understand, Herr Leutnant. Mullen, Schultz, get them moving.
What are they going to do with us, Maya?
Put us in ghettos where they can... Give me your hand, Sophie. At least we're still together.
feel safer in the apartment, Maya.
3 families and 2 rooms. You can't breathe. Besides, that's where they come to the house to drag away volunteers for their work camps. Do you want to walk some more?
The sun is warm here in the doorway.
Sophie, there's something we must talk about. Maybe the war will end in time. Maybe there's a way of getting out of the ghetto. Or maybe...
What are you trying to tell me, Maya?
It may be possible for both of us that we both will come through it. But if not, Sophie...
Don't talk like that. We've come through together for 2 years. We'll manage.
Of course. But if there's a chance for only one, then at least one of us must live. Do you hear me, Sophie?
I won't listen.
Promise me, Sophie. At least one of us.
All right, Maya.
Let's walk a little, and then go back to the apartment.
Stand still. Stay where you are, everybody. Men on one side of the street, women on the other. Corporal, get the volunteers in the truck.
Let me through! Let me through! Take me also!
Your turn will come, but not
No,
yet.
take me! Take me!
Get back, Sophie. Remember, at least one of us must... Shut up! All right, Corporal.
There are ways of getting out of the ghetto, but it's expensive.
But I've given all I have.
Not so loud, not so loud. I'm not asking for more money. Though little enough remains with me, most of it goes to bribe the guards.
What are we waiting for?
Well, when we go out, you will see the hole in the barbed wire fence. You all remember how to find the peasants who have agreed to hide you?
Yes, yes.
All right, one more thing. You cannot bribe all the guards. If the other kind should catch us, scatter, and run. Everyone for himself. All right, now, let's go. Wait. That's a little scatter patrol. Hurry, get through if you can, and scatter.
Come on, Franz. We've got them all.
Oh, no. There's one in the woods there.
Nobody got through the barbed wire.
I tell you, he's hiding in the woods.
Well, even if he is, they're not giving medals for catching Jews. It's too easy.
You can take your medals and... Never mind, I'll catch him for the sport.
Well, you're a funny one, Franz. It's so dark. How are you going to see
Go
him?
on back if you want.
All right. If you're set on it, I'd better get the dog.
Hey, you hear that? Did you?
Hear what, Franz?
Go on, get the dogs.
I'm going.
But I'll have him before you come back. I know you're here, my little man. I'm going to find you. But don't make it easy for me. That would be no sport, huh? That's it. Find a stone. But think before you throw it, because I have a gun. Oh, you didn't throw it. You put the stone down. I can't see you, but I know what you're doing, don't I? Ah, now you found a branch. A club is better than a stone. But you'll have to get closer to me. So close. That! Got you. So? My prisoner's a woman.
Let me go. Please let me go. I'll give you anything.
What have you got? Money, a ring? What's this on your neck?
Don't touch it!
You bite me, you listen to me. I'm going to reach for my flashlight, but my gun is still in my hand. If you move... Now, let's see what it is. A locket. And inscribed. SF on our wedding day. Oh, sentimental. SF. Sarah? Sadie? Answer me!
Sophie Freiberg.
What did you say?
My name,
Samuel Freiberg or Freiberger, what is he to you?
Nothing at all.
You know him?
How could I? He is American.
That's the one.
I only know he is a writer. He writes stories.
You read his stories?
Please let me go. I'll give you the lot.
I don't want your trinkets. Answer me!
I have read some of his stories.
Is there one about a hungry boy in Heidelberg?
Yes. Oh, please, others will come soon, please, before it's too late.
Now tell it to me. Tell me the story, I said.
He missed the last car, and then a boy came, and the boy took him to a cafe, a rough place.
Was he afraid?
No. It laughed and said, "You will be my protector."
Yes, that's right. Go on.
That's all. They talked all night, and in the morning he gave the boy some money and went away.
You left something out.
No, I don't remember.
Before the money, something about the boy.
You know the story.
Say it!
Before the morning, before he went away, he found out the boy was a Nazi.
Then he gave the money. How did the story end? You remember the words?
The words were, "Poor boy, poor world."
Give me the locket. Now run. Wait. What was the name of the story?
It was called The Protector.
The story ends. And if the gaps have been filled with long-ago imaginings, it does not matter. It was not told to prove something that cannot be proven, but to tell you what must be believed without proof. I dip a finger in the ocean, and I know that the waters are sweeter. I say the words of the psalm, "Depart from evil and do good." And I know it is possible to sweeten the world.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Leon Silvertrust of Chicago, member of the National Planning Committee of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America and a prominent civic leader. Mr. Silvertrust.
Our story of today told of the power of a deed of goodness. A good deed is like a candle. Not only does it illumine the darkness, but it kindles numerous other candles, and thus its light lives on forever. We have learned from the beginning of recorded history that violence begets violence, and that hate arouses more hate. We must remember what is far more important, that a good deed begets a good deed, and thus brings salvation nearer to all mankind. When Rabbi Akiba said that the general rule of the Torah is, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself," he interpreted it to mean that it was our duty to love even the wicked. He said, "Even if a criminal is sentenced to be punished, let your love for your fellow man make that punishment as light as it can be, and still be consistent with justice." The learned wife of the great sage Rabbi Meir once reminded her husband that it is our duty to hate evil, but not the evildoers. Rabbi Meir had become annoyed by the attacks of hoodlums and spoke out bitterly against them. His wife Beruria calmed his wrath with this reminder: "It is written in the Torah, 'May sins perish from the earth, and not may sinners perish. Our sages constantly emphasized the law of kindness as being the very spirit of holiness, to welcome every human being with a friendly countenance, to love the stranger, to feed and shelter him, to seek always by kindly deeds the peace of the community. These were the everyday goals they set for themselves and for their disciples. They taught, he who saves one human life, it is as though he had saved a whole world. Our sages summed up their faith in the power of goodness by teaching that one good deed brings another good deed in its wake. Brilliance is not the only blessing. Let us have faith in the power of goodness to transform the world.
Thank you, Mr. Silvertrust. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Protector, was written by Joseph Mendel. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Santos Ortega as Freiberger, Mary Kay Wells played Sophie, Bill Lipton was Franz, Sam Gray was Meyer. Others in the cast were Larry Haynes, Bill O'Brien, Theo Getz, Louis Soren, and Dean Lyman Almquist. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Treaty for the People, was written by Erwin Gonchak.
These were the words of Winston Churchill, broadcast to the world on August 24, 1941. Since the Mongol invasions of Europe in the 16th century, there has never been methodical, merciless butchery on such a scale or approaching such a scale. And this is but the beginning. Famine and pestilence have yet to follow in the bloody ruts of Hitler's tanks. We are in the presence of a crime without a name. This is the story of Raphael Lemkin, who gave the name of genocide to the planned murder of whole peoples, and who devoted his life to its prevention and punishment.
Raphael Lemkin was deeply concerned with a great personal and world tragedy, and the mission he tried to perform is still unfinished. But he made a beginning, and it is of this beginning that we tell. In the early part of the century, the Lemkin family lived in Bozvedina, a town in eastern Poland. Young Raphael was a studious boy and spent a good part of the day in the family library.
Mother, in this book I read, Carthage turned into blackened ruins by the Roman legions. And look here, on this page it says, the fall of Judea to Rome. Thousands massacred. And here, the Tartar invasions of Europe, millions slaughtered. The persecution of Huguenots, 50,000 killed, 30,000 Catholics wiped out in Japan. Why? Why is this permitted? Mother, how can this be? Throughout history, these crimes have been committed. If there are laws against murder, are there no laws against mass murder?
Raphael, there are all kinds of laws.
Then something must be wrong with the laws, because they have not been very effective.
Oh, my son, you are young. You have much to learn about this world.
Raphael Lemkin enrolled in the University of Lvov. He became a student of languages: Polish, Russian, French, German, Hebrew, Arabic, Sanskrit. Perhaps he thought that languages would provide him with the key to understanding different peoples and the way they behaved. But he learned that this was not enough.
Lemkin, calm down. Calm down.
Professor, how can I? Didn't you read the papers today?
All right, tell me, what did you read?
This trial in Berlin of the young Armenian who killed a Turkish police officer.
So, why should that get you excited?
Professor, let me give you the background. Then you will understand how I feel.
I'm listening, Lemkin.
In 1915, under the leadership of this police chief, the Turks massacred over 1 million Armenians. The young Armenian was spared only because his mother's body had fallen on him and hidden him. 6 years later, the Armenian youth saw the Turkish police chief on the streets of Berlin. He took out a gun and killed him. Now they are trying the Armenian for murder.
Of course. What did you expect?
But what of the police chief who helped to kill 1 million Armenians? Why wasn't he tried for murder?
Lemkin, you don't understand. This is an internal Turkish matter. Other nations cannot interfere. When you interfere with the internal affairs of another country, you infringe upon that country's sovereignty.
Professor, so it is a crime for the Armenian to strike down the Turkish police chief, but it is not a crime for the police chief to have struck down 1 million people. No, sir. If this is the law of nations, I'm afraid that I will never understand.
Dearest Mother, my work at the university is progressing very well.
However, I have decided to change the direction of my studies. I've dropped a few of my language courses, and I now will devote much of my time to an investigation of domestic and international law.
Raphael, your mother has a hard time keeping up with your new titles and professions. Master of languages, doctor of philosophy, lawyer.
You can add one more, Mother. Public prosecutor of Warsaw.
So tell your old mother what that means.
It means that I am finally learning at first hand how laws operate. And maybe now I can do something about them.
Always remember, Raphael, it is moral power that counts.
Yes, Mother. But when moral power is embodied in law, it can count for more. My work has taught me an important lesson. Law must be shaped and administered not so much to punish the individual as to protect society.
As public prosecutor, Lemkin wrote many articles concerning his philosophy on the role of law in society. His writings were influential in changing the basic penal code for Poland. But his boyhood concern about the mass murder of people still remained with him. Some years later, in 1933, when he was to be sent as the Polish representative to a League of Nations conference on international law, he decided to do something about the matter.
Lemkin, as your friend and former teacher, please, I urge you not to make your proposal to the conference in Madrid.
And why is that, Professor? Do you think I will interfere with their internal equanimity?
I warn you, Lemkin, they will laugh in your face. Remember, these are hardened lawyers and statesmen you're addressing, not starry-eyed college students.
Thank you, my friend, but my mind is made up. Someone must speak on this issue.
In our lifetime, we have seen the Turks massacre the Armenians and the Iraqis slaughter the Christian Assyrians. Today, there are signs indicating the beginnings of similar and perhaps more systematically executed crimes against humanity. Therefore, I propose that this conference add 2 new crimes to the International Penal Code, namely, the crime of barbarity, conceived as oppressive and destructive action directed against individuals as members of a national, religious, or racial group, and the crime of vandalism, dealing with the malicious destruction of works of art and culture, because they represent the specific creations of the genius of such groups.
Well, Lemkin, how did the conference go?
Professor, you were wrong. They did not laugh in my face. They simply were bored.
I suppose that is worse.
I also heard from my supervisor at the prosecutor's office.
Yes? He asked if I'd read the newspaper characterization of my
proposals. Fool, fanatic, dreamer. And then he came to the real reason for the interview. The Nazis.
Ah, so they too are concerned.
Poland, he told me, is trying to maintain good relations with the new Nazi government in Germany. And the Nazis let it be known through diplomatic channels that they thought my proposals were directed against their internal domestic policies. Which, of course, means their treatment of the Jews.
So, what did he want you to do?
What else? Resign my post as public prosecutor. But, Professor, I told him this. The government in Berlin is not a government with which good relations will mean anything.
Raphael Lemkin retired to private practice, but he used all available personal funds and time in writing about the crime of barbarity, making speeches, traveling to many international conferences in Europe. But the statesman was still bored. Hitler invaded Poland, and World War II was on. Dr. Lemkin never heard from his family again. He was wounded in the leg in guerrilla fighting outside Warsaw and remained in hiding in the Polish forests for 6 months before making his escape by way of Lithuania and the Baltic Sea to Sweden. There he received a teaching appointment at a university. But the atrocities of the Hitler regime were much on his mind, and he decided to go to the Swedish government for the purpose of presenting to them a plan he had long been considering.
I want to ask the help of your government in collecting German documents relating to the rule of conquered peoples. Sweden has embassies in all these countries.
I see. Specifically, what purpose do you have in mind?
Sir, I pray the day will shortly come when a record of this kind, documentary evidence of the Nazi rule written by the Nazis themselves, will serve a useful purpose in bringing these criminals to the bar of international justice.
With great diligence, Raphael Lemkin went about his self-appointed task of compiling and analyzing Nazi decrees from the occupied countries. The pattern of barbarity was as clear as it was appalling.
Thank you, Dr. Lemkin, for your talk on Nazi methods and goals. We should like to ask you a few questions. First, you often speak of the crimes of the German people. Is it not true that this is the work of only a small number of sick individuals?
Many facts speak for the responsibility of the German people in entirety. The present destruction of Europe would not be as complete and thorough had the German people not freely accepted the Nazi plan, participated voluntarily in its execution, and, up to this point, profited greatly therefrom.
But Hitler is a demonic brute. Perhaps he has terrified the people into doing his bidding.
My friends, the German techniques of exploitation of the subjugated nations are so numerous, so thoughtful and elaborate, and are so greatly dependent upon personal skill and responsibility, that this complex machinery could not have been successful without widespread devotion to the cause of the persons in control.
Lemkin was invited to come to America and teach at a number of universities. Here, the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace contacted him to do a volume based on his collection of Nazi documents. It was in this book that the word genocide was used for the first time. The Greek word genos, clan or religious group, was joined to the Latin side, or killing. Hitler's crimes now had a name.
Come in, please. Dr. Lemkin, I'm glad you're here.
Thank you, Justice Jackson, for inviting me.
I'd like your assistance in a special project I'm now working on in conjunction with the War Department.
Yes, sir?
It's this. The war in Europe is coming to an end. High-ranking Nazis are falling into our hands every day. We're planning, with our allies, to try these individuals for the crimes they've committed. I believe that the documents you've compiled, and your knowledge of them, can be of great help to us.
But, Justice Jackson, it is vital for the Nuremberg trials to establish once and for all that genocide is an international crime against humanity and punishable by the Society of Nations.
Dr. Lemkin, I fully agree with you, and I'll try to make it a part of the indictment. But we must be realistic. The International Military Tribunal will undoubtedly consider this to be outside their jurisdiction. I'm afraid that you'll have to look for another forum in order to get your principle established in international law.
Genocide did not become part of the Nuremberg record. Dr. Lemkin once again made the rounds of the international legal conferences.
Cultural considerations speak for international protection of national, religious, and racial groups. Our whole cultural heritage is a product of the contributions of all nations. We can best understand how impoverished our culture would be if the peoples doomed by Germany, such as the Jews, had not been permitted to receive the inspiration to create the Bible or to give birth to an Einstein. If the Poles had not the opportunity to give to the world a Copernicus, a Chopin, a Curie, the Czechs, a Hus, a Dvorak, the Greeks, a Plato and a Socrates, the Russians, a Tolstoy and a Shostakovich.
One last hope remained. The United Nations were going to hold their first regular meeting at Lake Success in New York. On the boat back to America, Lemkin drew up a resolution for the study of a genocide convention. But he had only 5 days to persuade an official delegation to place it on the agenda.
Ambassador, it would be impractical to treat genocide as a national crime, since by its very nature it is committed by the state or by powerful groups which have the backing of the state. A state will never prosecute a crime instigated or backed by itself. By its very legal, moral, and humanitarian nature, it must be considered an international crime.
Yes, Dr. Lemkin was told, the United States delegation would support the resolution, providing someone else would sponsor it. The British and French said the same. He decided his best chance was to approach smaller countries.
Dr. Alfaro, large countries can defend themselves by arms. Small countries like Panama need the protection of the laws.
Panama agreed to sponsor the resolution.
Sir, for an idea of how important genocide can be, more Jews were destroyed by genocide than there are people in all of Cuba.
The Cubans became a co-sponsor.
Action against genocide is definitely within the Indian tradition. Gandhi's message to the world is, in essence, the sanctity of all life.
The Indians joined the Panamanians and the Cubans. Genocide was on the agenda. Within the next few weeks, Dr. Lemkin personally interviewed the delegations of all the member nations and also compiled special materials to be sent to them. One day, Dr. Lemkin was called before Jan Masaryk, the leader of Czechoslovakia, when Czechoslovakia was a democracy.
Come in, Dr. Lemkin.
Thank you, Mr. Masaryk. Frankly, I have come to ask a favor of you.
Lemkin, don't worry. You have Czechoslovakia's vote. In fact, I would vote 12 times for your resolution if I could.
I know, sir, but I'm worried about the Soviet Union. Wyszynski attacked my ideas back in 1935. And now Gromyko opposed putting genocide on the assembly agenda.
It is difficult to figure out the Russians.
As a student, I knew your father, Thomas Masaryk, when he was fighting to found the new Czechoslovakia. It is too bad that he is not alive. He would be a great fighter for this idea of preserving national culture.
I agree with you, Dr. Lemkin.
Please, Mr. Masaryk, speak to the Russians. Tell them that some good things come from the West. For example, tell them that penicillin is not an intrigue against the Soviet Union. And neither is this resolution against genocide.
On December 11th, 1946, the General Assembly unanimously agreed that genocide was an international crime and that the United Nations should draw up a treaty providing for its prevention and punishment. But obstacles still remained.
President Arana, this is Lemkin. Listen, I've heard there are members working behind the scenes to have the genocide deliberations called premature. Yes, premature. Sir, you must tell them this treaty is already 2,000 years late.
And then there was talk that the genocide treaty should be added to the one on human rights.
Ambassador, I implore you not to do this. I can foresee that it will only cause confusion and delay. The world has waited too long. Now, I agree, human rights are vital. But first we must make existence safe. And then we can work to improve it.
On the afternoon of December 9th, 1948, the General Assembly finally came to the vote on the Genocide Treaty. Before the meeting, Dr. Herbert Evatt of Australia, the president of the Assembly, greeted Dr. Lemkin and shook his hand. He said, "You are a great fighter, and we will help you win." The vote was 55-0 in favor of the Convention of Genocide. All that was now needed was the ratification of 20 nations to make it part of international law. With his remaining savings, Dr. Lemkin decided to tour the world to urge acceptance for what he called the Treaty for the People. But first, it was necessary for him to spend 6 weeks in the hospital. The strain of pushing the treaty to completion was beginning to take its toll on him.
Nurse, please. Later I will rest, but now, please, a paper and pencil. Gentlemen, I think it would be an inspiration to the world if the United States Senate showed the way and ratified the convention first. It is unbelievable, but some people still think that Dachau, Auschwitz, Buchenwald are manufactured war propaganda. This convention must become a living force in world society.
But, in spite of the favorable recommendation of President Truman, the Senate shelved the proposal. Dr. Lemkin heard the same arguments that he had heard from his old professor 3 decades ago.
Lemkin, you don't understand. When you interfere with the internal affairs of another country, you infringe on that country's sovereignty.
No, I'm afraid that I will never understand. How can a treaty not to murder be a threat to any nation's independence?
The United States is among the countries whose ratification is still to come. But to date, 60 nations have signed the Treaty for the People, and the crime of genocide is now part of international law. To accomplish this feat, Raphael Lemkin carried no official credentials other than the silent pleas of the unnumbered dead. One paper recently wrote, "The burden of his days was spent in a crusade against slavery, degradation, and murder. It was a heavy burden, and on August 30th, 1959, it killed him at the age of 58. His mission was never completed, for the cry of genocide is still heard in our day from different parts of the world. But a beginning was made."
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Max D. Davidson of Perth Amboy, New Jersey, spiritual leader of Congregation Ben Mordecai in Perth Amboy and president of the Synagogue Council of America.
Thank you. The public opinion of the world has outlawed murder as an instrument of private vengeance, but it has not yet rejected mass murder as an instrument of national policy. Our sympathy is awakened when we're informed of floods and their victims, typhoons, volcanoes, a famine, of epidemic disease. American generosity rushes to feed the hungry, to clothe the naked, to heal the sick. What happens when we learn of whole populations being wiped out deliberately? Men, women, and children being led to innocent and martyred death. Which represents our human index? Hiroshima or Fujiyama? Belsen or Vesuvius? The lessons taught by Lemkin, the branding of genocide as evil, as repulsive to the human heart of a mature mankind, is founded on the law, the learning, and the logic of the Jewish tradition. In the planned society of our generation, can we not plan progress in the pattern of prophecy? In the contest for the minds of men, against the background of the war of words and ideas, there is a spiritual search for common kindness and civilized compassion. What will move those minds more profoundly? What will quicken hearts more directly than the resolution of the nations, and particularly the determination of the United States of America to protect the homes and the hope and the happy security of the innocent millions? We have the means of destroying not a city alone, but whole provinces, whole states, entire races. And we have the means of saving provinces and states and races. The impartial cruelty of war is grievous enough. The cold, calculated, criminal havoc of race ruin, of national annihilation, of genocide, must not win its contest with the awakened conscience of mankind, which looks to the day when every man will sit under his vine and under his fig tree, and none shall make him afraid.
Thank you, Rabbi Davidson. Our Eternal Light drama today, Treaty for the People, was written by Erwin Gonchak. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Ralph Bell was featured as Raphael Lemkin. Others in the cast were Guy Repp, Dean Lyman Almquist, Larry Robinson, Amy Siddell, Guy Sorrell, and Philip Sterling. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, from Bergen-Belsen to Wuppertal, is by Erwin Gonchak.
Is it much further?
No. It's only a mile or two down the road. It is the rain that slows down the bicycles. That is why it seems longer.
Perhaps it is right that it should rain on this day, that the heavens should cry, that all should cry.
I see that you have a poet's soul. But perhaps more than tears are needed now.
How did you learn of the pilgrimage?
I heard from the Youth Associations of Lender.
My pastor told me.
Where are you from?
Köln.
I'm from Dusseldorf.
Have you ever been to this place before?
Once. On another youth pilgrimage.
And what does it look like?
You wouldn't think it had been a concentration camp before. Pines and birches have been planted where the barracks once stood. But the trees are not much higher than you can reach.
And there is nothing else?
The burial mounds, of course.
Oh.
And a scattering of gravestones erected by relatives. The obelisk of the memorial. And the wall of wailing.
hundreds of other youths from all over Germany, I am on my way to place flowers on the mass graves at Bergen-Belsen. But why? What does this mean to me? This question first began to bother me when a newspaper reporter came into my classroom at school the other day.
As your teacher has told you, I'm a reporter, and I'm making a special survey for my newspaper. I have only one question to ask. What do you know about Hitler?
Hitler revived Germany. He did away with unemployment and built the Autobahn.
He sold badges to get power.
He ruled from 1933 to 1945. After the war, people said everything Hitler did was bad, and they pointed to ruin and chaos everywhere. But now people come again and say it was not so bad after all. Some even say it was good. I don't know. Anyway, he's dead.
Nazism was a movement discarding all existing values of humanity, ethics, and human dignity. Hitler's ideology was a pseudoscience concocted of anti-Semitism, socialism, and nationalism latent in the German people at that time.
Hitler built autobahns and ended unemployment, which was good. He started the war, which was not so good. He lost the war, and that was worse.
I listened to my class and I said nothing. For what did I know of Hitler's time? I asked my pastor about Hitler, and he said I should go to Bergen-Belsen to see for myself, and I should ask many questions and listen attentively to the answer given. Why do you put flowers on the grave?
This is something one must do.
But why?
Haven't you read the diary of Anna Frank?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Then you should know that she was as young as we are when her life was so horribly ended in this place. She died because others had decided to destroy her people.
Will the flowers help now?
There are more than flowers here. There is the determination that never again among our people must such a disease and inhuman hatred arise.
Herr, why do you stand in the rain?
To watch the ceremony.
Were you here when Bergen-Belsen was a concentration camp?
I lived in the city of Belsen, but no one told us what was here. All we saw were the box carts going in, the security police, and the smoke from the chimneys. We knew the government was doing secret work here, but that was all.
But you didn't know what was going on?
Why am I here? Maybe this will explain. I read that one day when Anna Frank was at Auschwitz, she saw a group of Hungarian children standing naked in the freezing rain, waiting for hours to be taken into the gas chambers, not understanding what the adult world was going to do to them. Anna stood by the fence and watched the children, and then she, who had suffered so much, whispered, "Oh, look, their eyes."
Herr, may I ask what you are doing?
Doing, as you see, taking a spadeful of earth, of ashes.
Whose ashes are these?
Do we know, can we tell? The remains of the murdered of a generation ago. And perhaps the ashes of the little Anna Frank girl.
But why do you do this?
Well, these ashes are to be put into an urn and sent from
Bergen-Belsen to Wuppertal.
Wuppertal?
Yeah, for a special purpose.
What purpose?
Listen, junges Mädchen, even though the grass is green here and the trees grow to the sky.
You will find only death and despair at Bergen-Belsen. But at Wuppertal, there is new hope. There's new life.
And how does one go from here to there?
There are roads.
Pastor, I am making a journey to Wuppertal. Do you know the road?
It is good your bicycle is sturdy, for the road to Wuppertal is long. But there are places on the way where you can stop.
I hope to find answers to my questions at Wuppertal.
If that is the case, then I suggest that you first go to Aachen.
That is a city in Germany near the Belgian and Holland border. Speak to the little children there. They may be able to help you.
Hello there.
Hello.
What's your name?
Edward?
How old are you?
7.
Edward, what are you doing?
Drawing a picture.
Of what?
Can't you see? These are houses. Blue, brown, orange, green, red, yellow. These are trees and flowers. And there's a chimney and smoke. And this is a sign. And these are people.
It's a village, my friend. The European village at Aachen.
I am their father. I can tell you a little, perhaps, of what you wish to know. I'm Polish. I was brought to Germany during the war to do forced labor. And at the end of the war, I was in a displaced persons camp in Hanover. Well, there, I met my wife. She, too, had been brought to Germany by the SS when she was your age to do forced labor in the factories.
Yes.
Well, after the war, we did not want to return to Poland because of the government. In January of 1957, we came to the European village. As you see, it is a small village for DPs attached to the city. And it's made small so it does not become a ghetto, but instead a part of the city.
And you like it here?
Yes, we live in this comfortable house. I work in town as a locksmith, and the children go to a good school. We are forgetting the life of the camps.
But have you not tried to emigrate to another country? The New World? The United States? Canada?
We tried, Jevchina, but my wife's lungs are poor, so they would not take us.
So that is my purpose, Christina. I have been to Bergen-Belsen, and I have seen what could be seen. But it is Wuppertal that I am seeking. Do you know the road there?
Do you see my brother's drawing of the village? This man here is the founder of these villages. Do you notice? Edvard draws him with a white priestly habit and a smiling face. It is Father Pierre. He will show you the way.
So I have taken another road, and it leads across the border of my country to Belgium,
to the small town of Huy, located in the southeastern part of the country, in the Meuse Valley, where the Walloon language is spoken. This is where Father George Pierre, a Dominican priest, makes his home.
Père is expected shortly back from his retreat at the monastery. Please, jeune fille, take a seat, and I shall try to answer any questions you may have.
I see that the father has a picture of Anna Frank in his office. May I ask what she means to him? Can you tell me?
Oh, you must ask him that question yourself. But do you see the frame on his desk with the words of Anna Frank?
Things will change, and men become good again. And these pitiless days will come to an end, and the world will once more know order, rest, and peace.
He is working for the realization of Anna Frank's dream. Père Pierre has also known many cruel days. When he was 4.5, he escaped with his family from the small town of Dinant during the invasion of Belgium by the Germans. And in the course of one day, the invaders shot 800 civilians, 50 children under 3 years of age. Among the murdered was his grandfather. And, of course, during the Second World War, his country was destroyed again by Germans.
So, as other men, he had reason to hate.
Oh, yes, jeune fille. But instead of hate and revenge, Père Pierre has built his life on love and the need for atonement.
While I wait for Father Pierre, I make another trip. But this one is in my mind's eye. for I am not able to travel with my bicycle into the past, and to the country of Norway and the city of Oslo.
President Monsieur Gunnar Jan will make the presentation.
Gentlemen, although Father Pierce's work for refugees is an action to heal the wounds of war, yet for him it is more. In his own words, his work aims to build a bridge of light and love in place of the haziness and uncertainty of colonialism, anti-colonialism, and race opposition. And yet, even that is not all. It aims further. It hopes to encourage and develop, by action, a fraternal spirit among all peoples and all races. This is, in fact, the very thought expressed by Alfred Nobel in his testament, where he says that the Peace Prize is to be awarded to him who will have worked most and best to unite all people in a spirit of brotherliness. It is why the Nobel Committee of the Norwegian Storting has the honor and the pleasure to confer the Peace Prize for 1958 to Reverend Father George Peer.
So you have come to see me on your way to Wuppertal.
Yes, Father Pierre.
You must remember, ma jeune fille, that my subject is misery, and there is no excitement in that.
I am not seeking excitement. What I am seeking, well, I'm not sure of. But I know that my country has had enough excitement.
Come over to the map. I will show you what we are trying to do. A map of Europe, divided in two by the Iron Curtain, will show you one characteristic of the countries in which the DPs, my people, come. They all lie to the east of the Iron Curtain.
In school, we often speak of this line.
Yes, but on the same map, one can also trace a second line, which very few people speak of. That is the curtain of Western egoism, running along the eastern frontiers of Holland, Luxembourg, Belgium, France, and Switzerland. It marks the farthest west the refugees may go. Therefore, their no man's land consists of Western Germany, Austria, and Italy.
But, Father, the Western countries have taken into their territories many refugees.
Yes, the able-bodied workers, but not the remainder. 200,000, the hardcore, the very old, the very sick, girl mothers and their children, those who have been in prison for whatever reason. These have been driven in despair. There is no one to say, make yourself at home. They have been uprooted and have lost everything which served to identify them. Home, neighborhood, church.
But you and others have done much to help them.
There is much more to be done. For as Newton said, men build too many walls and not enough bridges. And I tell you, I have seen these walls in many places.
But there is hope.
Oh, yes. For example, a town which 2 years ago was beseeching me to go away with my refugees wrote me just recently when we were laying the first stone of the Albert Schweitzer village in the Saar.
It is with the greatest joy that I assure you that the inhabitants of the European village have mixed well with our population and support our authorities with friendship. May the future see a real blessing on your work and its continuation in peace and quietness.
Father Pierre has suggested that I next travel north from Belgium to the city of Amsterdam in the Netherlands. But before I left, I asked him about Anne Frank, and what he said has given added direction to my journey.
I will tell you this. Deep in my heart,
The name of the 6th European village bears the name of the little Jewish girl whom a French newspaper called the world's cherished child. For what purpose did Anna Frank die? What is her message to us at the hour of death? This is the question I am bringing before the conscience of Europe. For my conscience has found an answer to the question.
Mr. Otto Frank?
Yes?
Father Pierre told me to see you. I'm on my way to Wuppertal.
I see. Please, come in.
Each year, I've learned, the city of Frankfurt celebrates the birth of your daughter Anna on June 12th. But you do not attend these ceremonies.
No, my young girl, I do not.
And although hundreds of thousands have seen the play about your daughter, you have not done so.
No.
But why is this?
I've tried in every way to keep the memory of my family alive, but some things I cannot do.
Father Pierre has explained his plans to you?
The father told me that he thought the death of Anna would be less disgraceful if, in memento, the former enemies and allies would combine their goodwill and offer a village for displaced persons in her name.
And he asked a favor of you?
Yeah, he wanted to know if I would be there when he laid the first stone of the village Anna Frank. Even if the village should be built in Germany.
Mr. Frank, may I ask what your answer was?
I told the good father, yes, I would be there.
I have reached the end of my journey. This is the Ruhr Valley in Germany, and I am to call on an editor of a local paper in the city of Wuppertal.
To answer your question is very simple. The suggestion to erect an Anna Frank village in Wuppertal originated from the city elder, Karl Eber.
Yes.
He has read that Father Pierre intended to build a European village in the vicinity of Cologne-Düsseldorf, so he recommended to the city council that the village be built in Wuppertal.
And how did they receive this proposal?
Well, the city council unanimously voted to offer the site of such a village free of any cost. And since then, other citizens from Germany, boys and girls too, and people from other countries, have offered money and labor to build the village.
Herr, please tell me, what does all this mean to the people who live in the city? To you?
We feel responsible for all the cruelties committed in the name of the German people. And we believe that the village will stand as a constant reminder of our need to atone.
I see. But the village is small. 5 houses, 20 families.
It is a beginning, meine junge Freundin, a beginning on the road back.
The ceremonies at Wuppertal will start soon. Representatives from all over Western Europe are here. 5,000 of the townsfolk have turned out. On the platform, I see the German officials, Father Pierre, Mr. Frank, and the urn containing the ashes from the grave at Bergen-Belsen.
Exactly 15 years ago, a very little girl, 14-year-old, was writing a diary, shut in already for 22 months in an attic of Amsterdam, in fear of men who at times prefer their racial prejudice to a gentle, humane fraternity. 1 year later, this little girl had joined what Heinrich Boll called the Nation of the Dead. whose strength are the assassinated children. We must recognize the need to build a better world, a Europe of the how, in which little children can live in peace. But it would be no use to be reunited here today, concentrating our thoughts on Anne Frank and indulging sentimental dreams about peace, without seeing the hard facts of life, such as assassination, instinct for war, racial and religious discrimination in every form. Fortunately, there is the optimistic trend of thought expressed by Anna in her eyes. I believe in the inborn kindness of mankind. Every day I receive letters from Germany and all over the world, written by the good heart of mankind, offering to help your people. Anna, your simple and upright heart indicates to us how much you are child of God. The idea of your death will be less unbearable if the goodwill human beings would group themselves around that thought to ensure the victory of life over death, of good over evil, of peace over destruction. It is you who wrote these lines, which we shall make to be ours today.
I am absolutely unable to build everything on the basis of death, misery, and confusion. I see the world more and more transformed into a desert. I hear louder and louder the roaring of approaching thunder, probably announcing our death. I compassionate the pain of thousands of people. And yet, when I look up to heaven, I think that all this will change, and that everything will come to an end, and that the world will again know what is order, peace, and rest.
Today, Sunday the 31st, May 1959, at Wuppertal, there arises from the earth another European village, to be called the village Anne Frank, built by the aid to displaced persons with the help of friends from all over Europe, in order that our uprooted brethren may have a heart, a task, and friends, and thus find roots again in the good human earth.
I am going home now. The long journey has been made. Soon I shall see my classmates, and they will ask me what I have seen and what I have learned. And I shall say, terrible crimes have been committed against God and man, and we must begin to atone for them. We owe this to you, Anne Frank, and to all who have suffered.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting the Reverend George B. Ford, Pastor Emeritus of Corpus Christi Church in New York City. Father Ford.
The village Anne Frank at Wuppertal and the trees and green grass at Bergen-Belsen, expressive as they are of hope and beauty, must never be permitted to obliterate from the memory of man the measureless horrors their names will forever evoke. The lesson is obvious. Hatred of my fellow man, basically that despite many euphonies, inevitably ends in some sort of oven. If not physically, then of the mind, the heart, and the soul. These human qualities, too, can be seared, maimed, and killed when human rights and human decencies are suppressed or denied. Here at home, our most pressing moral and domestic problem is racial. And across the world, the recognition of human dignity, first and above all, would suggest our most generous national decisions. The response of all peoples to that incessant craving of the human spirit to be esteemed as a person would be instant and universal. And we as a people would be honoring in practice the compulsions of our political and spiritual principles and our proclaimed way of life.
Thank you, Father Ford. Our Eternal Light drama today, From Bergen-Belsen to Wuppertal, was written by Erwin Gonchak. Cantor David Putterman signed the liturgical introduction. Franz Spanier was featured as the young traveler, and Father Pierre was played by Sandor Ortega. Others in the cast were Roger de Koven, Athena Lord, Gloria Avis, Guy Rep, William Mason, Dean Lyman Almquist, Bill Lipton, and Theodore Guest. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Vutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Voyage to Inner Space, was written by Mark Siegel.
It is written in the Talmud that God created man with an impulse towards good and an impulse towards evil. And it is said that both impulses, the evil as much as the good, were given man to help him in his journey.
On this morning, 10 million men and women may begin a voyage which, sooner or later, all men take. Perhaps 20 million, or 30. I know I will be with all of them. Do not ask me who I am. Aboard ship, they call me captain. 10 million, perhaps 20, or 30. Among them, Harry. Among them, perhaps you.
Good morning. Glad to have you aboard. Kindly fasten your seat belts, and please observe the no smoking sign when it's on. It's almost time for blastoff.
Ready? 10 seconds to go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
The flight course is an old one. Old, but very serviceable. Yet somehow on this voyage to a destination known yet unknown to every man, each passenger sooner or later comes forward to the pilot's compartment. And the first question, it is always the same.
Captain, do you know the way?
Yes, of course, Harry. Do you?
Well, I don't know. I'm a little uncertain.
Uncertain? That's the best passport there is on a voyage like this one.
Can I sit up here with you?
As you like.
The view's better up here, I suppose.
No, the same.
The same? The same up here as back in the ship?
Every passenger has the same view on this voyage. Some see more than others, but everyone has the same view.
From both sides of the ship? How's that possible?
It's possible. That's how it is on a voyage to inner space. Comfortable, Harry?
Oh, yes, Captain. In fact, well-to-do.
Well, I was inquiring into the state of your spirit.
not your tax bracket.
They seem to go more or less together. Say, look down there. That's quite a view.
What are you looking at, Cape Canaveral?
How did you know you haven't taken your eyes from the instrument panel?
That's what everyone does. At first.
What do you mean at first?
It's the most obvious feature in the landscape.
Well, in today's world, the most important, I'd say.
Why?
Are you serious?
Quite serious, Harry.
Oh, you think that's more important?
What, where they're fussing with the atom?
Out there, the testing grounds, where the clouds are rising.
And falling, Harry. Falling. Of course that's important, terribly. But still not the most important thing.
I don't get it.
You will. Travel a little further.
Why, of course, now I understand. It's that troubled segment out there where east meets west.
Not that either, Harry.
Not even peace in the world? Well, I don't get it. I really don't get it. What in the world can be more important than peace? Without it, there wouldn't be any world at all. Well, there's a haze of some kind coming up.
Yes, of course.
Well, everything's disappearing.
Now, don't be concerned, Harry.
But what's happening?
It will all come back, everything you've seen before, but in much sharper focus.
It's gone. The whole world's gone.
Just the outside world.
Just. I can't see anything. And it's not just haze. It's black out there. Pitch black.
It's a whole universe. Another universe.
Where? I can't see a thing.
It's sometimes hard to, in inner space.
I don't like this, Captain. I'm afraid. I don't want to be in another universe.
You're always in it, Harry. This universe is you. Each man is a universe, vast and endless, infinite in his capacities, various as the galaxies in the skies. Each man a universe, waiting each one for the probe of exploration, the voyage to inner space that each man, sooner or later, must take in self-fulfillment. And it takes courage to go to the frontiers of that universe, courage most men will disclaim.
Well, to tell you the truth, Captain, I'm not a very courageous fellow.
Of course.
I'm a pretty ordinary man.
Yes, Harry.
I work at my business and take care of things day by day. But when it comes to this kind of exploring, well, I'm not really cut out for this.
Come, Harry, a little less humility. A little less humility, old boy.
Who's that, Captain?
Don't you even recognize him, Harry?
Huh? Well, there's something familiar about his face, but... Was he invited to come up here into the pilot's compartment?
He came when you came, Harry.
Well, I didn't see him.
You saw me, old boy. You just didn't admit it.
Now, that's not true.
Now, that's one of the things I like about you, Harry. Your pride.
I tell you, I didn't see you.
Perhaps you weren't looking, Harry. Don't you recognize him, really?
No. Well, not really. I get the feeling I've seen him somewhere, but say, do you work for me?
Well, in a way, old boy, in a way. I try to keep you from making a darn fool of yourself.
I don't think you should talk that way. It's not fitting. Not on a trip like this.
I'll talk any way I choose, Harry. Besides which, this trip is nonsense. It's the world you can see that counts.
Please.
You're here today and gone tomorrow, Harry, old fella. You've one life to live. Make the best of it. You have as good a time as you can, to the devil with everyone else.
I asked you not to talk that way.
Calm down, Harry. I'm just protecting your interests, old boy. Glad to be able to help out, too. Glad to be aboard.
Captain, do me a favor, will you?
If I can, Harry.
Tell him to get out. He makes me uncomfortable.
I can't tell him to leave, Harry.
Well, of course he can't. Not while you're aboard.
I don't understand.
You'd do better to talk with him, to admit he's with you on this trip.
But why? I can't stand him. I hate the sight of him.
Why, Harry? Because he's part of you.
I don't believe it. How can you say that repulsive character is part of me?
Wait just 1 minute, Harry. Just 1 minute. You seem to make out fine with me most of the time.
That's not true.
You're not so fast about trying to get rid of me in the real world.
Well, that's something else.
Well, is it?
I don't need you along, not on this trip.
Ah, but you do, Harry. That's the whole point.
Let him talk, Harry. You'll understand yourself a little better.
Thanks, Captain. Now, Harry, you listen to me. We've gone a long way together.
I won't admit that.
And we're going right on. You shouldn't reject me. You should be grateful to me.
Grateful? To you?
Who figured out your contributions last year to the penny? I mean the right penny for tax deductibility.
I wanted to give more.
I know you did. You would have given them everything you had if you hadn't consulted me.
Well, I didn't hurt anyone by it.
Well, of course not, Harry. It's just an example. You think about it, Harry. You've no reason to disown me on this trip. Do you disown me in your office?
My office?
Well, Harry, what do we do?
I don't know, Joe. I'm thinking.
Well, we can take the loss better than he can. He's been having a tough time.
Yes, Joe, I know. Still...
Harry, don't be a fool. This is business.
Still what, Harry?
Cancel the order, Joe.
Cancel it? He's a friend of ours, Harry. This'll ruin him.
We can't let that come into it, Joe. We've got to be practical. This is business. That's not my personal life. That's business.
Then you admit it, Harry. You've used me to swing quite a few deals.
In my business, yes.
And outside your business, Harry.
Captain.
What is it, Harry?
Why do I have to listen to him?
It's part of the voyage, Harry. But one lone part of it. Try to remember that.
All right, Captain. I'll try.
Harry, all that I'm saying is use your head. Without me, you'd be a dreary little fella. No ambition, no pride, no drive to get out there and do.
You make me sound like a monster.
Monster? Don't be ridiculous. I'm just giving you the straight story. You're number one. Just remember that. You come first. You take care of yourself. The rest of the world will take care of itself.
Captain.
Yes, Harry.
Is that what you meant when you said each man was a universe? That I'm what he calls number one?
Oh, don't bother with him, Harry. Decide for yourself, old boy. Or better still, let me decide for you.
Captain, please. You told me I was more important than the world outside. Is that what you meant?
I'm only the pilot. I can't answer for you. You have to answer for yourself.
But is that what you meant?
No, not at all.
Then what did you mean?
You have to find out for yourself, Harry. That's what this voyage is.
Look, old boy, forget the questions. Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
I must find out what he meant. I must. I've been going along thinking everything was fine. Now suddenly, I don't know. I'm confused. I'm utterly confused.
Now, Harry, you take a tip from me. Don't act confused.
But I am. I've never been this way before.
Forget it. Even if you don't know what the score is, you act just as if you know all the answers. You understand?
No,
In this world, you have to appear certain, old boy. You walk around saying you're confused. Well, what'll people say? You want people saying Harry doesn't know his own mind? Well, where's your self-respect?
Right here. I'm right here.
Who is it? Who's that?
Someone asked where I was. I'm here.
Captain.
Yes, Harry?
Another part of me?
Yes, of course.
Thank God.
Exactly. For every part of you. How does a man learn that he must give thanks for all he is? or his tendency towards evil as surely as his impulse towards good? Can a man learn from being told that he must accept the unacceptable and master it? I think not. He must make the voyage for himself.
Why? Why did I take this flight?
I helped you, Harry.
But why? Whoever you are, why?
For your good.
But you are my good.
Call me what you will. For your good. And because you had doubts.
You knew that?
Of course.
And you let me take a trip that only increases my doubts?
That's how a man voyages towards the truth, Harry.
By doubts?
By faith. But there is no faith until you've had your doubts and faced them, fought them, surmounted them. It has always been that way.
Yes, always. It has always been that way. And always, yes, always on the voyage to inner space, there is the voice to contain the doubt, the practical, worldly voice, the voice of that part of man which Harry and all who voyage toward the frontiers of the spirit must face, accept, and master.
Turn back, old boy. You can still forget this voyage. Why don't you turn back now, while you can?
A voice to strengthen doubt. And if the voyager persists, despite that doubt, a voice to summon fear.
Harry, suppose this ship cracks up?
Yes. Suppose this ship cracks up.
There is no danger of crack up, not if you follow the flight course. The chart is given.
What chart, Captain?
God's commandments, Harry. That chart.
What God? The God who lets the good suffer and the evil prosper?
What did you say, Harry?
I didn't say anything.
I can hear all of you, Harry. Every part of you has a right to speak.
Then I'll say it again. What God? The God who lets man threaten life itself with intercontinental ballistic missiles and a hydrogen bomb? The God who allows men to kill each other, to maim each other's spirits?
What God? The God of the universe.
Which universe? Harry here? The universe in which our pathetic Earth spins around, a minor star in a galaxy which is one of millions? Or the next universe beyond that one? Or the universe 4 more stops down the line?
Harry.
Oh, you're back. Good.
Let me talk with him.
Of course. I was hoping you would.
Friend, you've answered your own question. God is not part of the universe. He is master of it.
I like that. I really do. If he's master of the universe, why didn't he make Harry perfect?
So that a man would have choice. So that a man would have freedom to choose. That's his greatest gift to man. Freedom.
Fine. I say he gave man the freedom to enjoy himself, to live.
Correction, friend. The freedom to live for something.
But for what? How am I to know for what?
Harry, I think you know sometimes. I think some part of you knows.
Well, I try. I really try.
You try, old boy. It's ridiculous. And you, my friend, what do you expect him to do? Look at the society in which he lives. He's an ant, a bug, a bee.
He is a man made in the image of God. And he tries. He tries.
How? By going to services on Saturdays? By being charitable? By clucking sympathetically over the plight of millions of his fellows who are ill or starving or denied the rights of citizenship?
That's not fair.
All right, I'll go further. By working to make life better for those millions? By voting one little vote or being nice to his one little wife or his one little family? Is that how he tries?
Yes, those are some of the ways.
You mean there are others just as futile?
Not at all futile. He tries by studying and by reaching into himself in an attempt to deepen his own soul. This trip is one of the ways he tries.
And where has he got with his trying? What's in it for him?
Everything.
You don't talk sense. Harry, be objective for once. Just use your head and tell me. Is what he's saying making sense?
Harry, use your heart, too.
Harry, I ask you simply and plainly, does it make sense for you to exist at all?
How does a man justify his existence? First, perhaps, by remembering what he does for others.
I'm on the board of the synagogue, and I'm active in welfare work. And I try to pay the people who work for me decent wages.
But why, old boy? Could it be that you get a private kick out of being elected chairman of a committee? Or that you really take part in these so-called do-good activities because it makes you a big man in your city?
Be honest, Harry.
All right. Of course I get pleasure out of knowing other people think I'm doing the right thing.
Then there's pride in what you're doing.
Yes. Yes, I'll admit it. There's pride.
Good for you, Harry. Spoken like an honest man.
Honest, perhaps. But it cancels out the worth of what you do.
But that's not true. All of the worthwhile things I do are worthwhile. Isn't that so? Please, somebody tell him. Tell him I'm just human and I do the best I can do.
We are reaching the last frontier in our voyage to inner space.
Harry, I can't tell him you're just human. He knows that. He's part of your being human.
But what does he mean? That what I do that's good doesn't count just because people in my community respect me for it.
I mean, old boy, that you do the right things for the wrong reasons.
Don't let him trouble you about that, Harry. A man who performs acts of goodness leads himself towards the right reasons. But, Harry, there is something else.
I'm ready. Tell me.
You seem to do a great deal for others. What do you do for yourself?
For myself? You're beginning to sound like him.
We're not as far apart as you're inclined to make us, Harry.
But you're my good, aren't you? And he's...
I'm only that other part of you refined. That part grown up.
Well, that's not possible.
From his pride, Harry, can come a sense of duty. From his selfishness can come self-love.
Self-love? Isn't that the same as selfishness?
You have to love yourself before you can love others, Harry.
But I thought...
Why should you be less kind to yourself than to others?
We are approaching our destination.
Is that part of my duty, too? To love myself?
Your duty, the duty of man, in all things, is to serve God and to fulfill God's will in every moment of your life, not for your sake, even if your duty includes your happiness, not for your sake, for God's sake. And as you do, you help to recreate the world. You help to banish violence and war, to bring the abundance of God's good world to all of God's sons and daughters. You help to plant faith, to reveal the purpose of man's life to all men. All this you do by the fulfillment of what has been commanded you.
I? But I'm only one man.
How do you know which action of which day reaches out to affect the lives of others? How do you know how far the tiniest act of goodness goes?
I never thought much about it before.
Do you think chain reaction is limited to the atom? If the splitting of a single atom can release fantastic energy, fantastic force, can't you see, Harry, that the tiniest fulfillment of God's commandments can release a force in the hearts and spirits of man that may be overwhelmingly a force for good? Add up the good deeds of men, striving for good, Harry, and the nature of the world is changed.
Harry.
Yes, Captain.
Look to the outside world now.
The haze. It's gone. You said the world would come back in sharper focus. It has.
Kindly fasten your seatbelts. No smoking, please.
I can change that. All that.
Not only can you, Harry, it is your duty. And as you master the evil impulse in your own life, by that much you will help to master what is evil in the lives of those around you.
Where is he, Captain? He's gone.
He'll be back. You can count on it.
I think I'll know how to cope with him.
Coming in for a landing.
I know you'll try. Glad to have had you on board. Good luck.
Thank you, Captain. Then it is up to me? Yes. I see. It is up to me.
On this morning, 10 million men and women may begin a voyage which sooner or later all men take. A voyage to inner space. Perhaps 20 million or 30. Among them, Harry. Among them, perhaps you.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. David I. Golovinsky, Rabbi of Bethel Synagogue, New Rochelle, New York, and President of the New York Board of Rabbis. Dr. Golovinsky.
This charming story dramatically demonstrates the message of our sages. The rabbi stated, Odom olam katon lifnei atzmo. Every man is a world in miniature. Man, like Harry in our play, is a complex organism, a compound of conflicting drives. He is neither all good nor all wicked, but a composite of a Yetzer Tov, a yearning for the sublime, and a Yetzer Hora, a drive towards evil. As a child of God, he seeks to pursue what is true and noble. Sharing the nature of the beast, he is also motivated by greed and passion. His divine soul soars heavenward. His animal nature gravitates earthward. In his heart, earth and heaven are locked in combat, each seeking to control him, to master him. Our sages further teach us that in this crucial struggle, the divine in man, the Yetzer Tov, can conquer the Yetzer Hora, his baser impulses. However, this victory is not easily achieved, not without fortitude and courage. Thus, in answer to the question, Ezehu Gibor, who is really strong, our sages tell us, Hakovesh es Yitzro, he who subdues his evil inclinations. Through Torah and mitzvot, through the humanizing disciplines of religion, we can attain a life that brings glory to God and fulfillment and happiness to man. This cheering faith in man's ability to rise above himself is the leitmotif and central thesis of historic Judaism.
Thank you, Dr. Golovinsky. Our Eternal Light drama today, Voyage to Inner Space, was written by Mark Siegel. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Rooten as the pilot, Leon Janney as Harry, Guy Sorrell as the voice of evil, and Leslie Daniel as the voice of good. Others in the cast were Roger DeKoven and Joan Christopher. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, How Manny Got into 7th Grade, was written by Mark Siegel.
A question was once asked of Rabbi Joshua ben Karhan. Why did the Holy One, blessed be he, choose to speak to Moses at Mount Horeb out of a thorn bush? Then Rabbi Joshua answered, so as to teach us that there is no place on this earth free of the presence of God. God is everywhere, even in the lowly, even in a thorn bush.
I have a birthday this week. I'm going to be 16. And birthdays, well, somehow they get you to thinking. You know, about when you were a kid. I was a funny kid. I remember one summer when I was 10, I thought I knew everything. Of course, I've outgrown that now. But then I thought I knew everything, absolutely everything. One day I was walking down the street when I met my father. Well, walking isn't exactly the word for it.
1, 2, 3.
Manny, what in the name of heaven are you doing?
Oh, hello, Pa. 4. Gonna take my violin lesson, Pa.
When are you supposed to be there?
In a few minutes, Pa. 5.
It'll take you an hour to get there this way.
I'm sorry. 6.
Look, Manny, what's this crazy jumping and hopping down the street?
If my right foot lands on the crack in the sidewalk 10 times in a row...
Yeah?
7. I'll have a good violin lesson. Mr. Rasputin won't yell at me.
Oh. You're sure? Hmm?
Sure, I'm sure.
Come here.
Hey, Pa, let me go, will you? What are you doing?
I'm going to help you on the next jump. You'll never make it otherwise.
My father's like that. A little old-fashioned, maybe, but, well, he's nice. So's my whole amazing book-reading family. We used to sit around the table nights, reading books and eating peanuts.
Manny, remember, only one peanut to a page.
Yes, Uncle Amos.
And don't read so fast.
Why, Uncle Amos? What's wrong with reading fast?
Oh, nothing, Manny, nothing. But it's bad for your digestion.
One hot June night, after the dining room table had been cleared, I and my amazing book-reading family were doing what we usually did after dinner, reading books. Except for my father. He was doing what he usually did after dinner, composing music. For over 2 hours, the only sounds in the room had been my father's lovely music, the turning of pages, the cracking of peanut shells, and the scratching of my father's goose quill pen on the music paper in front of him. I was just reaching page 249 in The Three Musketeers by Dumas. I was about to bite into my 249th peanut when something which had been gnawing at me for quite a while bit me. I slammed my book shut and announced,
I've decided. I want to meet God.
The boy's gone crazy all of a sudden.
Quiet, Amos. Stop your laughing.
Manny, what's that book? What are you reading?
Three Musketeers, Mama. A very poorly written book.
And what's it got to do with God?
Nothing, Mama. It's just that I decided. I want to meet God.
He's crazy. In one breath, a book review and a desire to meet God.
Amos, please. Boys who express an interest in God should not be laughed at. Unless, of course, they express an immoderate interest in God.
Oh, in the whole history of our family, I never heard such a thing.
Well, I have. Frequently.
If you ask me, he's lost his mind from eating too many peanuts.
I'm not asking you.
Go ahead, argue. I'm calling the doctor.
Why the doctor?
A tonic. He needs a tonic.
He doesn't need a tonic. He's a philosopher. Everybody knows that.
A philosopher. That's what we need in this family, a philosopher.
Mama, what was the first word he said? Do you remember when he was 11 months old?
Of course I remember. 11 months and 2 weeks.
Well, what did he say?
He said, why?
You see, Amos, I told you, he's a philosopher.
Ah.
Look, Pa, all I said was I wanted to meet God.
Don't say it again, Manny. We heard you.
Everybody, please, be quiet. This is an emergency. It calls for concentration.
Everyone obeyed my father. We were all as quiet as if we were at a funeral. Nobody cracked peanuts. Nobody read. Nobody even dared breathe. Except me. I dared do anything with my father.
Well, everybody, I've decided.
Good. I'll call the doctor.
No, don't bother with the doctor. I've decided.
Decided what?
I've decided that the boy's interest in God is not immoderate. Manny.
Yes, Pa?
Come outside with me. We'll see if you can meet him. Now, tell me all over, Manny.
It's like I said, Pa. I want to meet God.
You mean you want proof that there is a God?
Excuse me, Pa, but I don't go in for second-hand things.
You're a philosopher.
Maybe I am and maybe I'm not. I just want to meet him, face to face.
Good. Let's take a walk around the block.
We walked around the block. We walked around it twice. Then we sat down under a huge elm tree on the soft, sweet grass of June, far away from the lights.
Manny, do you see the stars up there?
Yes, Pa. I see them.
There's millions.
I know it.
They move exactly on schedule. They never change.
Like a clock.
Yes, like a clock. Now, suppose there was no traffic system to keep the cars downtown moving right. They'd bump into each other all the time, wouldn't they?
I suppose they would.
Well, there's a traffic system that keeps the stars moving the same way. It's God.
Maybe they don't bump into each other because they're so far apart.
Yes, that's possible.
Maybe once upon a time there used to be more of them, closer together. So they destroyed each other, and those that are left have all the room they need. Maybe that's why they don't bump now.
Yes, it could be like that. Manny, maybe we'd better go home. I don't think you're going to meet God tonight.
We went home, and I went to sleep. But for that night, and lots of nights after it, I dreamed all kinds of dreams. All about God.
Manny.
Did someone mention my name?
Manny. Do you believe in God?
Well, I don't disbelieve in him, if you know what I mean.
Are you sure?
Well, sure, I'm sure. Well, that is... Well, if I just had a little proof.
Manny, come over here.
I'm coming, Ma.
Sit down, darling.
I'll sit down, but please don't call me darling.
Why not?
I'm 10 years old.
Oh, sure. You're 10 years old. Now, if you're so big, maybe you can explain something to me.
Sure, Ma. What do you want to know?
Well, you keep saying you want to meet God. What I want to know is why? Why do you want to meet God?
Oh, is that all, Mom?
Yes, that's all.
Well, it's on account of summer school.
Uh-huh. Something's wrong at summer school? You just started last week.
No, it goes back further than that.
Further?
Look, Mom, you know my violin lessons?
Sure I know them. $2 a lesson. Why shouldn't I know them?
Well, Mr. Rasputin, my violin teacher, sometimes he yells at me and sometimes he doesn't.
So?
So I found out if my right foot lands on the cracks in the sidewalk 10 times in a row on the way to my violin lesson, Mr. Rasputin doesn't yell at me.
Oh, Manny, that's just being superstitious.
Superstitious or not superstitious, that's how it works.
Well, darling.
Don't call me darling.
All right. But what's that got to do with meeting God?
Well, confidentially, Mom.
Yes?
Well, confidentially, sometimes on the way to my violin lesson...
Yes?
Sometimes I cheat. A long step, a short step, you know, to make it come out right.
Foolishness on top of foolishness. But I still don't understand. What's this got to do with your wanting to meet God?
Look, Mom, I just started summer school. I want to pass.
Why shouldn't you pass? You're not studying?
Oh, of course I'm studying. But, Ma, suppose there's a man with a long beard sitting up there in the sky.
You mean God?
Yes, God. Suppose there is someone up there deciding whether I pass or I don't pass.
Well, Manny, honestly, I don't know if that's all that's occupying God's mind.
But if he is up there, Mom...
Yes?
I have to know it. I can't take long steps and short steps and cheat him.
My mother's a very practical woman. She was even then. The very next day, she went to see my teacher.
Miss Regan, my boy, Manny...
Oh, a very bright lad, Emmanuel. Sometimes a little condescending, but very bright.
Well, Miss Regan, he studies very hard.
Well, yes, I'm sure he does.
Miss Regan, he's a good boy.
Yes, Emmanuel's certainly an obedient child.
But well, why shouldn't he pass in summer school?
Not pass? Why, my dear lady, he's at the head of the class. He's leading the rest of the class by a string.
He's... Miss Regan, you don't know the half of it. It's not only the class he's leading by a string.
Well, what can I do?
For some reason, he's afraid he won't pass. Just tell him the truth. Tell him there is a God and to stop worrying about it.
I tell him. He won't believe me.
Can't you make him believe you?
You can't make anyone else believe anything, Mama. Don't you know that?
I know I can't make you believe me, but it's important that Manny's mind should be put at rest. Do you see what he's looking like lately?
I see, but I can't make him believe it. And that's the way it should be, too. He'll have to learn to believe in God for himself, just like everyone else.
I'm only asking you to try again.
All right, I'll try. I'll try again. The question is, will Manny try again? listen carefully, Manny.
Sure, Pa.
Once upon a time, there was a great king who worshipped idols.
Another story, Pa?
Another story. Now, this king told a rabbi that unless the rabbi could produce his god face to face the very next day, the rabbi's head would roll in the streets.
Oh, that's a very unpleasant picture, Pa.
Yes, it is. But this rabbi was a very wise man.
Oh, like you, Pa.
Well, yes, I suppose so. Now listen and stop interrupting.
Okay, Pa.
So he said, "Sure, O great king. But first, come on outside. I want to show you something."
What did he show him, Pa? The stars and how they don't bump together?
No, he showed him the sun and told him to look at it. The king couldn't look right at the sun because it hurt his eyes.
So what does that prove, Pa?
The rabbi said, "King, if you can't even look at the sun, which is only one of the many things God made, how in heaven's name do you expect to see God face to face?" Do you get the moral?
Sure, I get it.
Thank goodness.
But it doesn't satisfy me.
It doesn't satisfy you.
No.
Why not, Manny?
Well, Pa, somewhere in the Bible...
Yes?
Somewhere in the Bible, doesn't it say that the old prophets used to speak with God face to face?
Boy, I must have driven my father almost crazy in the next few weeks. He told me all kinds of stories. Good stories, too, but none of them satisfied me. Finally, one day, after some kind of a row he had with my mother, my father took me aside very quietly.
I'm going to tell you something, but I don't want you to breathe it to a soul.
Sure, Pa.
Not to your mother, even. And especially not to Uncle Amos.
Oh, I can keep a secret as good as the next fellow, Pa.
Good.
What is it, Pa?
If you really want to see God face to face...
Oh, I sure do, Pa.
You can.
I can?
Yes, you can. If you keep asking God long enough and hard enough...
Oh, I'll do it.
And if God is sure you really mean it.
Oh, I mean it all right.
Good. There's something else you should know if you're going to meet God, Manny.
What, Pa?
Sometimes God's too busy seeing somebody else. Then he sends his personal representative. Would that be okay?
Oh, sure. I guess that'll be okay. So long as I know it's his personal representative.
You'll know when the time comes.
How, Pa?
Oh, never mind. You'll know. Now remember, not a word of this to anyone.
Oh, not a word.
Good.
Hey, Pa!
Yes, Manny?
You're not kidding me, are you? Just 'cause I'm only 10 years old?
No, Manny. You know I never kid anyone. Unless it's your mother once in a while.
Now, my father is an honest man. I know that from many occasions. For example, he used to lose at checkers with me all the time. And once I asked him, was he maybe letting me win all the time? And he said, just like that,
"Yes, to tell you the truth, I'm letting you win. Little boys should always beat their fathers at checkers. It's a rule of fatherhood."
So I know, and I knew then, that my father was honest. I thought to myself,
if he says so, it must be so.
And I began to pray. Every morning on the way to summer school, I prayed.
Dear God, just think of the disgrace to my whole book-reading family if I don't pass the 6th grade in 6 weeks.
I summoned up every argument I could find.
My mother will say,
"Oh, it was too hard for him."
but you and I know it isn't too hard. And Uncle Amos will laugh his head off. And that's not too good for his health. So for the sake of my poor book-devouring family, and really for my sake too, God, please let me pass to my just reward, the 7th grade.
I had a second prayer, too.
Oh, God, don't let me waste my valuable time praying to you if you aren't real. Let me see you face to face like the old prophets in the Bible. Just one look, oh, God.
Every day, for almost 6 weeks, I prayed for just one look. But I didn't see him. Towards the end of the 6 weeks, I got a bad case of the maybes.
Maybe God is really there, but he's keeping undercover out of shame, because he's already decided to flunk me.
The more frightened I got, the harder I studied. And I got 100% in all my preliminary exams. But I was still afraid of flunking, because the final exam was still to come.
Maybe he's teasing me, starting me off with 100% and planning to give me a 0 in the end.
Finally, there was nothing left but the final examination.
Emmanuel,
Yes, Miss Regan?
if you're quite through with your examination, you may leave.
Yes, Miss Regan.
And next term, see if you can overcome the strange little habit you have, Emmanuel,
What strange little habit, Miss Regan?
of mumbling under your breath while you write. God knows what makes you do it.
Oh, yes, Miss Regan. I hope he does.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing, Miss Regan. When do I find out if I passed, Miss Regan?
Tomorrow morning, Emmanuel. Tomorrow morning at 9.
The next morning, I started out for school earlier than usual to give myself and God a good last chance. I crossed a South Street bridge, praying hard all the way. I turned on Washington Street and headed towards school.
Oh, God. In just 3 minutes, I'm going to turn the corner at Union Street where the traffic light is broken. Walk into school. You've got just 3 minutes, oh, God, to save me and my family from everlasting disgrace.
I was worried about something else, too.
If you don't show yourself to me, God, I'll have to stop believing in you. But I'll also have to stop believing in my father.
Still, there wasn't a soul on the street. Not even a sparrow. I was reaching the corner of Washington and Union. Once I turned that, it was all over.
Oh, God, I'm going to turn the corner now. Please send a representative. Let him be around the corner. Let him have a long black beard. Please, God, please.
I took a deep breath, clenched my fists, and turned the corner. There was a man there. He did have a long black beard. It seemed to me that there was a special glow in his face, a kind of light I'd never seen before. I didn't know what to do. I just stared at him wildly.
Why are you staring, boy?
I beg your pardon, almighty sir.
That's all right. By the way, boy, what time is it?
Oh, just 9 o'clock, almighty sir.
Thank you. Now, you be a good boy.
Oh, don't worry about that, oh, sir.
I won't. Goodbye now.
I bowed from the waist, and I watched until he turned the corner. Then I raced into the school, and I almost knocked poor Miss Regan down.
I'm sorry, Miss Regan. Goodbye, Miss Regan.
Well, just a moment, Emmanuel. Don't you want to know if you passed your examination?
Oh, I know, Miss Regan. I passed.
Well, how do you know, Emmanuel?
I couldn't say, Miss Regan, but I just know.
That evening, I joined my amazing book-devouring family after dinner. In the center of the dining table was a fresh 5-pound sack of peanuts. From the shelf, I took down the Three Musketeers and opened it to page 251. On the way to my place at the table, I stopped and whispered,
I passed, Pa.
That's fine, Manny.
And, Pa,
Yes, Manny?
I also saw his personal representative today.
Really?
He had a long black beard, and he asked me what time it was.
My father pulled at his short goatee twice, nodded his head, and said,
That's very interesting, Manny. I expected you would.
You know, it's funny, the things you can believe when you're 10. For a long time, I thought God's agents had beards. Well, I'd seen him, hadn't I? I'd looked and I'd seen him. I was a crazy kid, I guess. Because I looked for God and saw him on the corner of Washington and Union. But now that I'm 16, I wonder, if you look for him, really look, won't you see him everywhere?
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. David M. Bloomberg of Knoxville, Tennessee, chairman of the National Youth Commission of the B'nai B'rith Youth Organization and a prominent civic leader. Mr. Bloomberg.
Our dramatization of today illustrates how Manny had acquired from his father a simple faith in God's justice and loving kindness. The representation of the divine spirit gave him confidence in his own ability to pass to the 7th grade. Yet without his own application to his studies, he could not have achieved his goal. But today's drama suggests that we take a closer look at the role and status of young people in this part of the world. What have we done with our almost limitless resources to help prepare rising generations for the responsibilities which they inevitably inherit? More specifically, what are we giving to our young Jewish children? A sense of pride and confidence because they are Jewish. It has been said that American Jewry is fast reaching the point of spiritual suicide. Though some would question this statement, there is evidence to support it. Seldom do we find a parent whose Jewish education extended beyond bar mitzvah or confirmation. We have leaders of synagogues and temples who are wholly illiterate in the Jewish heritage, even though there exist today wonderful opportunities to improve themselves through adult Jewish education programs. There are about 1.5 million homes of Jews in America, but there are few Jewish homes. How many Jewish books do we find in the libraries of our Jewish friends? How many pictures on the walls represent Jewish themes? How many discs in the record collections render Hebraic melodies? Planting the seeds of Jewish knowledge and understanding in such Jewishly barren soil is like attempting to plant a fruit tree on the shores of the Dead Sea. But all is not lost, for peeping through the clouds of ignorance and apathy is a growing desire on the part of many Jewish parents to develop a Jewish environment for their families. Better programs of adult Jewish education are coming forth. We find a strengthening of Jewish educational services all the way up the ladder, and young people are beginning to take advantage of Jewish educational facilities on the college level. And there is definitely a growing eagerness on the part of our Jewish teenagers to identify themselves with Judaism. Thus we can feel optimistic that soon we will see many parents helping their sons and daughters find the same simple faith which Manny found in God's justice and loving kindness.
Thank you, Mr. Bloomberg. Our Eternal Light drama today, How Manny Got into the 7th Grade, was written by Mark Siegel. It was adapted from the story entitled God's Agents Have Beards by Emanuel Winters, which is included in the book The Bar Mitzvah Treasury by Azriel Eisenberg. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Ronnie Gates as young Manny, Sam Gray as the father, and Bryna Rayburn as the mother. Others in the cast were Owen Jordan, Alice Uhrman, and Roger DeKoven. Our narrator was Ronald Liss. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Survivors, was written by Judah Stamfer.
Shabbat? Lieutenant Shabbat?
Yes, Captain, you say.
Sol, I can only take a minute. Brigade headquarters has fled south. This means the entire front is falling to pieces. The Nazis will be in Paris within a week.
Brigade headquarters? That's a minor disaster.
All in a matter of days, the Army of France will have ceased to exist. You are a Jew and from Eastern Europe. On you, the Nazis will have short mercy.
Sir, I don't know what you're saying. My duty is here with the army.
Saul, I was your professor of jurisprudence at the Sorbonne. I tell you in all conscience, you have no further duty now beyond saving your own life.
What about you, sir?
If you had to pick a country in which to die, which would it be?
Palestine?
And I here in France. That's why I must do what I will be doing here, and why you must go.
I understand, sir.
Make your way to Paris. Go to the British consul. My recommendation, cut a lot of red tape. Get a visa to Palestine. And move. Move fast.
Thank you, sir. And God bless you.
Yes, I do have one or two emergency visas at my discretion. And for a man of Professor Musset's standing, I think something could be done. I'll fill it out immediately.
Do you have any recommendation as to my best route? I understand the Mediterranean is completely blocked.
Well, let me see. Around Africa's long, dangerous, and complicated. Why don't you try Russia by way of the Scandinavian countries? Overland, you can escape the U-boats.
But will the Russians let me out, sir?
Oh, play it sensibly. Get a transit visa first. That way you'll have as much of a guarantee as the world affords. This year.
Well, do you feel I can rely on a transit visa?
I've known it to work in several cases.
I see. Thank you, sir.
Good luck in Riga.
Your name?
Sol Shabbat.
Your birthplace?
Here in Riga.
And what is it that you want?
I have a recommendation for a transit visa to Palestine from the Soviet consul in Paris.
So, it's through Soviet territory you pass, hmm? For the time being, you will remain here in Riga.
I see.
And one thing more.
Yes?
You will report to this office again at 8 tomorrow morning.
For what reason, sir?
To answer charges of being the agent of a reactionary counter-revolutionary Zionist party.
בישיבה של מעלה ובישיבה של מטה.
Herschel. Herschel Lichte.
So, Shabbat. What are you doing here in Riga? I thought you were in France.
I escaped before the fall of Paris.
But why did you come here, all of Paris?
Well, I thought it was my safest route to Palestine. The Soviet consul in Paris recommended me for a transit visa.
You should never have trusted them.
Well, who can balance probabilities in a hurricane? Now I must report to the secret police in the morning.
I too.
But why you, Herschel? You are innocence itself.
I peddled dried fish from door to door after work to support my family. Therefore, I'm an exploiter of the working classes.
Herschel, into this darkness, let us go together, eh? With my practical mind and your prayerful soul, perhaps we'll have a chance of surviving.
Agreed. But hush, the cantor is beginning Kol Nidre.
Mechino yei, mechino
All right, everybody out! Line up the prisoners! Never mind the cold! Silence! You are now at Kalgan, on the Trans-Siberian Railway. Escape from here is 2,000 miles in the nearest direction. You can judge your own chances. You will sleep in these barracks, work clearing the forest for eventual settlement. As political prisoners, you work around the calendar 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Until now, you lived in the world and were men. From this moment, you live in Siberia and are the instruments of the Soviet state. You have 20 minutes to unpack and join your first work detail.
Until now, you were men. It is not for him to decide when we cease to be men, but for us.
Never mind, Saul. Let's hurry so we can get beds near one another. What's that, Saul?
Huh. It's the Siberian wolf informing his comrades of the good news of our arrival. Herschel, what are you doing? Kneeling by your bed like that?
I'm making a calendar.
A calendar? On the side of your bed?
I've been making a scratch every evening on the wooden side here. How else will we know when a holiday is coming? When a new year has arrived?
Do you think that we will so lose touch with time?
My teachers have taught me how easily man becomes an animal. It is for us to prepare that it should not happen.
Herschel, how many days is it to Hanukkah?
Let me see. It should be 2 months and 3 days.
Huh. You're right. I thought we were only here a few weeks. Herschel, remind me that Friday is a Friday.
Halt! All right. 2 men knock the ice and snow off those cords of wood so you can drag them to the railroad siding. You there, you!
Please, sir, may I respectfully request to take his place? He had frostbite last week and may lose his hand.
What's that to you, prisoner?
Well, it's just the waste of our work time. Frostbitten hands won't move the wood on time.
Very well, you may take his place.
Thank you, sir.
Saul Shabbat.
Yes. Who are you?
My name is Jacob Berliner. I taught art at a gymnasium in Krakow.
Oh, yes. I think I heard someone mention your name.
We're culling a faculty for an underground university. We have several rabbis who will teach Bible, ethics, and Talmud. I will teach art and music. A journalist will handle political science and modern history.
But how will you operate? Without books, without classes, without paper, and with no time to assemble?
From our point of view, it is absolutely essential. Therefore, we will do it. We will teach from memory whenever we can, marching to work at mealtime before going to sleep. Will you form our faculty of law?
Of course. Now that summer is almost upon us, we can call it the Kalgan Summer School. All letters of inquiry to be addressed to Ivan, our registrar.
Silence! Silence on the march!
Saul, are you awake?
Yes. What is it?
In 10 days, it will be Rosh Hashanah, our first new year. We are trying to organize its celebration.
You're mad. What do you propose to do?
I'm in a delegation to ask for a special ration of meat. Other moves are afoot. Someone must request a day off from work, a half a day even, that we might draw a line between holy and profane.
Well, do you know the risk that I'll be taking? I'll set myself up as the camp ringleader, the hostage, the scapegoat for anything that happens in the future.
And don't, Saul. But if we are afraid to ask for the right to be human beings, we cease to be human beings.
You know, it might just work at that. Given the Russian bureaucratic mind, I just bet they wouldn't punish a formal request. It's only the informal challenge that scares them into retaliation.
Then you will do it?
I'll do it.
That we might have a special ration of meat in honor of the festival.
No! Certainly not!
That prisoners of the Hebrew faith might commemorate the cycle of the seasons.
I never heard such an insolent request in all my life.
See, Herschel, we're lucky we got off with our lives. I told you it would all be in vain.
In vain, Saul? Not at all. Our candle committee got hold of 2 stabs of candle ends to be lighted in honor of the festival.
Herschel!
What is it, Saul? I can't hear you for the rain.
Well, help me chop this tree for a minute. I want to talk to you. What are we doing this rainy cold Nidra night, chopping timber in a godforsaken forest without even a prayer on our lips?
You can pray unto yourself, Saul. God will have no trouble hearing.
I don't want to pray unto myself. I want a cantor in a congregation. You were right before Rosh Hashanah. When you cease trying, you cease to be a human being. I'm going to talk to the head guard. Hey, Ivan.
Yes, what is it?
Listen, Ivan. What do you say to our doing a little praying? While we're working, of course. Just to break the monotony, eh? You never heard a first-rate cantor, did you, Ivan?
Just as long as you keep working.
You hear that, Herschel? You used to be a good cantor. Will you lead us in the Kol Nidra, huh?
I can keep my voice under control.
You hear that, Jews? We have a minion for the Kol Nidra prayers. Here in the Kalgan forest. Cantor Herschel Lichtig will lead us in the prayer.
Saul.
Yes, Herschel.
Listen, it's Yom Kippur morning. I'm determined not to go to work.
Are you out of your mind? In this camp, malingering is regarded as sabotage. If they catch you, you will be shot.
If I go to work, I think my heart will break.
With a broken heart, it is also possible to survive.
Don't try to shake me, Saul. For months now, they have stopped taking roll calls on the work details. Maybe the guards won't notice I'm missing.
Is it worth it, Herschel?
It's worth it, Saul.
I'll do my best to cover for you.
Hey there.
Hey, yes, sir.
Don't you always have a friend with you? Where did you disappear to all of a sudden?
Well, sir, a good glass of brandy would be welcome on a cold day like this. Hey, Ivan? God bless a bottle of good Polish brandy.
Where do you come to a bottle of Polish brandy, you insolent Jew?
Oh, I don't have any, but my friend who is on kitchen duty is probably putting a bottle away for you right now.
Well, when I smell the brandy, I'll know to believe you. Now get back to work.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. How many years have we been here now, Herschel, by your calendar, that is?
Well, we have been here just over 7 years.
7 years. You know, it's a long time now since I've given any thought to my family.
I know. It frightens me, too. Once I avoided thinking about them lest I go insane. Now I would give anything to keep their memories alive.
Sol Shabbat! Where's Sol Shabbat?
Over here.
Get your clothes on and come with me. A visiting inspector of secret police wants to see you.
Good luck, Saul. Let's hope it's nothing.
Thank you, Herschel. What could they want with me? All right, Ivan.
Saul, are you all right? What did they want with you?
What did they want? After my 9 years in Siberia, they've suddenly decided they've trapped a dangerous Zionist agent.
It's incredible.
I'm the clue that's going to expose the entire Zionist conspiracy. I should remember who had the library booth next to me at the Sorbonne. Who were my teachers? Who my neighbors in Riga?
So, you didn't give them any names?
And if I gave them no names, are they so polite about it? Yes, I finally named a few people. People I know are dead by now.
Who, for instance?
Selig, the water carrier who died of a heart attack when the war began. And Rabbi David Karlinsky, who was 88 9 years ago, and I heard perished in the march out of White Russia.
Saul, how could you take a chance like that?
Do you know what goes on in an interrogation? What information they come in with? What traps they set for you? When you have nothing but your wits to fall back on?
I'm sorry, Saul, but to take even the slightest chance with a human life...
Herschel, don't you turn on me with moralizing suspicions. I know what's involved. But I have a plan of strategy, or they'll break me completely. You think it's all over? The inspector told me he had only scratched the surface. From you, I need faith, not mere suspicion.
I'm very, very sorry, Saul. I never should have allowed myself.
It's all right, Herschel. I'm just glad that it's not you. Have you got the committees set up for the high holidays this year?
With only 10 days to go, of course I have.
Sol Shabbat.
Yes, Ivan.
Get your clothes on and come with me.
Pray for me, Herschel.
Have courage, Saul. Are you all right?
Don't ask, Herschel. Don't ask.
They press you for any names.
Of course they pressed me. But I caught myself just in time, made up 2 names, and fainted on the spot. But I'm in a terror of what may happen tomorrow. I had such a strong moral sense once, and now everything seems to be weakening. If they would only let me alone, even for a day, so that I could rest. Herschel, today is the Day of Atonement, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
If they take me today, I am answering no questions.
Be patient with yourself, Saul. It's no pious act to commit suicide.
Herschel, they have been at me for almost 2 weeks now, and they're not letting up. If I have got to defy them, it's got to be when I still have my wits about me.
Saul Shabbat,
Yes, Ivan.
come with me.
All right, Shabbat. Sit down in this chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm afraid there are big gaps in your statement about the Sorbonne. Incredible gaps.
I am sorry, sir, but I request to be excused from questioning this morning.
What?
I asked if I may be excused from questioning this morning.
Under no circumstances whatsoever.
Please, sir. You see, today is our Day of Atonement. It's a fast day when we pray and meditate on our condition as human beings. It's the holiest day of our year, sir.
Enough of this drivel.
I am sorry, sir, but this morning I can't answer any more questions.
Well, ways of unlocking your tongue, Shabbat.
Yes, sir. Well, you see, sir, this morning the angel Gabriel visits Jewish homes and talks to the people there. He's back in my barracks right now, the angel Gabriel, sitting on my bed and waiting for me.
That's idiotic. Let's get on with the interrogation.
But, sir, you don't understand. I've had an appointment since the day I was born. Gabriel is waiting for me with his wings outspread and his eyes on fire. I haven't seen him for an entire year. He's calling me, sir. I can hear him now.
Ivan! Ivan!
Yes, sir.
Take this maniac out of here. The prisoner's going insane. Get him back to the barracks.
Yes, sir.
So, you are back.
Yes, I'm back. I'm still alive.
Did you answer any questions?
No. I did a King David on them.
A King David?
Yes. Don't you remember what our Bible professor taught us? And David was sore afraid of Achish, the king of Gath. And he changed his behavior before them and feigned himself mad in their hands. Then said Achish unto his servants, Lo, you see, the man is mad. Have I a need of mad men that you have brought this fellow to play the madman in my presence?
You see, Saul, we have a good professors. We have good professors in our university. Don't we? Don't we, Saul? Don't we?
Herschel, have you registered for the Polish evacuation?
I'm afraid. I'm afraid to take a chance.
Herschel, don't grow foolish in your old age. If we don't leave when we have the chance, we may live out our lives here in cold Siberia.
Maybe they are lying. Maybe it's a trick.
I've bribed Ivan with a flask of home brew. He says they are breaking up the camp. The remaining political prisoners are to be sent to a labor camp for criminals. Among them, no one will get out alive.
I'm afraid. What if I can't find a place in the world after 15 years?
And in a camp of criminals and murderers, you'll find a place? After so much misery, take a chance on a little blessing, too.
All right, Saul. I'll do it.
Herschel, did you ever see such sunshine?
Look so. That would be Mount Carmel before us. The steward says we'll end at nightfall. In a few days, I will know if my family is alive or dead.
That it should have taken us 15 years to make this journey.
Yet what of the hundreds of thousands who started out this journey and will never arrive?
I have no complaints. My spirit they never broke.
And what did our professor of ethics teach us in our Kalgan University? What did he teach us? The land of Israel is only to be acquired through suffering.
Make a blessing, Herschel. Make a blessing for the two of us.
Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the universe, who has kept us in life and has preserved us and enabled us to reach this season.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Max Gelb, spiritual leader of Temple Israel in White Plains, New York, and chairman of the New York Metropolitan Region of the Rabbinical Assembly of America. Rabbi Gelb.
Since World War II, we have witnessed an ever-growing concern with the spiritual health of our society. We enter the 1960s with a deepened awareness of the urgent need to combat those forces in our civilization which generate fear and conflict and undermine faith in man and in his world. For during the last war, the Nazis revealed the depths of evil in man and demonstrated how a modern nation, which was at the very forefront of world culture and scientific progress, could produce millions of trained barbarians capable and willing to carry out a systematic program of human degradation and mass slaughter. Painful memories of the swastika, symbol of this evil in man, were brought back to us during the past few weeks in the outbreak of shameful acts of bigotry and vandalism which have disturbed and shocked decent people everywhere. The play we have just heard, The Survivors, brings therefore a most timely message, for it portrays the other vital half of the truth about man and his future. Here we catch a glimpse of the power of the Spirit, which enables human beings to fight evil and to win a decisive spiritual victory against brute force. In the slave camp of Siberia, Saul Shavat and Herschel Lichtig know that a fate worse than death will be theirs unless they resist the satanic efforts of their oppressor to dehumanize them. In the agony of their physical bondage, they are yet determined to keep their minds and their souls free. And in their religious heritage, they discover those resources of faith and strength of which no tyrant can rob them. 6 million Jews perish in the greatest mass slaughter in human history. But there are survivors, and they survive not as animals, but as human beings, carrying with them the torch of faith in God and in man to the Holy Land, where it was first kindled. These survivors symbolize the hope of our world and the future of mankind. They are living witnesses to the prophetic truth that not by might and not by power, but by my Spirit, saith the Lord of hosts.
Thank you, Rabbi Gelb. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Survivors, was written by Judah Stamper. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical music. Featured in the cast were Ralph Bell as Saul Shavat, Michael Schillow as Herschel Lichtig, and others in the cast were Guy Repp, Philip Sterling, Boris Marshalloff, and Maurice Tarplin. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, A Pattern for Peace, was written by Mark Siegel.
On the broad avenue, the traffic of a great city slowly grinds by. One-way traffic, a means to expediency. To the right, between the avenue and the busy river, a bright and open square, the capital of the world. And marking the frontier between America and the headquarters of the world, a thin line of many colors, the flags of the nations of the world. In the shining glass and marble buildings of the United Nations, earnest men, patient men, exchange their legal verbalisms, consult their governments, twist the little dials that bridge the barriers of language, and hope. Hope that the avenue between nations will not be limited to one-way traffic or to expediency as they search for a pattern for peace. The afternoon sun slants down upon the banners of the nations, rippling idly in the wind. The reds and blues and greens and yellows, the stars and crescents and crosses and stripes, the curiously contrived shields and wreaths and crowns. And a visiting school child, watching, asks a question.
Who figured them out?
You tell her, choosing the words you hope will suit her age. People all over the world. People who wanted something that would... You feel the lameness of your words, but you continue. Something that would stand for them.
Stand for them?
Mm-hmm. For what they believed.
Like what, mister?
Well, being free, I guess, or maybe having a country of their own.
All over the world?
Mm-hmm.
They're very pretty.
Yes, I think so, too.
And they stand for people.
Yes?
All over the world.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Mister?
You look at the fresh eyes of childhood, and somehow, with a quickening, you know the question that's coming.
Mister, if they all stand for people, why aren't they all the same?
They are different, the flags of the nations, each one speaking its own peculiar combination of memories and aspirations, each one tracing within the confines of its oblong shape its own geography and custom. Yet somehow, the flags are curiously the same, for there are voices in the wind that stirs the banners of the nations, far voices and near. And somehow, though the words may vary and the accents differ, somehow the voices, too, are curiously the same.
We will go through the rice paddy, child, quietly. No, do not fly. Someday there will be no soldiers. I promise you.
No, my son. You're not counting on the extra year on your planning. There's the conscription, you know. It is.
Well, just now, gentlemen, our research will be directed toward defense matters. I do hope we will be able to return to our medical project at some future date.
Mamushka, how did Daddy die?
What do we hope for, any of us, of any nation, of any creed, of any color? We hope for a productive and good life. We hope for a deeper, fuller, richer life for our children. And above all, we hope in our time and for times to come, for peace. In the halls of the United Nations, the representatives of the peoples search earnestly, endlessly, patiently for a pattern for peace. The goal is universal, and the questions, they are universal.
How? How do we move from mistrust towards trust? How do we travel from enmity to friendship? The pattern. What is the pattern for peace?
On this, we agree. We will not and cannot allow this nation to exist in our
This is the story of how a small nation, in only a few years, has begun to breach a wall of isolation and distrust, finding in its effort a pattern for peace which may have meaning for all the world. The nation is the State of Israel, and the story begins in April of 1955 in a resort city of western Java, a place called Bandung.
of this intruder. And for these reasons, I call upon the delegates of the Afro-Asian nations to bring to bear upon the state of Israel all possible means to destroy its economic life. In this
A conference of more than 20 Afro-Asian nations declaring implacable hostility against a single, newly reborn state.
and monolithic purpose. This conference must resolve to exert unceasing pressure until this Israel, the stigma on the face of the Middle East, is totally, completely removed.
As difficult, as unpromising a starting point for building friendship as any nation has ever faced in the history of the world. In Jerusalem, the leaders of a young nation gathered.
Well, what do we do? First, we stay strong as we can be. Agreed. We must. We also offer our friendship. In the face of those resolutions? Yes, even so. But they're violently anti-Israel. True. But many of these nations, like our own, are new. If we can be of help to them... It's totally impractical. They won't even listen. Some won't. You think others will? If we offer practical aid, if we share our experience... But they reject aid far more than we can give from the great powers. We're no threat to these small countries. But aside from that, we have a duty towards them. A duty? Towards people who... Towards all people. An ancient duty. To serve all men. To be a nation that brings light. I'm sorry I spoke thoughtlessly. But this is hardly the time. Can you think of a better? When our own economy is stronger. When we're in a better position to help. Perhaps we cannot do much. But let us do what we can. Let us make a beginning. And, you wish us to begin now? Well, if not now, when? To help others, that should never be put off. Well, we can try, and we can hope. But? In the face of all these obstacles, it's a program that seems, well, visionary. Visionary? Of course it is. But so is Israel.
It is less than 5 years since the Bandung Conference. Yet in that brief time, Israel, with hope and perseverance, has sought and found avenues along which nations move from enmity to friendship, from mistrust to understanding. And if the wall stands high between Israel and her immediate neighbors still, it has been breached with a score of nations in the emerging new world of Africa and Asia. Nations like Ghana, proclaimed a state only in 1957. Last spring, a young man wearing the navy blue and gold braid of a captain in Israel's merchant marine arrived in Accra, capital of Ghana.
Captain Enrico Levy reporting, sir.
Ah, welcome, Captain. We have been awaiting your arrival.
Glad to be here, sir.
All is in readiness. We have selected our young men. A building has been set aside.
And the equipment, sir?
All in order. The nautical instruments, charts, all of it. We have great hopes for the Merchant Marine Academy, Captain Levy. I wish to express formally our gratitude to your country for sending you to us.
We are grateful for the opportunity to be of service, sir.
Captain, may I ask a question? An unofficial question?
Oh, by all means, sir.
Your country It is being very helpful. You have helped us establish a shipping line only 9 months after our proclamation of independence.
Yes, of course.
You are helping us to run that enterprise, to finance it. Yet 5 years from now, your country will turn the entire line over to Ghana. As a citizen of Israel, Captain, don't you find that rather an unusual arrangement?
Well, perhaps we are an unusual country. Perhaps we understand how important trade is for self-sufficiency.
Ah, yes. From your own experience.
And for friendship. In due season, I presume these vessels will carry goods to Israeli ports and from Israeli ports.
You have answered my first question well indeed.
And your second, sir?
Why do you, as a person, Captain, why do you choose to come here to Accra, so far from home, to set up our Merchant Marine Academy?
Sir, just after the war, I was in Italy.
Yes?
Italian sailors taught me what I know of ships and the sea. I will never forget them.
And that is why you come to Ghana?
In a way. Someday, I want the captain of a Ghana vessel to say the same of me.
The Black Star shipping line of Ghana, established with Israel's help, is already operating 6 freighters in the great waters that surround the continent of Africa. From time to time, their courses may cross the paths of ships of the Gold Star line, established by Israel with Japan, or the 5 Star line, established by Israel with Burma. Is it possible that the foaming wakes of merchant ships may be strands in a pattern for peace? On land, deep in the interior of Ghana, Israeli specialists are helping in another problem that involves water.
This is how you find water?
A native farmer asks an Israeli technician at work a simple question.
Well, it's the way we found it in Israel. Under the earth? Not flowing in a stream?
Well, flowing in an underground stream.
You are sure?
Well, I'm not sure we'll find water just here, but I'm sure this is the way to find it.
And when you find it, the water?
Well, then you'll be able to water your crops.
With no rain?
Yes, even without rain. We call it irrigation.
Ah. Here.
I wish to give you this. Your necklace? I thank you. I understand what you wish to say, but we do not wear necklaces. I wish you to take it. All right, then, I will. But why do you give it to me?
Brother from Israel. I have 11 children. Once I had 3 others. They are no more.
I'm sorry. Truly sorry.
You know of what they died? Hunger. Because there was no drought, no water. Figure of water. I wish you to have my necklace.
Two-way traffic on the broad avenue of friendship between nations. These are the outward tokens of Israel's striving for peace in Ghana alone. Multiply them by the names of a score of nations in awakening Africa and Southeast Asia, and the outlines of a pattern for peace become bold and clear.
The role of the nurse in the Army is not only to care for soldiers, but to teach basic health attitudes which the soldier will carry back to his family and community.
This is the voice of Dina Kapanovich, one of 2 Israeli nurses sent to Burma to establish a school for Army nurses.
The public health problems we face in Israel are in many ways similar to those faced here in Burma. Although all
Burma and Israel, both established in 1948, have become close friends. In the 11th year of statehood for both countries, the habit of cooperation is expressed in many ways. In Israel, a group of 56 Burmese army officers and men, some with their families, are spending a year in Israel's border settlements.
It is a thing for reflection, Yaakov. For deep reflection.
Of what do you speak, Mong?
How similar are the problems of people and the hopes?
We believe that, Mong. We've believed that always, from ancient times.
The history of our countries, very different. Our customs, different. Our dress, different.
But our hopes are the same?
Yes, and our fears. Today, I was learning how to care for a tractor.
Yes, I saw you.
I thought one keeps the tractor well. One cares for it. It is, after all, an expression of man's striving, a tractor.
Yes, I understand what you mean.
Then I thought, Yaakov, this tractor, it helps make a good life for people, a full life. I'm an army man. Yet, I thought, why must men take so good a thing and put heavy sheets of steel upon it and guns upon it and use it for war? Would it not be wonderful if all the tanks were made into tractors?
Mong, that's today's way of saying something very old in my people's history.
That I do not know.
Our prophet Isaiah, he said there would come a time when the swords would be hammered into plowshares.
Ah, I fear it is not yet that time, Yaakov.
Oh, it comes slowly, Mong. This also we believe, a little bit at a time. Perhaps you and I, perhaps we together, are helping to bring a time when the tanks will be made into tractors.
Is it possible that the newest of the nations, the children of the family of nations, like the little child of the vision of Isaiah, will lead our world toward universal peace? The new world of Africa and Asia, with which Israel is building a new pattern of cooperation, numbers nations whose names are as yet unfamiliar to the old New World of the Americas. Dahomey, Togoland, Nigeria, Chad. Some free, some on the way to freedom, yet all striving toward self-sufficiency. Seeing in Israel's progress a pattern for tomorrow, in Israel's assistance, a pattern for peace. In every field of endeavor, Israel's effort is to share experience and knowledge.
You see here, under the microscope? Oh, yes. Yes. Exciting, Doctor.
A hospital lab in Jerusalem.
There. There, you see? That's it. The virus. And your next stage, Doctor?
We will make research attempts at immunization.
It is a great step, Doctor. A great step.
The virus grown is the virus of trachoma, the dreaded eye disease from which hundreds of millions in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia suffer. Trachoma has caused more blindness in the world than any other single infection.
The importance of your achievement, Doctor. Only one of my country can really estimate it. You have been to my country, Doctor?
No, I haven't had that pleasure.
Then you do not fully understand the importance to me of what I have just seen.
The visitor does not speak lightly. The visitor is from India. In India, tens of thousands of people, reduced to beggary by blindness, tap their unseeing way along the roads and thoroughfares. The work of a scientist in Israel may create a new vision for many nations in the new world of Africa and Asia.
This could be of use in my country, of great use.
The words are spoken thoughtfully by a tall man wearing a toga.
We also have a lack of natural power in my country.
His country is Chad, a nation as yet unliberated in French West Africa.
Such an invention could change the face of my nation. Of course, I do not understand how it works.
He is standing before a strangely intricate apparatus at the Negev Research Institute in Beersheba. An Israeli scientist points to the device, which stands exposed to the desert sun.
These surfaces, we've developed them during the past 2 years, they catch the heat of the sun, but they don't release any of it.
I see. And with this heat, the machine captures?
It is energy, my friend. Solar energy. With this heat, as you see, we can make steam. This plant can produce a ton of steam a day.
And with this steam?
With the steam, up to 50% of the solar energy can be converted to power. Power we can use in many ways.
What ways?
In chemical plants, for instance.
In many commercial enterprises.
This plant is already providing power for our hospital here in Beersheba.
It is most logical. Always we have known the sun can heat. And now you have placed a harness on that heat.
There's something else here I want you to see.
The visitor from Chad follows the scientist into a small laboratory.
Here is something of real importance to any hot country.
A refrigerator? Oh, naturally. I have seen them before, of course.
You haven't seen one like this one, my friend.
There is something unusual in this refrigerator?
Very unusual. This refrigerator is the first solar refrigerator in the world.
It is made cold by the sun?
That's right, by the sun.
Ah, it is a remarkable land, your Israel. The sun that heats, this is as old as time. But the sun that cools, this could truly be of use in my country.
Throughout the new world of Africa and Asia, pioneering representatives of a free and striving state work together face to face with others striving for self-sufficiency. And in Israel itself, students and workers and businessmen, diplomats, teachers, scientists from more than a score of lands inquire into the ways which have helped Israel grow in the past 11 years. Men of many nations, of many races, of many creeds, stand on the ancient soil of Israel and say to a reborn people, this could truly be of use to my country. And as they say the words, they themselves create something which would be truly of use to all the world. In Tel Aviv, in the spring of 1959, a scant 4 years since the violently hostile Bandung Conference, delegates from nations throughout Africa and Asia gathered for an international seminar on cooperation. They came, more than 50 leaders, representing no fewer than 650 million people either liberated or in the process of attaining their independence. They came to a land whose national anthem is hope, and there was hope in their hearts as they listened to a man who spoke for the people of Israel.
My friends,
these are the words of David Ben-Gurion, Prime Minister of Israel.
My friends, of the human values which Israel has inherited from ancient times, the first and foremost are the equality of man and the love of one's neighbor, whether citizen or stranger. True solidarity cannot be founded on international strife. It must be based, first of all, on the solidarity of all human beings, derived from fraternity and mutual assistance in every sphere of life, and first of all in the economic, social, and scientific domain. We regard this meeting as a meeting of brothers, for we look upon the sons of all the peoples from all parts of the globe as brothers. We know that as brothers, this effort will bring to us no less than it brings to you.
6,000 miles from Tel Aviv, on a broad avenue in a great city, a thin line of flags stands before the capital of the world. The flags are different, yet somehow curiously the same. Among them, a blue and white ensign bearing the Star of David, the flag of a people whose prophets once brought to all mankind a vision of man's goodness, of man's unity, of man's hope. Today, Israel marches forward hand in hand with the new nations of Africa and Asia, building a new path toward that ancient vision. In its pattern of brotherhood, its pattern of assistance, its pattern of unceasing hope, there may be for all the nations of the world a pattern for peace. If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Harry Halpern, spiritual leader of East Midwood Jewish Center in Brooklyn, New York, and past president of the Rabbinical Assembly of America. Dr. Halpern.
The greatest need of the world today is peace. The desire and prayer for peace are in the heart and on the tongue of every civilized human being. The catastrophic potentialities of the weapons we produce, with their staggering economic burden, compel us to search for an avenue to the peaceful cooperation of all nations. How can this be achieved? Underlying all the political plans and economic blueprints devised by men is the fundamental fact that peace is attainable only if we realize that mutual aid must be substituted for destructive competition among nations. Centuries ago, that soil which mothered three of the great religions of the world produced a group of God-inspired men, the prophets, who envisaged a world in which man's love for his fellow man would triumph over selfishness and unbridled ambition. The mysterious power which works through history has recreated that small state. Thither have streamed thousands of hapless victims of man's inhumanity to man. But its value is not only as a haven of refuge for storm-tossed thousands. It is the spot which makes possible the revival of a people's spiritual potential. To those who today are working in the cities and fields of Israel, the words of the ancient prophet Isaiah come as a fulfillment and a challenge. I, the Lord, have called thee in righteousness, and set thee for a covenant of a people, for a light unto the nations, to open the eyes of the blind, and to bring out the prisoners from the dungeon. The successful effort to aid neighboring countries in wiping out trachoma. What a literal fulfillment is this of the duty to open the eyes of the blind, to bring out the prisoners from the dungeon. What a challenge this is to liberate others from the thraldom of crushing poverty, of crippling disease, and of devastating hunger. To share unselfishly the secrets which modern science discloses, to teach men how to improve their lot, to show them how to live in freedom, to be a light unto the nations. Here lies the historic achievement of Israel, and this is its contribution in fashioning a pattern for peace.
Thank you, Dr. Halpern. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Pattern for Peace, was written by Mark Siegel. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Guy Rep, Owen Jordan, Ben Hayim, Maurice Tarplin, Guy Sorrell, Ralph Camargo, Amy Siddell, and Joanne Geffen. Our narrator was Norman Rose. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.